is not rising. You know what I'm saying? Like we're talking about
No,
on a big.
no, there has to be a container to keep the gas here. If there's no container, the gas is going to increase in entropy, like you described, right? It's going to fuck
Yeah.
off.
Yeah, what you don't understand, in order to have a pressure gradient like I just described to you, you first require a container to contain the pressure to have the gradient within. If you don't have that container, all of that pressure just goes away.
Isn't that what happens right now? Like right now, if I release some gas, it's gonna go away, right?
Yeah, it's going to disperse into the volume
And
It's
it's
not
gonna go
it's not
high,
gonna
and it's colder
it's
in the
not
air, and
gonna
it's gonna
go away. It's gonna cycle. It's gonna disperse into the air and then eventually cycle back down in the gas cycles.
Yeah. Where trees and shit come from, carbon cycle, right? The biology sucks the carbon out of the gas in the atmosphere, and over time, tree.
So even if I'm messing with a certain type of nitrogen that I'm releasing gas, the gas is gonna go up. It's gonna come back
Yeah,
down.
it's the nitrogen cycle. So this is biology, right, on the surface of the Earth. First observation: when the gas is produced, it goes up. So, for example, a methane vent at the bottom of the sea, the gas will be produced, bubble up through the water, and then disperse into available space above. So to have gravity acting on gas, we need the phenomena, but when the gas is produced, it fills the space, it goes up. If it's cycled or not, well, of course, there's potential for it to be cycled all of the time because of the diverse chemical and biological system that we reside in. Depending on that gas, something might reabsorb it and use it for something else. The system's in constant flux, right? Heating, cooling, the seasonal cycles, vast oceans where we get our oxygen from, right? Phytoplankton, biology in the sea, right? Which we and everything else that lives absorbs, uses for energy, for work. To have this thermodynamic complex system, it must be a closed thermodynamic system. Because if it was an open thermodynamic system, all of the energy would go away. And that's including the gas that we breathe that's got the temperature T, the energy. It's
I
going to
just
go.
thought that because of the second thermodynamic law, that it was because of the gas that's keeping it from not escaping. That is not like completely derailing this law. It's not like violating the law or anything. You know what I'm saying?
Okay,
Because gravity is supposed to
maybe I'll
keep the
explain.
gas inside.
Maybe I'll explain open and closed systems to you. Do you know what I'm talking about when I say open and closed system or open
Yeah,
and closed thermodynamic system?
yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Okay. So, would you be able to tell me what they are, or do you want me to do it? Because we
You
need to
could
know this
you could
for
tell
you
me.
to understand the point.
You
And closed system. Well, okay, there's three systems: isolated, closed, and open. Isolated are theoretical; they don't actually exist in nature. Open and closed do. But we'll get the ball rolling with the isolated system. Energy, we'll call that thermodynamic heat, and physical matter like gas can't enter or escape an isolated system. A closed system can let thermodynamic energy heat into the system but can't let physical matter, gas, out of the system. An open system, free transfer of both physical matter and energy heat. So if you've got a can of soda, right, and it's closed and you leave it in the car on a hot day and you come back, it's hotter. It might
Mhm.
even expand because of the pressure, and then you open the system and then the gas and the water come out. If the Earth was an open system, all that energy would leave. We're told the Earth is an open system, which violates the law I've just described. It must be closed to keep the energy in.
So Earth is a can? Is that what
No,
you're
it's a
saying?
closed thermodynamic system.
But how does your can explanation relate to Earth? Massive size of Earth.
Okay, so it's about open and closed systems. Do you know the difference between open and closed systems?
Yeah.
Good.
I do.
Good. So what do you need me to explain then? How it's relevant to the Earth? I've just described an open and a closed system. I've even opened a closed system. So if the
Yeah, so
system was
how
open, we wouldn't have pressure. The gas would fuck off.
And we know
but,
energy.
but you're using a can as an example in
Would you like
comparison
me
to
to use?
Earth,
Would
which
you
is
like
a
me to use
massive
any
body.
closed system? I'm just talking like very simply to my young friend here, right? I'm bringing up something that we all have access to. A can that gets hot over time. It's closed because you haven't opened it yet, but the heat got in it, didn't it?
Yeah, but that's
It's
a
a very
can. That's a
simple
very
example.
small container.
Yes.
And
And Earth is a very massive, big body, sir.
thermodynamic system, yeah.
Earth is a massive container. That's correct.
I didn't say it's a massive container. That's what you said.
It's a massive thermodynamic system, isn't it?
But you
Isn't
used a
it?
can
Sorry, hold
as
on.
something to.
Isn't
How
it?
does this follow?
But when
Excuse
no,
me.
but
Hello.
when we but
Isn't it?
can I mention one thing though?
Yes,
Because
you
with
can.
that experiment of the can, that was a very good experiment. But that's out of the container at that point. That's
But when you opened it,
that's energy being added outside the container now. So
yeah, like the sun.
yeah,
Yeah, so we get heat from the sun. It's radioactive energy, right?
yeah,
Propagated to us through heat. Now we can have that in an open and closed system, can't we?
yeah,
And what we can't have is free matter transfer, right? In a closed system, it has to be open for the matter to freely transfer. So
yeah.
if the system is open, the gas fucks off. If the Earth is an open system, residing uncontained from a vacuum, the thermodynamic law will say the gas fucks off.
To give you a simple example, you just take a
Matter
balloon.
exchange when it's closed though, right?
No free matter exchange when it's closed. Only energy exchange. That's why we had to open it to get the matter out.
Yeah, just think about a balloon. You blow into the balloon, you increase the pressure inside the balloon as you blow into it. But when you poke a hole into it, that greater pressure goes out the hole and equalizes with the outside lower pressure.
Yeah, I know, I know. It's just that's an isolated, experiment, and I'm out here thinking like we're not in a container. Like I'm just gonna keep it real. I get that
Fine.
you're pitching it at me, but it's like
But
I'm
then you
thinking bigger
can't
right
have
now. I'm trying to think
the
bigger.
gas and water cycles. Then you can't have the gas and water cycles. So you're screwed.
Yeah, as soon as you don't have a container, all the gas fucks off. As soon as you take all the gas away, all the water fucks off because it requires the gas pressure to stay a liquid. And so now you don't have any water or any air. How do you have life on Earth?
Yeah, sorry, bro. You're not on planet Spaceship Earth.
Damn.
And there's nothing you could do, right? Nothing that you could suggest to both you and I right now, right? That we could go out and practically do without too much trouble, right? That's reasonable, right? And within the realm of possibility to prove that when you look up at the sky, you're looking at an almost infinite, ever expanding vacuum, near perfect vacuum.
Yeah.
Nothing. It's a belief that you have. It's a belief. You believe that you are on an object in outer space, and there's nothing you could do to prove it.
And I get it. I mean, we were all there once, and the Hollywood movies showing all these globes and spaceships traveling through the globes makes it seem believable. But it's just a movie. It's just an idea in your head. It's not what you experience when you go outside.
But if you want to get that alien off your fucking ship, you better open the cargo bay doors.
you see what I posted? Arnold on Mars. Yeah, your head will blow off, dude. And in outer space, if it was real, it would be instant. So people going up in SpaceX cartoon ships wearing motorcycle outfits, that's not going to cut it. And I'm surprised you guys can't see that shit.
Is it a can guy wants to be unmuted?
You're up.
I only asked a question. I mean, I don't why all the hate.
Sure, no question. I'm going to put that on my wall. Is it a can? It was great. That's like my second favorite question of the day.
But the guy used the can as an example. I just asked, how does it follow in
now you
comparison to a massive size of Earth?
Would you like a larger container? Because it doesn't matter the system. If it's closed or open, it will act in the way that the law dictates. On the small scale, like the can of soda we left in the fucking car, and on the large scale, like the environment in which we live, because the law is universal without exception in all open and closed systems.
Okay. Does the can of soda have a certain what's the soda made of? I mean, what's the gas in it? What gas?
Dude, for real? You didn't hear him, bro. He just said in an open and closed system it was gonna work. But when the can is open, it's not gonna bulk
but
up.
what's the gas that's inside the can, though?
Yeah, it's closed. Yeah.
No, the gas. What gas is inside the soda?
Okay, you pick the gas. Pick any gas you want.
Carbon.
Okay, carbon dioxide?
Sure, let's say carbon dioxide. Sure, why not?
Okay, like what's actually in soda cans, that's what they carbonate it with? Right. So CO2 under pressure.
Yeah,
right?
The CO2 has a weight, doesn't it?
No.
What?
Does gas not have a weight? Do molecules not?
No, it doesn't. They don't.
It has atomic weight, but that will be to
molecules
do
don't
with
have weight?
Sorry. It will have an atomic weight, but that would be to do with the structure of the nucleus and the atom, the proton and the neutrons, and the amount of them. It's not weight as you think of a directional bias downwards. It's not the same thing, dude.
Yeah, and
so why is helium?
That's conceptualized by putting gas into a container and then calculating it. It's not actually weighing gas because gas is not falling.
Okay, so why does helium go up and the other gases go down?
That's because of the relative situation between the gases, multiple gases. You say lighter and denser ones. So it's going to be to do with the energy that the gases have. If they're hot, whether they're cold.
Lighter. That sounds like weight.
Yeah, relative to other gases. If you just isolate the one gas, you can lose the term heavy or light because it won't be relative to anything. So you can put whichever gas you want to inside a container and it will expand to fill the space.
All right, fair enough.
It's the concentration of the gas relative to the surrounding gas. For instance, you can take a hexafluoride gas and pour it into a fish tank. However, it will not stay in that fish tank because the gas is constantly diffusing upwards and the air is constantly diffusing downwards into the gas because it moves randomly and freely in all directions in straight line paths.
Cool, that's really cool.
The paths are not curving downwards due to gravity.
Okay, I wasn't talking about hexafluoride or whatever. I'm talking about very basic concepts here, right? Helium, and let's say carbon. Okay,
Yeah, that's the inverse of hexafluoride. That would flow out of the tank upwards instead of downwards, and you could capture it with a bucket upside down, but it would diffuse out of that bucket much faster than hexafluoride because it's closer to the air.
Cool. Can I ask the room because
So you're just waiting to speak, then, right? You weren't listening at all.
No, I heard everything he said.
How can you hear and talk at the same time?
Because I do not challenge whatever he said, and it's great. I do have a question though. Why is it that pilots have to wear gas masks when they fly really high up in the air?
Because there's less gas up there.
No, because there's less pressure, and when there's less pressure, it doesn't push the oxygen into your lungs as well, and you can't absorb it as well. That's why when you go into a hyperbaric chamber where there's greater pressure and more oxygen, you can absorb it better, even into your skin and bones and muscles. So the pressure plays a big role in this, and how well you can absorb the oxygen in the air. And that's one of the reasons why when they go really high up onto the mountain, they have tanks with oxygen in them to supplement the oxygen, and because the pressure makes it much harder to absorb it.
So the pressure really high up is low, right? Correct?
Yes.
Of atmospheric gases, yes.
Yeah.
So why is the pressure up in really high up in the sky low, but on the surface level it's quite nominal and normal? Why is that?
Is it cold?
No idea.
No idea.
What can we do
Different air
experimentally to change the pressure of gases? What can we do? What can we vary and manipulate?
Well, let's say because you need to maintain the gas in a certain place, right? A container, right?
No. We can change the pressure of a gas just by manipulating the temperature, right?
Yes.
Excuse me. What is pressure? What exactly
Pressure
is pressure?
pressure is force over area, a physical boundary for gas to pressure against.
Okay, so if I pumped a container with more molecules, then the pressure would rise, correct?
Yeah, Boyle's law, yeah.
And if I reduce the molecules in a container, the pressure will go down, correct?
Yes.
There'll be more space between the molecules.
If I also have the same amount of gas but increase and decrease the temperature, pressure will go up and down. Because the gas interacts more often because of the energy given to it by T, so more collisions. Doesn't mean more gas.
And if you heat the gas, it moves more faster. That's why we have this on circulating, right?
Also, if you reduce the volume, if you reduce the size of the container,
where are we going with this? Got a container, we've got gas in it. The container, the fixed volume is going to cause the pressure when the gas presses against it. If we vary manipulate the temperature of the gas, that's going to cause more or less pressure, more collisions. If we take out or put more gas in, it's going to create more or less pressure. Okay, what else?
Okay, so we established that the gas on the surface is nominal as we know it, and the pressure up in the sky is lower. So this technically says, yeah, sure, the pressure is lower up in the sky, but then are the number of molecules lesser, right? So this is why pilots need to have gas masks so that they can breathe a mixture of oxygen, nitrogen, and all kinds of gases.
This is fascinating. All right, we'll get to the point of it's hard to breathe up in the sky. Where are you going with this?
Yeah, so it appears to me that you guys are in the impression that there's a container around our Earth. Is that correct?
We have gas pressure, yes.
Okay, so why would there need to be a container to explain the fact that if oxygen has a weight, or let's say, right, weight, pressure, whatever you want to call it, why does there have to be a container to maintain this gas on the surface of Earth?
Because the second law of thermodynamics will dictate if the system is open, the gas will fill the available space. It needs to be a closed system to, one, keep the fucking gas here, and two, for there to be pressure. As pressure is defined as the force the gas exerts upon the walls of its container. Right.
Okay.
Do you want me to write this down for you?
How does thermodynamics, your second law, explain the gases having weight? Because
when you mean weight, do you mean a vector?
Yeah, they're being pushed downwards.
Hold on, I haven't finished. I want to be clear. Do you mean a vector downwards?
Yeah, correct.
Okay, do gases do this only vector downwards?
No, of course, they move in all directions, but on a wider scale.
Why do gases move randomly and freely in all directions? Why do you think that is?
Sure, they can move in all directions, but on long term, the gas usually settles downwards.
Long term, indefinitely, right?
Yeah,
because of the kinetic energy. Hold on, my friend, given to it by the temperature. Now, as long as the gas has a temperature, anything above absolute fucking zero, the gas is going to move in a constant straight line motion, only deflecting from its path after a collision.
Okay, so if the gases move in all directions, why aren't the gases moving upwards? Why are the heavy
They are.
gases not
They
constantly
are.
moving
That's
upwards?
hold on. We went through this earlier. So, quick example: the fucking water cycle. Gas is produced at the water level when temperature is increased. Dynamic bonds are broken. The water turns to gas and goes up.
Blah blah blah. I don't give a fuck.
Good.
Nigger, nigger.
Poor guy.
Right. So,
it's actually my bad.
okay, so wait. So if gases move in all directions, right? Then technically, your second law of thermodynamics would also make it true that the gases that are on the surface of the Earth technically should move also upwards or in all directions, as you said, and all
They
the
do.
lesser pressure gases should be on the lower side. So we should all be wearing gas masks at this point.
Incorrect.
So why is that?
Because gas is generated at ground level and gas is removed from the system above in the gas cycles. Dumbass. Also,
The
we have
what?
a temperature
Excuse me?
gradient. Also, we have a temperature gradient, which means the temperature is higher near the ground because
Wait.
light scatters on the ground, creating thermal energy, and that heats the air. It doesn't scatter as much in the air, creating thermal energy in the air. So most
Okay,
of the
just
temperature
slow
is
down.
generated at ground level. So that's where the temperature is highest and the pressure of the gas is highest.
Okay, can you remind me what the first law of thermodynamics is?
Energy can't be created or destroyed.
Okay, so this guy just said that gases were generated. What do you mean by generated?
No,
And
gas is created added to the system
what do you
at
mean created?
ground level. For
How
instance,
created?
like he described earlier, liquid turns into vapor, water vapor, and then rises upwards.
And
That's gas being
as it
added
drops,
into the system at ground level, just like trees
and
and phytoplankton create oxygen, which is added into the system at ground level.
Okay, but how does this follow my question, which
yeah,
was if gases move in all directions, why don't we have the lighter gases on the lower surface
Because
level
of the
and the heavier
I already
gases up?
explained this to you. Did you not listen? Because of the temperature gradient, gas is most high pressure down here, and then as it cools, it goes into its cycles, where it cycles back down, and you get rain, and then that gas is removed above and then added back to the cycle below. So naturally, you would have a gradient. Meanwhile, you have a claim that gravity is causing a pressure. And we have no experimental
I didn't
results
even
that
mention
show that.
gravity.
You claimed earlier that gravity was causing it.
No, I just said that the molecules have a weight and that they have a vector
Yeah.
downwards. I didn't say
Yeah.
gravity, but I'm glad you mentioned gravity.
What do you claim? What do you claim is the cause of weight?
Well, you answered it. You said it yourself.
Yeah.
Clearly,
So I'm not
you've
wrong then.
talked
So
about
what
this
are you
subject. Excuse
equivocating
me,
about?
man. I'm just a minute.
No.
Yeah?
What are you whining about when I'm not wrong then?
Because it's not temperature that's affecting the gases.
You have yet to prove or show that gravity is causing pressure of gases, which would increase their temperature.
it's random motion is causing the pressure on all sides.
If gas molecules were accelerating downwards, that would be applying and adding kinetic energy to the gas molecules, which would heat them.
Stuff. Why are you even talking? I was talking to Jedi. Why are you even talking?
You can fucking talk.
My argument, my debate was with Jedi,
than
sir.
I am.
My
Yeah, but
girlfriend.
my discussion was with Jedi, though.
It's
So
fine.
I don't know why this guy's jumping in.
Because he wants to, and I've allowed him to.
Yeah,
But
but this guy
I want to talk to you.
Listen, but you believe that this is like a debate, the laws of thermodynamics. You're debating that. That's nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
There's no debate.
Did you just join in the channel?
No, I've been here for almost 10 years. So just relax, dude.
Oh, I feel. Oh,
But
I've
why
been
are
here
you
for 10
saying
years.
that thermodynamics don't matter? Why would you say that?
Who said that?
Thermodynamics don't matter. Oh God.
I didn't say that.
The guy that just, I don't know, I just heard somebody say that, my bad.
Okay, so I'm not sure how your temperature gradient explains why weaker gases aren't on the surface lower. I mean, there's temperature changes all the time on Earth. It's either winter, summer, whatever. Catastrophic events like I don't know, volcanoes,
Doesn't
for
change the
example.
temperature gradient.
So explain this to me. Why, when a volcano explodes and all these gases
Oh my
go up, why
God,
do
here
they
we
go
go.
up? Yeah, why doesn't the smoke go down then,
How
or
come
in
they
all
don't go down
directions?
like you said? You said they have a downward vector. What the fuck happened?
Yeah,
That's
exactly. I
because it
mean,
hot.
but you
No,
Look at
said
that's
the
that
all
gases
loser.
you.
go in
That's
all
all on
directions.
you. That's all
Look at
on
the
you.
loser.
You said they go down, and now what happened? Now they've flipped
Sure,
on you.
sure,
Yeah,
yeah,
they're all
sure.
going
So
up.
those
They're all
gases,
going
yeah.
up because they're hot.
Excuse me, the gases that go out of the volcano are lighter gases, hence why they're going upwards. Carbon.
They're hot.
Yeah, sure, they're hot, but they're also lighter molecules, and they go up. It's smoke,
They
gas.
also have heavier molecules and particulates. They also have heavier molecules and particulates, which are going up into the sky and can create an ash cover. Those are not lighter than air. However,
Okay.
they're going up because the flow is so great because of the temperature.
Okay, but they're certainly not going in all directions, as you guys claimed.
They are. The plume is expanding upwards. That's why the ash
Upwards.
cover can cover multiple countries where the volcano is not situated.
Okay, but why isn't this smoke going sideways or downwards?
It is.
No, it's not.
It is.
Okay, it's up and
It is
sideways.
No, it's
expanding
not.
in all
Watching this
directions.
fucking play war.
However, the plume itself
Earth
is
is
hotter than the
like a
surrounding.
pancake.
The plume itself is hotter than the surrounding air, so the density difference between the two creates a boundary. So
Okay.
relative to each other, that plume is hotter and less dense, and so rises.
Okay,
Once
so
it
when it cools off,
once it cools, you eventually get ash fall, and it rains ash. I live in Iceland, bro. I live this.
it's great, good for you. But see, when the smoke or where the carbon gas or whatever, when it cools off, it does go up, but it still doesn't explain why it still keeps going up and why it's not expanding sideways or all over the place, downward.
It is.
upwards,
Gas is
left,
going
right.
all directions. Yeah, gas
It's
is
a
going all
random
directions.
Not
Random
really.
motion.
No,
No,
It
really, they
is,
do. They
though.
go in all directions. Really.
Yeah, it
not
is.
You
really.
claiming it
does
isn't doesn't
expand.
change the fact that it is, okay?
Sure,
you
sure, it
just saying
expands,
it is. You just saying gas doesn't expand in all direction, doesn't actually prove that it doesn't. You're violating gas laws and basic freaking science.
I could say the same for you. You're actually.
Well, as soon as they get to rest in their like the equilibrium that they're at that moment, because there are a lot of crazy different things happening. As soon as those come into equilibrium, then there should be something you can measure either way, right?
I
mean, one's going to be flat, one's going to be gravity, one's going to be gravity pulling stuff straight towards Earth. Sorry, my bad. Going straight towards Earth, and then you're going to find other things like helium going off of Earth. But I mean, there's certain. I don't know. I just haven't studied that as much. I didn't go to college for this thing, but it's weird that I'm in this discussion. My God.
Are you a flat earther?
I'm a globe earther, but I don't think we went to the moon. I don't want to take over. I was already talking like about an hour and a half ago. I just came in to be stupid. Sorry. My bad.
Yeah, at least you know we didn't go to the moon.
It worked.
Coffee.
Excuse me. I have a question. What if there's a container around Earth? What's this container made of?
Cheese.
Happiness.
Happiness
this
and
is a serious
rainbows.
question.
It's made out of
This is a serious-
rainbows, and you can see them sometimes.
But
It's
this is a
it's
serious
fucking
question.
unicorn orgasms. That's it.
So what's this container made of?
I think that's ultimately irrelevant, with the point being that there must be a container to have gas pressure in the
Okay,
first
what's
place.
it made of?
What it's made of is completely
Yeah, it shouldn't be irrelevant.
that there must
How
be
is this
a
irrelevant?
container.
Hillary
No one
Clinton
cares.
talked about the glass dome.
But if there's a container, it affects so many things, like the light, if it was made of glass,
Prove what
could
it
also
prove what it
act like a
does.
magnifying
Prove what
glass.
it does.
Have you ever used?
Prove what it does.
Excuse me. Have you ever used
Prove
a
what it
magnifying?
does.
Have you ever used a magnifying glass to the sun and burned something? Can you imagine if the container was made of glass?
Can you imagine? Can
Real
you
quick,
imagine?
guys. Real quick, 1 second. The issue that you're
Also, if
having
there's
is
a
that you're
container,
not
wouldn't we all like heat up and like melt and stuff?
Listen, bro.
Boil?
No.
You have
Because
to
we have-
consider that
we have
there's
the
things
sky.
that there's stuff that we can know and check, like the behavior of gases and the antecedent to that, the container, because the gases exert the walls and exert the force against the walls of the container to create the pressure, causing the pressure. But there's also unknowns, right? There is no way that you can go and check what is the container made of, how big it is, what is the distance, what is the medium behind the container. Those are unknowns, and you're gonna have to accept that.
Yeah, but whenever have you ever said, "Hey"? Whenever you ever said, like, "Hey, this."
So containers made of magic, and there's no answer to it. That's it. I just have to accept it.
Yeah,
we're not claiming anything like that. No. The thing about the sun
listen.
is
It's like
the sun
like
wouldn't
when you get a steak, a ribeye, and you don't know the color of the cow, how heavy was the cow. You have a ribeye, and you know there was a cow, but you don't ask what was the eye color of the cow.
We know the container, yeah, but eye color and container are two completely different things. I'm like, if I'm in something that's surrounding me and it's isolating me from the outside, I should know it, right?
No, we're Americans. We got everything documented.
It's okay. Logically, you can ask the question. It's okay, but if you want the answer, you will have to go and find out for yourself. And at the moment, that's an unknown. If you really want to know, go ahead and check if you can go find it and answer your question.
I flew on many
Do not think that I already did that.
And I looked out the window and I see no container. So
I said it's made of rainbows. Look in the chat. You can see my proof. It's made of rainbows right there.
Oh my god.
Why do we have to
wait a minute. If that's a container, why is it a sphere? And why is it not covering
stronger?
Not covering the entire sky though.
It's stronger.
If we are in it.
Well, that's the rainbow. It said it's made of rainbows. You only see one. It's made of like 691.34 million or something like that.
All right. Well, that's a good picture. I'm not gonna lie. Because you can only see a reflection like that if it's like.
So if there's a container, why can't I see my reflection if I look up into it?
Well, we're not making any claims about how the container operates, so we're not making any claims beyond the gas
But you said there's a container, though.
and things that we're not making any claims beyond the gas laws and things you can test for yourself, and you can see that gas is not impeded by gravity going upwards. Like you can test it yourself. You're on the ground.
There's no reason
gravity is supposed to be strongest. It just
And also remember, look, dude. Also remember,
Wait a minute.
the question
Wait.
the question
If you
is
can see the
not
world.
that if. Listen, bro. The question is not that if there is a container. The question actually is if there was no container, how are you breathing air? How are you breathing?
All right.
Because if there was no container, the
Yes, there was a
pressure that you
container,
use
though.
to breathe, it will be leaving your lungs violently.
If there was a container, though, it'd be made of something, right?
Wait, just a second. Wait. So if you can see with your eyes, if you can see the world that is flat, right, with your eyes, and you can prove it, and you're claiming that there's a container. So if you can't see the container, how do you know the container's there?
Air pressure proves it.
Dude.
Oh, air pressure proves it. So then, therefore, wait. For the globers, if they could also say that their GPS systems and satellites and everything prove that the world is round, then
No, flat. It proves it's flat.
But if the world is
I don't
flat,
know.
you can see
I don't
it.
think so.
Where's your container? Why can't I see it?
Gravity is our container.
prove that.
What do you mean?
Well,
So why don't you prove that there's a container?
Gravity containers? What the fuck is that, dudes?
Well, it's 14 psi at the surface, and it goes a lot lighter as you go higher in the sky. That's all you need to know.
That's
No,
true.
that's
So
not. That has nothing to do with gravity, and you've yet
Gravity
to
is
try
the
to
container.
tie gravity into gas
I think
pressure.
it does.
You
I
hold
think it
on.
has a lot to do with
Hold on.
gravity.
Wait. Stop
I
one
believe
second.
it does, even though it violates gas laws, even though it violates the second law of thermodynamics.
It
You
don't.
need to be able to show gravity preventing gas pressure from expanding into the volume above.
No, I just
Have you
all I have to
have
show
you
is that it.
have you traveled to
Okay, my bad.
have you gone
Wow.
to the atmosphere and seen that there's
So Tony, you claim that air is being pulled to the ground, didn't you?
There you go. Okay, cool. Yeah. Not air, just all molecules that are dense, or like are thick enough, dense
So
enough.
gases
to be
go in
pulled
all
down.
directions, but gases just go down.
They don't all go down. I mean, some go up, but they end up as soon as they get to a certain point.
Some just
they
go down, and some just go up, and that's how it works.
Well, like what one? How many? Well, okay, maybe two gases go up, right? I mean, go up to the point where other gases don't go up. You know, I mean, like you're talking about like helium.
You can just heat the gas. You can just
stuff
heat
that's
gas.
lighter than air.
You can heat air to make currents flow around in a room. All you have to do is heat air.
But as soon as the air is not heated anymore, it falls down. As soon as the air isn't heated, it falls down.
Tony, you making a claim that you know what the gases are doing past the point that you can check.
But
you have any verification.
you're making a claim that says that you know past where it doesn't go.
Oh God, dude, let me finish my freaking sentence. So there is a limitation at a place that you can check the pressure of gases, because there's a point that you don't have any check and balances of where the pressure is and where the gases go. You're saying that the gases stop going up at a certain altitude, but you don't actually know that. And
anyone who has gauges
that is happening at the higher levels, you don't know what's actually happening up there with the gases.
Anyone in here, okay, I got you.
That the gases are stopping to go somewhere. That's just a baseless assertion. You don't actually know that.
Okay, cool. What I'm saying is, anyone in here that's been
you're gonna be muted from now on. You're gonna be muted indefinitely since you interrupted me.
My turn.
Just talk to someone else. Forget about Tony.
I bet you still had the smoke detector mounted on the ceiling of his house, though, huh? Mr. Gases go down.
Oh no, I thought we already talked about this. We talked about what type of molecules we're using. We already know what type of gas we're using. Like, I don't know why we on this still.
Yeah, so not gravity then, just gas cycles, guys.
Pointing out that no baller puts smoke detectors on their floors in their house.
I couldn't hear you. Cut out the last part. I don't know if anybody caught that.
Yeah, even radon. Sorry, go on.
No clovers in here put their smoke detectors on their floors in their house. I wonder why.
Exactly. Even things like radon detectors are put halfway up the wall. They're not like on the floor.
so about about you being able to prove that the world is flat with your eyes, then therefore you could prove that there's a container with your eyes. Correct?
Yep.
You know what a triangle is?
You realize you can't even prove gas exists with your eyes? They're invisible.
I can't hear anything you're saying.
I can't see no container, so how's the container there?
Antecedent of air pressure is a container, of gas pressure is a container.
Okay.
Can't have gas pressure without a container. So you have gas pressure, you have to have a container.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the end.
And did you do any experiment yourself to prove that there is a container around Earth?
Yep. Air pressure proves it.
Listen, real quick.
I did an experiment. I did an experiment for you. I tried my hardest to pump a lot of air into a bucket. It wouldn't hold greater pressure in the bucket, no matter how much I invoked gravity to do it.
Isolated.
Also, the only way that you can demonstrate the gas pressure is within a container. There's no other way that you can demonstrate that. So you're trying to find an idea that it might not, it's not the container, it has to be something else, but you cannot demonstrate any other way. You cannot demonstrate gas pressure without a container. So why you're discarding the only thing that can be demonstrable? You're
Okay.
hand waving
If you use an experiment to demonstrate gas pressure, would me firing a rocket be a decent experiment that you guys would accept?
What's the experiment?
No.
It's a let's say it's a rocket that has a tracker, GPS tracker on it.
So what's the experiment? Rockets push off of air pressure?
No. It's something
about
different.
rockets. You said it's about rockets.
Yeah, I have an
Get
experiment.
cold or what?
It's an experiment. So you guys use an experiment to back
What's
up
the
the
experiment?
idea.
Yeah, let's hear your experiment.
You're interrupting me. I was saying, you guys have the experiment with the gas pressure to prove that there's a container, right? Well, I have an experiment with the rocket that I fired and has a tracker on it and a GPS tracker. So, would you like to hear it?
Yes.
Wonderful. So, when I fire this rocket, and of course it has a GPS tracker on it.
Just
and I
post your
follow
stuff in chat and we'll read it.
It's a BM-21 Grad, okay?
No, I don't know what that means.
That's a rocket. That's a rocket launcher. That's a Grad, a Soviet Grad.
Go ahead,
rocket
and
launcher.
post it for
There you
us.
I want to hear it.
I want to see what he did. Wonder if he's smiling in the pictures.
Okay, so this thing here, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, go on. Go on. Tell us what you're going to do.
Awesome. So, if you put a tracker on one of the rockets and you track this on a GPS on a map, right, in real time, and you fire this rocket and it goes very far away, right? Okay, the maximum distance is about 30 kilometers, right? And this, if supposedly
In
the
what
world
direction?
is flat,
In what direction?
excuse me, any direction, right?
In what
If
direction?
any direction. If supposedly the world is flat,
30 kilometers, you said.
yeah, let's say 30 kilometers, yeah.
Okay, yeah, go on.
Yeah, so if
Like
the world was
horizontally,
flat,
across the ground, across just
no,
above
not
the surface.
horizontally. No, this missile goes in a what do you call it? Parabolic trajectory, right?
Oh, because
Right, so 30 kilometers altitude.
No, it's
And
the
it has no
maximum
guidance.
distance. It's the maximum possible distance the rocket can travel. 30 kilometers.
Right. In what direction?
In any direction, sir.
So horizontally.
I'm assuming 360 degrees, yes. Any
Horizontally.
direction.
So we can shoot it across the surface.
Well, since it goes in a parabolic trajectory, if you shoot it in a horizontal surface, the distance would be very low and it will explode closer, the rocket.
I see. You're not worried about how high it goes. You're just worried about how far across the surface it's going to travel before it hits the ground.
Sure, yes. And
right, okay.
And when
Sorry, continue.
When you fire the rocket, assuming, of course, you try to get the maximum distance, which is at an angle, it has to be fired to get the max distance, right?
Yeah, welcome to flat Earth.
Let's say 45 degrees, right? Just hypothetically
Welcome to flat
speaking.
Earth. Welcome to flat Earth.
Yeah, especially if you're saying 45 degrees. Damn.
What's wrong with what I'm saying?
Because you can't make angles from the surface of a ball, so you're kind of screwed. I'll give you an example.
Okay, so I'll just go ahead and finish what I have to say. So, assuming the world is flat, yeah, awesome. So,
Yeah,
assuming
works on a flat Earth, absolutely.
I'm getting interrupted. Assuming the world is flat, right? When you fire this rocket, At a certain distance, this rocket starts going down into the horizon. And this rocket continues flying downwards into the horizon. And you can track it on your computer, and it's still traveling. So how do you explain
you
the
think
rocket
when the
going?
rocket? Do you think when the
Excuse
rocket?
me, I am not
no,
done.
no. When the
no?
rocket
Oh,
goes
you
to
don't
the
like what I say.
horizon, do you think the horizon is the geometric sphere edge of your globe?
Would you please be kind enough to let me finish what I had to say?
Not without identifying these important
I
points.
just want to understand where you're coming from. You're thinking the
Sure,
rocket
if you
is
let me
going
finish,
behind the
I'll
globe
explain.
edge, right?
I'll explain everything if you just let me fucking finish. Thank you. So this rocket goes down into the horizon and continues flying. Now, assuming the world is flat, technically, when it hits the horizon, it should explode, right? But it doesn't.
Incorrect.
It just continues.
That's why I wanted your
continues
correction
flying.
here. No, stop. Incorrect. That's why I wanted your understanding here of what you think the horizon is.
It's just the point that the horizontal maxed view you can see of the surface of the Earth.
Horizontal.
Well, not a globe then.
More flat Earth crap, huh?
Yeah.
You keep
It's
stealing
what
our
your eyes
flat
can
Earth
see.
stuff, dude. You keep stealing
So,
our
yeah.
arguments.
Angles,
So can you explain how the rocket continues flying? Can you explain why the rocket keeps flying?
Yes, the Earth is flat.
Easy. Earth is flat, and the horizon is an optical phenomenon. And so when you see the rocket go down near the horizon, it's going down in your optical view, just like when you look down a corridor and you see the ceiling appear to converge down with the floor. So the ceiling is not actually coming together into a point, and you're not trapped in the tunnel, little man. It's okay. You can walk towards the exit. It's not actually coming together into a point, just like the rocket is not actually coming down and hitting the ground.
Wow, that's cool. But and if I use the different, all right, and if I use the missile that goes at 1,000 kilometers, then what?
Then it's flying
Same
1,000
shit.
kilometers over a flat Earth.
Oh,
Just like I showed you here in the NASA documents.
that's crazy.
No, it's not crazy at all. The vehicle with 6 degrees of freedom of
You have no understanding of how
symmetry
perspective
and roll,
works.
and the missile position in space is computed relative to a flat, non-rotating Earth.
Are you trolling?
Oh my God. I can't believe that NASA released that document that says rockets are fired over a flat, non-rotating Earth. Can you believe that, Glober?
That's crazy because I'm under the assumption that this missile keeps flying downwards.
Yeah,
into
you were
the
wrong.
Earth.
You were wrong.
That's crazy. That's just,
Downwards.
You can't
That's
believe that you
crazy.
were wrong? Are you baffled that you were wrong this whole time?
No, it just doesn't make sense. How is it perspective if it continues flying downwards if the world is flat? Just how?
Yeah, but downwards. So is that perspective or is that an actual down?
Well,
Let me help you out a little bit more.
Flies downwards into the horizon and it keeps flying downwards.
Relax. Let me help you out a little bit more. You see an airplane fly above you. It flies away. You keep watching it. It goes towards the horizon. You're like, oh no, everybody died.
That doesn't follow. How does this follow?
The airplane is at an equal altitude flying above you. It's not actually descending down towards the ground. It's simply perspective.
Do you not know what parabolic trajectory is? So the plane goes, pretty straight. It goes flat. It goes.
I know. That's because it's flying
missiles don't go flat.
linearly,
They
but
go
the
parabolically.
parabolic trajectory, you can see, for instance, with a rocket, you can see the rocket do a parabolic trajectory, but that doesn't change the fact that it's still in perspective. You don't change from perspective to some donkey
No, it doesn't follow your logic at all. It doesn't. It's not logical at all because it's parabolic trajectory, meaning it goes up and then goes down.
Parabolic.
When it goes down.
Okay, so can you give us the data? Can you just data?
Excuse me? You're cutting out.
Give us the data. Give us the data for what you're claiming.
What should I give you?
Data of the trajectory of the rocket or the airplane, for that matter.
Sorry, just parabolic trajectory, bro. Just use a parabolic.
No, don't just say it. I want you to provide the data. Give us the
Why
data.
do you want me to provide you with a generator for parabolic trajectory? Just Google it.
That's not what he asked.
I want you to give us the data from the instrument. Because we're not going to argue about whether or not it's perspective or if it's actually going down. We just go ahead and use the instrumentation, correct?
Are you saying if you see something do a parabola in the air, perspective doesn't exist?
So I'm going to provide some data, I guess, for parabolic trajectory, which is self-explanatory, which is something that goes up, goes down, right, in a curved way.
Of the rocket,
right?
Yeah, give it to us.
So,
Yeah.
So when so when I said 30 kilometers, and then I said
No,
1,000
don't say, don't say I want the data from the instruments, please.
Why can't you just Google it yourself? It's over there. It's on Google.
This is your claim, my friend. This is your claim.
Okay.
You said it was your rocket. We want to see the elevation of the rocket from the ground, the entire trip, and then we can show you how, well, the elevation is flat, buddy.
Elevation of the rocket? Why elevation?
Because that's going to be
Elevation
taken
is
from a
not
horizontal.
necessary. You just need
sorry.
angle
for you
at
to be
which you're-
speaking. For you to be speaking about elevation or altitude of the rocket at any time, this will be taken from a horizontal reference datum. The altitude will be so far above mean sea level.
I didn't mention.
And then of course,
that wasn't something I said. That was your other guy. He said that.
Oh, okay. No worries. So just give us the data then. Just go ahead and provide that. Put it in the side chat, please.
Wait, no, that's not true. You referenced elevation angle.
Very simple diagram explaining parabolic trajectory, how it works.
No, I don't want the diagram. I want the data from the rocket.
Sorry.
Oh, let me just go. Let me just go 2 years. Yeah, let me just go 2 years in the past.
Diagram.
Yeah,
There's
let me
a flat
just go back.
baseline between the
Excuse me.
target and the cannon. It's flat between those two.
Excuse me. I cannot go back in the past 2 years ago to provide you with data.
Well, why are you making this claim then? Because you don't have any data, and you're using down and up in reference to a horizontal plane. In reference to a horizontal. Right. So you're claiming a flat Earth. Welcome to flat Earth. Thank you.
Representing absolutely everything I said. No, I'm talking about
I'm not.
Trajectory on what you claim is a flat Earth surface, and you claiming that the rocket, by perspective,
I'm not claiming anything.
Reason would somehow curve, and that makes no sense.
I'm talking about your claim. Is that parabolic arc? What was that measured against, by the way?
So you seem to misunderstand what I said because you're misrepresenting what I said.
Isn't that weird? I went ahead and asked you a question and you totally ignored it. What is that parabolic arc in reference to?
This specific diagram shows you how cannonballs go in a parabolic trajectory.
Shows a flat Earth.
So I'm talking about rockets
in reference to
parabolic trajectory, and the rocket.
Okay, so against a flat Earth. So it's a flat Earth then.
If you're talking about something different, why'd you post that then?
Because they asked me for some kind of data, and I provided what parabolic trajectory is.
Of what you're talking about, not something you're not talking about. So if what you posted isn't what you're talking about.
Okay, sure. Give me a sec.
You were also specifically told that we didn't want just a graph of a parabolic curve. That was not what we're looking for. I also showed you a rocket going in a parabolic curve towards the horizon or perspective.
You guys asked me to provide you with data about that rocket experiment. That's like 2 years ago. I don't have that data to provide. The fuck?
Oh, that sucks. So I guess that's inconclusive.
Yeah, it's not an experiment either.
None of what I said dismisses how rockets work, and none of what I said.
Okay, so do they?
None of what I said is anything I said.
Okay, so you just posted
warning says who?
You just posted another rocket thing with a flat baseline. Again, I'm
Parabolic.
saving that for my proof. It goes in my
Yes,
proof
I
folder.
provided a diagram of how
For flat
parabolic
Earth.
trajectory
Yes,
works.
on a flat Earth.
Yeah,
Correct.
but you're not explaining why
Find
the
the
rocket
one on globe Earth.
But you do not explain how the
Find
rockets
the one on globe Earth that you
No,
said
you're
you
not
did.
explaining how the rocket goes through the horizon and it's still being tracked.
Oh, it's too
and
far
still
away for you.
flying.
Too far away for you.
What's your answer
One
to
sec,
that?
Let me
one sec.
help you.
I just want to know where's the horizon in your diagram?
Yeah, through the horizon. What?
All right, let me draw something just a second.
Yeah, let me
Well, we
help you
actually
out
try
while
our
you're
answer
drawing
here.
that.
They did the
Let me
rocket
help you.
go.
Let me help you out while you're drawing that. So,
And put your formula in your drawing too.
when you see the rocket up on the horizon, cresting the horizon, and you think if the Earth was flat, they would explode. However, if you looked at the data you don't have, you would see that the elevation of the rocket is not at ground level. It's purely an optical effect.
Wrong.
What?
Yeah,
It's
elevation
completely right.
absolutely is irrelevant at this point because my,
So the
my
missile
argument
is
isn't.
at ground level.
Excuse
Then
me, you're
the elevation
interrupting.
is at ground level. You said it
You're
was wrong.
interrupting constantly.
You said it was wrong. I'm trying to
Yeah, maybe you could
the
not
elevation was wrong.
dogpile and let me say something, right?
I'm
So
trying to understand. Can you answer that?
right. So maybe you can be patient and not interrupt, and maybe you can hear my point and then argue it. Wonderful. Okay, so my initial point here, context, the main argument here is that the missile or rocket or whatever, when it has a parabolic trajectory, and when it reaches this so-called horizon, according to your perspective, apparently on my computer, I can see this missile continue flying downwards into the horizon. So technically, what this would mean is that it continues flying. At some point, it will explode, but because of the parabolic trajectory, it continues flying. If the world was flat, this is not possible because the missile would explode.
No, that's incorrect. No, that's incorrect. If you were to see when the rocket is on the horizon and you check what's the elevation of the rocket right now, it's not at ground level. So
it is
what
at
you're
ground
seeing,
level.
No, it's not.
You fire missiles from ground levels, sir.
Bro, when the rocket has been fired and it hasn't reached its target yet, however, you visually, optically see it up at the horizon as if it's hitting the ground. It's not actually hitting the ground, just like I told you earlier. The tunnel is not actually coming together into a point. The ceiling is not touching the floor, buddy.
Okay. So if you agree that there's a perspective and an illusion, then how do you know that your world is flat and it's not round?
Because it's that understanding of that understanding of perspective and how the world shows us to it. It's how we see the world as flat. He's just pointed it out.
I love the XY chart, dude.
Is the world flat or round?
The XY. I want to see a curved X and then a straight Y, the way you claim.
I mean, at this point, you guys are just denying how rockets work as well. This is crazy.
You showed us
for the horizon at distance.
You posted it for us. You showed us flat Earth.
How did I show you? How did I? What? How? What? How? How does this
You're going to have to answer this question. What's the horizon?
It's the maximum distance you can see.
Yeah.
It looks
so
horizontal
it's just the
and
maximum
linear.
distance that you can see.
Yeah.
Right? And the rocket
So how do you explain a missile flying downwards into it and continues flying?
Perspective. That was pointed out just like less than a minute ago. When you look down a street,
you're dismissing
why are you
parabolic
talking
trajectories, sir.
Sorry, say that again.
Yeah, if a missile goes in a parabolic trajectory and it goes downwards, then it's going towards the surface of the Earth. It's falling.
Yeah. Yes.
So it falls through the horizon, through the Earth.
No, beyond the horizon.
Are you not getting how? Can you not compute this? Do you not understand what's happening here?
But it's beyond the horizon, beyond the limitation of view, and it's gone beyond that, and then hits the. It's gone beyond that and then hit the floor. Wow.
Sure. Yeah, but what part of parabolic do you not understand? It goes down.
Curve above
and
the horizontal
continues
plane that you've posted twice.
Okay, let's do this. If you can time,
just like you posted.
If you take a watch and you time the rockets.
Stop. Shut up. Shut up. No, bro.
All right. No,
Go
this
ahead.
is rude. You're interrupting me.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. What happens if you change the optic? Because if you're talking about the human eye, the horizon's going to be 3 miles away. But if we use like a camera, something super zoomy, binoculars, telescope, the horizon's going to appear further away. We're going to have a further render distance. We can see further. Are you taking this into account?
Fair enough.
That's why
I'm not denying that.
I asked you. No, that's why I asked you to, on your diagram, mark the position of the horizon on your diagram for us.
Okay, give me a sec.
It's orthographic. It's not going to show the perspective of the situation anyway, because things with distance are looking like they're going to going down anyway, especially when an object obviously is because of the path of the object going downwards. So we've got 2 compounding factors.
Bear in mind, I'm on my phone, so this is very hard to do.
I just want to see it.
You should have been able to look up military calculations for that shit using those rockets, and it would have given you the globe, how far away the target is, the angles for each side from a tangent line, and all this weird shit. But no, what you gave us was a cannon and a target on a flat line, which is how it works in reality.
Exactly.
Yeah, how it works in reality. You give it to
why are you interrupting him? Just a moment. Why are you interrupting him? You got pissed off at somebody. Excuse me. You got pissed off at somebody earlier for interrupting. Now you're doing the same fucking thing.
You know the thing that he hasn't realized yet? That he's been using the terms up and down, and there is no up and down on the globe.
Correct.
So just by saying up or down, and then you combine that and say up and down, you debunk the globe right there.
It's over.
100%.
Debunk the globe.
There is no up and down on a globe, dude.
So I stopped. I'm not going to do the diagram because you guys are not patient and you want to discuss instead, right?
You can. That's an excuse.
It's either we discuss or you wait for me to do the diagram. What is it?
Excuse me. We can discuss whatever the hell we want to while you're making your little diagram. I'm sorry. Are your fifis hurt?
I wasn't being rude to you. Why are you being rude to me?
Nobody's being rude.
We can talk about whatever we want to. This is an open forum. Why don't you just go ahead and grow up and make your diagram?
In that case, why do you constantly mute your opponents whenever they have something to say?
Have you been muted? Have you been muted this entire time?
3 times.
This enjoyer guy is really disingenuous, by the way. I've dealt with him on multiple times.
This is him just trying not to do the diagram and just running away.
Yeah. Make the diagram, dude. Or concede. I think you're going to concede, right? You're going to concede that you are incorrect because you're not going to make your diagram, are you?
He's known for
no. What I will do is not go into much length because this is ridiculous.
Okay. Bye.
And I will agree with what's his name.
Bye. Bye.
Oh. What's up? What?
Bye.
What's wrong? What?
Bye.
What?
You said you can't do
remember
it.
Something. Remember
you
something.
You got no answer for why missiles go through your flat Earth?
They don't.
Remember something though. In your diagram,
they do.
Make sure that you don't use up and down in your diagram.
They do, sir. This is how cruise missiles work.
They don't go
on a flat Earth.
Showed us. They impact You're talking about.
He showed us a flat Earth diagram. You showed us a flat Earth diagram.
This is simply a basic diagram explaining how parabolic trajectory works.
Right. Which is not a reference.
It's really not a flat Earth diagram.
The calculations on a horizontal surface. You gave us the fucking math.
Oh, I gave you how parabolic trajectory works, which you completely dismiss when I explain to you that a missile falls downwards. It goes through your horizon. You're supposed.
Why are you dismissing the fact?
Or is it optical? And is it going to change depending on the optic that you use?
I could say the same thing and say that the world is round, and you think that your optics are flat.
Does the horizon change with distance depending on the optic that you use?
If it's the optic, then I can say that the world is round, and you're completely delulu, and you think that the world is flat because of your optics.
Perspective exists when you're making observations of stuff.
Yeah, absolutely, I do, and I think the world is round, and you think it's flat because of your perspective.
Sorry, dickhead. That's what we're going to be taking account of, then, aren't we?
Now it's insults,
when we make observations.
I don't think he knows what perspective is, bro. He said your perspective, as if you have some kind of special perspective.
No, not my perspective. Angular perspective. How we see the world due to the angular reduction of objects with distance. Things above your eye line appear to go downwards, like the surface appears to ramp upwards. They're not actually doing this. It's just perspective.
Hey, I'd like to learn more about flat Earth. Can you guys recommend me a university for flat earthers?
You're just an idiot at this point.
Can you recommend me a university? I'd like to go study flat Earth.
You're an idiot at this point.
Yeah, you're in it, dude.
Why am I an idiot? I'm asking, can you recommend me a university? I'd like to study flat Earth.
Why don't you address what's just been said to you?
But because I want to go to your school and I want to learn more about
your university because he said round or flat. He thinks that round and flat are mutually exclusive. So you're gonna
can
have
you
to
recommend
with
me a
ABCs.
flat Earth university? I'd like to go study some flat Earth.
Just
the one you got your diagram from.
ABCs, because round and flat are not mutually exclusive, dude. And you think you can go to university when you don't know what round is?
Yes. Have you even gone to any schooling at all?
See, here we go. Just ad hominems now, not addressing what's actually been said to you.
You deserve an ad hominem, bro. You're a redneck with a sub 30 IQ. Come on.
True.
You deserve the ad hom.
True. And you did actually do ad homs at him, so it's like you're.
Hey, Six. I know you're buttered over Ukraine. Can you go somewhere else?
It's displaying cognitive malfunction. Doesn't seem to understand what's being said.
Gentlemen, I love talking to you. Okay, it's interesting, right?
Just fuck off.
I'm not here to.
Nobody gives a fuck. Nobody gives a fuck. Hey, listen, nobody gives a fuck.
I do this for entertainment. Okay, I know the.
I don't care. I don't care. Who cares? Nobody cares about your stupid excuses. This is where you've already conceded. This is where you conceded. Oh, I like talking to you guys. I like talking to you guys. That's your concession. I'm taking that as your concession.
Okay, I'll wait for your proof for the container.
All right. So, in conclusion, our friend here has conceded, because usually about the time they say, I like talking to you guys, is I don't have any globe proof to present.
Exactly.
So you're done.
Okay, Six. I'll unmute you in exchange for some.
I did not concede anything ever.
No one cares.
And you're not going to put the.
No one cares anymore.
We already know. Six. I'll unmute you for some globe proof. Go ahead.
Yeah, Six, pussy boy, you're up. You're up, pussy boy.
Where did the enjoyer go? Who you call him pussy? I'm not
you. Oh, come on now. You can't do that. You're too weak.
You sure about that?
Yes.
Hey, look, this wasn't what you were unmuted for. I said I'll take globe proof in exchange for that.
I didn't ask. I didn't really ask. I'm not really worried about you.
Okay, all right. You're useless to me. Bye.
Our internet tough guy. He's gonna beat you up over the internet.
Oh shit. Yeah.
Dude, that's weak sauce, man. That's like not saying anything till the cops get there, then be like, "You're lucky they showed up. I'm gonna beat your ass."
Hiding in the bathroom, then the cops show up and you come out. Fucker, yeah, I'll kick your ass right now.
He says, you deny how rockets work. Dude, the rockets don't work on a globe. Rockets require reality to work. The only thing you have about rockets is cartoons. The only thing you have about rockets on a globe is cartoon rockets on a cartoon globe.
Bro, shut up, Mexican. You're literally a lunatic.
You talking
Probably
to your daddy?
uneducated as well.
This is the guy who was whining about insults a minute ago, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely. And then I got muted, and now I speak different.
And then
This
the
is
mask
different
fell
language
right
I speak
off.
now.
Yeah, you weren't fooling anybody to begin with anyway. We knew you were an asshole.
Yeah, we're gonna deny how rockets work, how basic science works, because
we don't
the
know anything.
firmament
Hold
exists.
on. No, let's give this guy the floor, and he's going to tell us exactly how they work. Let's hear it.
Yeah, the gentleman, what's his name? Globe. What's your name? Globe Earther?
Globe enthusiast.
Talk about something else.
I'm glad he mentioned. I'm glad he mentioned tangents. I'm glad he mentioned angles. I'm glad he mentioned.
Okay, dude. Okay, we don't need this song and dance. Just get to the point.
That's all great, and he knows how rockets work.
No, you're going to tell us. We don't know.
And I'm gonna tell you how missiles work and cruise missiles work as well. You see, on your stupid flat Earth theory, missiles would not work because they would go straight. But hey, missiles don't go straight; they go parabolically, and missiles that are
you mean
launched,
like you showed?
Yeah, missiles that are launched, at least the unguided ones, the basic rockets, they go parabolically because they go up
Okay,
and
you
down.
mean
right?
like
they're unguided.
I just need clarification. Like I just posted your.
Let's interrupt this guy because you have to. Jump
No,
in,
just for
give your
clarification.
stupid flat Earth,
he's addressing what you said.
Just for clarification, bro. So just for clarification, just like you posted in the side chat, which I just reposted in the diagrams, just like that.
Nope.
You cooked
Not
yourself.
like that. No,
false.
Not like that. Well, I'm wondering why you posted them then. Well,
Not like that. Because not like that. That's a
something
basic
different.
rundown. That's a basic rundown explanation how parabolic trajectory looks like. Because you apparently seem not to understand how it works.
That's it's your evidence that you posted to prove your point. So you posted the
That's
wrong
not evidence I posted to prove any point.
That you posted the wrong thing. Is that what you're saying?
No, sir. The gentleman I was arguing with did not understand how parabolic trajectory works because
we understand just fine.
Oh, you do? Okay, then if you do,
yeah, anyone that can throw a ball understands a parabolic trajectory.
Wonderful. Okay, so if you do,
you see the
would
mathematics attached to the diagram.
Can I only throw a ball on a ball?
Hang
I throw a ball on a flat circle? No, listen. Can I only throw a ball on a ball?
Hang on.
Can I only throw a ball on a ball, bro?
The further you throw your ball, what happens?
Hey, just answer
the question. What happens? It goes farther.
What happens? The further your ball goes, the further you throw it, what happens?
It goes farther.
Wonderful. And let's say you threw your ball really far away, 1,000 kilometers away. What happens?
It goes farther. Like, what are you talking about?
Wonderful. In your view, when you look at this projectile, what happens? What can you explain to me, define to me what happens?
It'll take a parabolic arc. So
awesome.
there was this cool game, this cool video game called Track and Field, and you ran and you had to get the angle just right so that when you jumped, your parabolic arc would throw you the farthest. And part of the game was adjusting the angle for the optimal parabolic arc.
Awesome.
That was on a flat surface.
Right. Flat surface, right?
You said
if you throw the ball really far.
Shut up, dude. You said parabolic arcs can't exist because you said parabolic arcs can't exist on a flat surface.
I said no such thing.
Yeah, you did. You said it has to be a globe.
I was interrupted so many times. I wasn't.
You said on a flat Earth, parabolic arcs wouldn't work.
Okay, so let me just continue. Let me slow down. Stop interrupting. Wait, hold up. Relax, right? So if you threw the ball,
is that what you said?
I don't remember saying any such thing. What I remember saying is asking you to define what would happen if that ball was launched at, let's say, 1,000 kilometers, really far away, right? And what would happen in your perspective when you look at this ball? It will fall in a parabolic arc, correct?
Yes. Yeah. And?
Oh, okay. Awesome. Would it fall behind the horizon or into the horizon?
No, it would be well beyond the horizon.
Beyond the horizon. Wonderful.
Yeah.
And if you place the tracker on this ball to follow this ball and its arc, and you discover that it takes, let's say, an hour to travel while it's
gone through the horizon. How do you explain that?
What does that even mean?
All right, so if the
I
ball
put a
goes through
tracker
the
on the
horizon,
ball, hold on, I'm going to repeat what you said. I put a tracker on the ball and shoot it in a parabolic arc, and it takes an hour beyond the horizon. What is that? What? How do you explain that?
Exactly. Yeah, how do you explain it?
What am I explaining exactly?
Yeah, why does the ball, let's say, when it goes beyond the horizon, it takes an hour to continue traveling? How is it possible that it travels for an entire hour?
Is like, hold on a second. Do you think like the horizon is like the edge of a flat Earth or something?
No. What people here are claiming, the flat Earth, what the flat earthers are claiming is that the world is flat. Then, therefore, it shouldn't be able to fly for, let's say, an hour beyond the horizon, right?
Why?
Because apparently, if the world is flat, it should just hit the flat Earth and should hit the surface.
What's the horizon?
Oh, he's lying again.
Hold on a second. What's the horizon? No, let's just get him to define what the horizon is. What's the horizon?
It's what you can see, the maximum distance of your supposed flat Earth.
No. Well, yeah, it's the maximum distance you can see that. Hold on. Yeah, it's the maximum distance that you can see the surface of the Earth from your vantage point.
Yeah.
But that's not the end of the Earth.
I didn't say it's the end of the Earth.
Then why, if it's not the end of the Earth, then why are you mystified by something can travel past the horizon for 1,000 miles on a flat Earth? If it's not the end of the Earth, why is that mysterious?
Because assuming if this is a flat Earth, then this projectile should hit the surface.
Why? It's an
because it's flat.
Arc. You're not going to shoot it straight, right? You're going to shoot it at some angle, like 45 degrees into the air, right?
This doesn't matter. What matters is when it hits the surface, supposedly, of your flat Earth at the horizon. Well, here's the issue. The ball continues going for an hour beyond the horizon. How is that explained? How do you explain that? That means the world is not flat. That means the world is round.
No, listen, dude. You admitted that the horizon's at the end of the Earth, right?
I did not admit or agree or disagree.
Is the horizon the end of the? Do you think the horizon's the end of the Earth?
No.
On a flat Earth.
No, but what he thinks. What he thinks is when.
So say the horizon. Hold on. No, I want to walk through this step by step, TW. Sorry. So say we shoot the rocket from 10 feet, then the horizon's 6 miles away. When the rocket hits, or let's make it rocket's fine. So when it hits the 6 mile point, it keeps going right past the horizon.
Mm-hmm.
How would that not work on a flat Earth that it travels past the 6 miles? What do you think? It just
because if your world is flat,
there's nothing past the horizon.
No. If your world is flat and the horizon you're looking straight towards the horizon.
Yeah.
So assuming the world is flat, it would be flat even at the horizon and beyond, correct?
Yeah.
Awesome. Then your projectile would have to stop at the horizon. It would crash and
that's
hit
saying that the horizon's the end of the Earth.
He's an idiot.
Unfortunately, the projectile does not crash at the horizon. It continues
because the horizon's not the end of the Earth.
No, but what he's saying, he's not saying it's the end of the Earth.
What do you mean by end of the Earth?
One sec, bro. Hey, relax, bro. Hey, relax.
Yeah, so I don't understand translate, Tito.
Okay, what I think he's saying is that visually it appears to meet the surface at that point, right? So when it appears to touch the ground, it should explode, but it doesn't.
Because it's orbiting what he's trying to tell you. It's orbiting around the globe in a parabolic curve, right, kid?
I did not say that.
Okay.
Because we're not talking about orbits. We're not talking about orbits. We're not there just yet.
Stop, relax. I already went over this with you and with him. That when
what do you mean you went over this?
When the rocket appears to be at the horizon visually, it's not touching the ground. And
really?
The elevation data from that rocket does not read that it's touching the ground. Do you understand that?
How do you know that? Did you do it yourself? Did you try it?
Because we can calculate angles.
Did you do it? No, I'm not talking to that guy. Did you try it? Did you prove
what it looks like? We can calculate.
Do you have any data to prove what you said?
Yeah, it's called trigonometry.
Yeah,
how about
do you
you
know why I
provide
know
your
the
data
elevation
to prove
data
what you
was
said?
not telling you that the rocket was hitting the ground? Because otherwise the rocket would be hitting the ground.
Drace, did you fire any rockets in your life?
What's this got to do with
Oh, bro.
So irrelevant.
So
I guess not.
I think he thinks.
You're a clown, dude.
I think he thinks
I
the
have a reason
streetlights
with
are
you, but
I'm a
you
clown.
have invincible ignorance. You have invincible ignorance.
Yeah, I'm the
Look, just
clown
look-
here. Yeah, you
okay,
can't
so check
explain
this
why
out.
the fuck
Yeah,
your
you
rocket
are.
continues.
So check this out. Say I have a 6-foot pole with a light on the top and light on the bottom, and I send it away from me 3 miles. Am I going to see 2 distinguished lights? Or am I going to see 1 light?
How does this follow anything we said?
You'll find out when you answer the question.
Just 3 miles, a pole,
Yeah, 3 miles.
and another pole.
Yeah, like think of separated headlights, but you
That's
took
not.
them.
That's not even barely enough to prove anything. That's a
Okay,
very short.
if you look at it with your eye, due to the angle resolution limit of your eye, it would appear as 1 light because you wouldn't be able to resolve the space
because
between
the
the lights.
distance is too short.
Okay. So when you have your rocket and you shoot it 1,000 miles away, even though it's still, like, say, a mile above the ground, the angle of separation between the ground and the rocket will make it appear as if it's at the horizon. Got it?
Angle of separation? What does that mean? What is that?
Because when you look at things visually, we see in angles. We don't see in sizes, right?
Telling him.
What?
You didn't know that. So when you look at the sun, what's the angular size of the sun?
No, wait.
You think you look up and see 800,000? You think you look up and see 800,000 mile diameters?
Hold up. Wait, you mean as the further away an object travels, it becomes smaller, is what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that the apparent separation between 2 objects, as they get farther away, you won't be able to resolve that they're even separated.
What do you mean separation between 2 objects? What are you on about?
A rocket in the ground, dude.
The apparent distance between them. Apparent distance. Angular distance.
Okay, awesome. In a parabolic, parabolic trajectory works. The
parabolic trajectory is irrelevant. This is what it looks like, dude. It's irrelevant.
How is this irrelevant? The object falls.
Because we're talking about what it looks like. You're saying, hey, how can it go past that? It would smash into the ground. How would we tell
because
it
it's a parabolic trajectory? It goes down.
Well, how would you tell it's smashing into the... Yeah, it goes down. That's right. How do you know when it would smash into the ground? How would you know when it smashes into the ground? You have to see it, right?
Because you have a tracker on it. I told you have a tracker. The missile's fucking flying. It's falling. It parabolically.
Okay.
It goes down into the horizon, touches the horizon, continues flying beyond the horizon.
Okay, there we go. There's the point. You
can track that
touches
stuff,
the horizon. Touches the horizon is the point. Looks like it touches the horizon. There is still a separation. There is still a separation between the rocket and the ground. You just can't visually resolve the separation. Okay?
What do you mean there's a separation?
A physical separation, meaning that there's a mile between the rocket and the ground. But from your vantage point, because you're 1,000 miles away, the angular separation between the rocket and the ground is too small to resolve. Now, I'll give you another example because you seem a little slow on this.
Wait.
So if you had 2 headlights on a car, right? The headlights are 6 feet apart. Listen. The headlights are 6 feet apart, right? But if the car's far enough away, it looks like just like 1 light, right?
All right, hold up a second. You're saying there's a separation between the ground and the missile.
Separation.
Visual separation. Yeah. So what you're claiming is this. So wait a minute. Slow down. So what you're claiming is that this rocket is now flying horizontally and it's not falling parabolically. And you're completely dismissing parabolic trajectory.
I'm telling you, you can't strawman me. Don't try it, dude.
I'm not even strawmanning you. I'm talking about parabolic trajectory.
Why are you continuing when I say no? That's not my argument, but you're continuing
because your separation assumes.
Very slow.
That's not my argument. Okay, there's no visual separation between the ground and the rocket, but there is a physical separation 1,000 miles away. The rocket's still in the air. You just can't see that it's still in the air.
That's not how parabolic trajectory works.
Dude, you're bona fide retard. We're talking about what it looks like versus where it is above the ground, right? Physically, how many miles? It's a mile above the ground. But from 1,000 miles away, a mile above the ground, sub-10's like 0.001 degree. You're never going to be able to distinguish it from the horizon visually.
Okay. Does the missile hit the surface or not? Yes or no?
Jesus Christ, dude! Steel man my argument.
yes
what I
or
just
no?
said to you.
It's a
Steel
simple
man my
question.
argument. Steel man my argument. What I just said to you. Repeat it back to me.
Why are you getting mad?
Repeat back my argument.
Because you're an idiot.
I want to make sure you're
I'm an
listening.
idiot.
Repeat back my argument. I want to make sure you're listening.
You said that there's a physical separation between the ground and the missile at a distance. I don't know, some other cope.
Yeah,
But
okay.
it's ridiculous.
Oh my god. This guy actually thinks that street lights are getting closer to the ground with distance. He's a fucking idiot.
Perspective denier.
Yeah, literally, if I would put him in a tunnel, he would be like, I can't escape. It's all coming together into a point.
I'm never going to be able to get out the other end of this tunnel. Look, the hole's too small.
He's going to have to lose weight to squeeze through that black hole.
Yep.
Oh, shit. Watch out, the stars are falling closer to the horizon. Watch out.
So
this is exactly why I told him
loser.
with
So
the
DJ
APCs
just posted
like 3 minutes ago.
So DJ just posted the perfect image. So those street lights are all the same height, right? There's all 50 feet above the road, yet they appear to converge into the surface. Their angular separation, meaning the separation between the light and the ground, that angle gets smaller and smaller and smaller with distance. Now, the rocket will be 1,000 miles away, but the angular separation from the horizon will be too small where you cannot distinguish the rocket from the horizon, even though it's still a mile in the fucking air.
Okay, wonderful. But these are static objects, and I'm talking about a parabolic trajectory of an object that's constantly falling.
Irrelevant, because we're just taking a moment in time.
Yeah, it is relevant, because it's a rocket falling.
So at T-minus fucking 5 minutes or whatever it is, you make up the number that we take a static moment of time where the rocket's at some height. And then we go, hey, dude, what is the angle at that 1 mile
with respect, your point is a non-point.
Talking. Yeah, okay. Yeah, sure it isn't. You have no reputation. You don't even understand it. You can't even repeat it back to me.
Respectfully, sir, your argument does not make any logical sense at all.
Yeah, it's called linear perspective.
Yes, but we're talking about an object.
Of study in mathematics.
Wonderful. Good for you. Proud and glad for you.
You can't even play a video game without it, dude.
Thank you, sir. You're definitely, I respect you for it. But you see, we're talking about a projectile.
Okay, so at T-minus 1 minute, how high is the rocket? Okay, okay, let's do a whole scenario. We launch the rocket at T-minus 30 minutes. Where's the rocket? What's its elevation above the surface, and how far downrange is it? Because I'm going to calculate the angle.
Let's assume it's 50 meters above ground.
Okay. Oh, God, dude, you just really fucked yourself. How far away is it? Do it in kilometers.
Very far away.
Very far? I want you to quantify.
Yeah, let's say it's 1,000 kilometers away, which you can barely see. Right.
Barely see at 1,000 kilometers.
Yeah, because it's beyond the horizon at this point.
You wouldn't see it at all, dude.
Yeah, because it's beyond the horizon.
No, because air is opaque, dude. Look up your local visibility. It's like 10 miles.
No, because the world is round and it's beyond the horizon. Because the world's round.
Google retard, Google meteorological visibility. Go Google your local weather report, and there's a thing that says visibility 10 miles. Has nothing to do with the
trackers that you can track missiles.
That's fantastic. Well, why are you the one saying look at it then?
Because missiles fall. See, that's the point of missiles. They don't constantly, when you shoot something up
that actually
for the purpose of
India's argument.
Excuse me. When you shoot a projectile up with the purpose of it falling, it falls eventually. And when it goes beyond the horizon, it falls. It doesn't stay there, separated physically to your perspective or whatever nonsense. It falls constantly.
What a dumb fuck.
Bro, it's falling.
Is on fucking
I already went over this with him. It's falling when it's at the horizon, and it's still falling because its elevation is higher than the ground. So even though it appears to be touching the ground, it's not actually touching the ground. The elevation is still above sea level. This is... I don't understand how anybody could be this dull. I can make another example for you. We can have a warehouse, and we can put the lights in the top of the warehouse so they appear to take a parabolic curve towards the vanishing point. What does that prove? Nothing. And no one said rockets don't fall.
The sad thing is that he doesn't want to understand. He's not trying to understand. He couldn't repeat back what Indio said. He just heard, all he heard was blah, 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 cope. To him, it's just Indio coping. He didn't attempt to try and acknowledge and understand the information. He's just an idiot. He just wants it to be about the globe. That's all he wants.
Yeah, he does. Well, Nebuchadnezzar, look in the chat. So I just posted what the separation between the horizon would be and the rocket in the angular separation. That's well beyond the resolution limit of the eye. The eye can resolve angles as small as 0.02 degrees. This is 0.001. So you wouldn't be able to distinguish the rocket from the horizon from 1,000 miles away, being 50 meters above the surface.
Okay, look. If the object is a static object,
it has nothing to do with being static. We're taking a point in time. We're taking just a point in time. Yeah.
If assuming the rocket is frozen in that position, but it's not, it's moving constantly.
You take a picture.
That's fantastic. How does that change anything?
Here, it changes because...
How does that change anything? Say why that's important.
Yeah, let me answer. It changes because parabolic trajectory means it constantly falls to a certain point where you want it to fall. And if your target is 1,000 kilometers away beyond the horizon and it constantly falls and you follow and track it on the goddamn computer and you can see that the hour, how much time it takes to travel, it eventually hits something.
What we're saying.
Doesn't matter about your perspective, cope, or whatever nonsense, bro. This is undeniable evidence that the world is round.
Okay, so your argument is, hold on, you haven't presented any evidence. You've made a bunch of claims. So show us data showing the parabolic arc that only works on a globe. Actually post the data.
No, show me data. Show me data that missiles don't.
It's your claim. You're saying X happens because now I understand your argument. Your argument's a time argument. That if on a flat Earth, it wouldn't be in the air as long as a round Earth, right?
Listen, man.
Is that your argument, yes or no?
Seed, bro. Seed.
Is that your argument, yes or no? Is that your argument, yes or no? Is that your argument, yes or no?
The world is round, sir.
Is that your... Now he goes to chanting. You sound like a religious nut right now. So, is that your argument? Is your argument, hey, on a flat Earth, the parabolic arc would be shorter than on the globe, so it wouldn't be in the air as long?
No, my argument is, if it was on the flat Earth, the missile wouldn't even go through the horizon because it just, hits the surface.
Because the horizon is like a brick wall?
Earth.
Because the horizon's a brick wall? You're a retard.
Okay, I'm the retard. Okay,
disown you for being this the fucking dumb dude. Like, honestly,
I'm the retard, and you're the guy. Okay, if I'm okay. I accept I'm retarded. All right, I accept I'm retarded. Please recommend me a university for flat Earth so I can go study your enlightening.
Hey, let me ask you: as whether it's at university, is that the arbiter of truth? Because we got some women's studies courses for you.
Do you have a school I can go to? I'd like to study.
We got some women's studies courses for you, since universities are the arbiters of truth.
But sir,
you want some lesbian dance theory courses from the university?
No, I'm looking for a flat Earth school. Please, can you please provide me one?
You're in it.
Go study your mind-blowingly interesting flat Earth.
You're in it.
Denialism.
You're in flat Earth denialism. You can't even
a globe Earth denialism.
How about
sentences? You're done.
How about the one where you got your diagram from? That'll do for me. Thanks.
Yeah, but the maths associated with it that you posted as well. Sorry.
Incoherent gibberish, bro.
The funny part is he's sitting over here denying that perspective exists, yet that's how he perceives the world. Like, I'm doubting that he even has
Does he
eyes
perceive
at
the
this
world?
point.
Like, I mean,
Yeah.
that's actually in question, dude. He might just be a jar.
Yeah, he might just be an AI bot and like a really convincing voice clone. That's how the level of what we're getting.
It's a freaking dumbass. Who's next up on the chopping block? I mean, the stage. We got any new people in the chat? Anybody got any questions? Or should we just sit around to talk about that idiot for a while? I still can't believe that he thinks the end of the tunnel is actually smaller. Oh dear, that had been on the floor for a while, that one did. These people say some stupid fucking shit.
Yeah, he's so bad that I can't even ascribe him to the normal LLMs, the normal AIs that are the norm we have right now. He's like an old-timey chatbot, completely broken.
Well, I mean, I tried not to fixate on like grammatical errors or like shit that was incoherent, especially the last thing he said. University of Flat Earth denialism. Wouldn't that be the globe? Like, dude, nothing he's saying is making sense. Like, bro, are you okay over there? Then he just starts chanting. That's weird.
I know, and the fact that he says, "But it's going down." Well, that only makes the apparent separation happen even faster, right?
Yeah, the only argument can be is like, okay, if you shoot it in a parabolic arc on a flat surface, it'll be in the air, say, 1 hour. But if it's a curved surface, right, because that arc length is longer, then it's going to be in the air for a longer period of time. Okay, fine.
Right, like 90 minutes or whatever.
Yeah, show us that
argument.
Say that again?
Yeah, that would have been a much better argument instead of what he had.
Maybe he was recycling somebody else's argument and didn't understand it.
It's like he's in the chat right now saying, it's your team that claimed missiles and projectiles were physically separated from the ground. Like, how does he think missiles and projectiles get to their target?
Ugh. Some of these guys are so bricked, man. See, I know this guy's like he's has the smartest person in the room syndrome. He's the dumbest person in the room everywhere he goes, and like he tried to come here and be the smart one and frickin' butchered it.
Yeah, I'm fine with him being on the team that thinks missiles and projectiles are not physically separated from the ground. I mean, that's an insane position to have. And he thinks we are coping?
Is there anybody else in here that can actually hold it together mentally? Dude said the projection, dude. you're incoherent, buddy. You don't understand your own argument at best.
Yeah, we would just like anyone who would like to present some evidence without rejecting objective reality and how you perceive the world. Like, not someone totally insane like the last guy.
Nebuchadnezzar, it's important that you know that ballistics are calculated against a horizontal plane. All those parabolas that bullets take or whatever projectile you're shooting, like the diagram you posted, it's against a horizontal. So, thanks.
Well, I might as well bring this up, right? So I'll bring this up. So the Mark 7 guns, 16-inch guns on like battleships like the USS Missouri and the USS Iowa, they tested those guns. We have firing. They post a firing table online of 30,000 meters, and the difference in a flat, the correction for curvature at 30,000 meters is it goes It would have to go 90 feet farther. Okay, so you couldn't even measure that.
No. You get lost in wind and shit.
So the parabolic. Yeah, the parabolic arc adjustment would be what? It would be in the air like what? 1/10 of a 1 millisecond? I mean,
yeah.
Yeah, it's even less than the variance of the error of the round, or like the randomness of where the round is gonna land. Well, he ran away, but Crown Me is still here, and he was being very reasonable earlier, but he's descended a little bit, spiraled a little bit in the text while listening to the other guy spiral.
Always.
So, Crown Me, you want to come talk to us a little bit and tell us how you're feeling?
I wish he didn't leave because I was just supposed to post the firing table for the fucking for that gun, and you can argue with that.
I think he would have just said, "Well, parabolic." Ooh.
That's actually less than the bracketing adjustments in the Scout manual. So Coriolis is in the 10s, parabolic arc differentiations in the 10s.
Were you here for his actual argument? Anyway.
Wait a minute, dude. I think you need to go learn what an argument is if you said that was an actual argument. No, I'm just kidding.
Okay, fair enough.
Dude, that was hard, dude. That was hard to listen to.
You heard that
but
guy?
It was funny.
Oh my God, dude.
Yeah.
Parabolic arcs don't exist on a flat Earth, brother.
Except when he shows us diagrams, that's all over a flat Earth.
Yeah, that was. Dude.
Hey, that was just to show us how parabolic arc works, but that's not how it works.
Yeah, I'm posting. What I'm posting is not evidence of what I'm saying. It's refuting what I'm saying, but it's not actually evidence anymore. Then why are you posting it? You're posting evidence against yourself, like. Your Honor, the plaintiff is accusing me of murder. So here I'm presenting the murder weapon that I found in my closet.
That's not my evidence anymore. Fucking hell.
Here's how I did it. But that's not how I did it.
Yeah, dude, he's looking like, I did not kill them like that. I killed them like this.
Yeah, that's exactly what he did.
Don't tell lies about me. You know, sometimes I think this chat can't be real. Some of the things they say, it's freaking amazing.
To be honest, you kind of think that you've heard it all, but then some nugget comes along and it's just pure gold.
Oh yeah, I wish you guys had heard Dump Truck Daddy. Did any of you get to hear Dump Truck Daddy earlier?
No.
That's a great name.
It was like literally what? Oh, Jenna was here. Yeah, Jenna was here.
This sounded like a drooling idiot.
Yeah, but he's legendary. I mean, his dedication to, you know, his science fiction space dream was just off the charts, you know.
Oh, my favorite was when you said, you know, like, let's stay here and better Earth, right? And he's like, that sounds negative.
Yeah, I said to him, because he literally thinks, I said, you're never going to live on Mars. And he said, but my sons will live there. Like, this guy was serious. I mean, he was like a character of himself. Oh my gosh, it was so funny. Yeah, and then I said, yeah, why would you want to live in a hellhole like that with, you know, no air to breathe, no trees, no animals, et cetera, et cetera. He's like, we'll transform it, you know, we'll change it, basically change it into Earth. And then I said, well, why don't you just stay here then? He said, because it's a dying planet. We're killing it. Yeah. And then when I said, actually, we've improved a lot of things on Earth and you could focus on improving it more. He's like, you're so negative.
That makes no sense. If you can change Mars, which is worse than Earth right now, right? Why don't you just change the Earth? Why go to Mars?
I know, that's what I was trying to tell him.
Earth is dying, but Mars is like the options here.
Mars is dead.
Yeah,
so
already
if you
dead.
can fix Mars, you can fix Earth. What the?
Yeah, but
Hey,
this
brother.
is like, that's why I was so glad he was here, because
I'm glad you said that.
Perfect demonstration.
Yeah. I just watched a video about this very topic, which you all should watch. I couldn't find it on YouTube, but I'll rip it and mirror it. But it's basically this well-respected author. Oh man, I can't post it. You little. They blocked me from posting it. What a bunch of dinks. The link to your original message. All right, there it is. Can you guys see that? Or did I get banned?
I see it.
All right, so perfect. So I thought I got banned for posting a link. I was like, what the heck? So it's basically this well-respected author basically saying exactly what you guys are talking about, but he breaks it down so eloquently. You know, he talks about like all these resources. If you could do this, then why wouldn't you just do it on Earth? You know, all the cost travel, the life extending technology you would need. Why don't you just do it on Earth, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? He just rips them up, dude. He basically takes their dream away on purpose.
Good. Yeah, I mean, that's what I was trying to do with our little friend here, but then he was mad because I didn't like Mars as much as he did. So, yeah, he might be back, Dump Truck Daddy. He seemed into it, but not into it enough to give up his space fantasy.
One of the good, insightful things he said, look, nobody wants to live in a super high-tech environment trapped in a little bubble that's highly pressurized and you can't leave, otherwise you might die. and he was basically talking about the oceans. It's like nobody's living in colonies in the oceans for the same reasons nobody wants to live in colonies in space, because it sucks.
I know, you'd be trapped, you'd be all claustrophobic. Do you guys remember the biosphere? You guys might be too young to remember the biosphere, but yeah, that was their idea, was to trap these people in there for a year, and they didn't make it the whole year. I can't remember the whole story. It was in Arizona. I went to tour it. It was a cool place. Now it's just a place that's open to touring, but they have, they were trying to create a contained environment there, and they had like amazing.
Didn't they try to escape?
Yeah, I think there was something like that. Yeah, they all went nuts or something. I can't remember the whole story. I'll look it up. But now it's like a tour. They have these beautiful, greenhouses there and stuff. It's really nice.
But Aya makes a great point, because the dangers of living underwater, if the capsule breaks, all of a sudden you're flooded, you're drowning, you're dying. The same applies when you don't have enough pressure. The capsule breaks, all the gas goes out, you're suffocating, you're dying. So, of course, people don't want to live there if they're sane.
Yeah, but he was also talking about look, you're not going to ever do this. And if you're daydreaming about your grandkids or your grandkids' going and living in these places, you're also delusional. So he was taking space dreams away from him left and right, man. It's only like 8 minutes. You guys got to watch it if you've never seen it.
Yeah, I'll definitely look at it, and I'll save it.
Hey, if we're all bored, why don't we just watch it right now?
Oh yeah, I found this article. 8 go mad in Arizona, how a lockdown experiment went horribly wrong. In the 1990s, a troop of hippies spent 2 years sealed inside a dome called Biosphere 2. They ended up starving and gasping for breath. I think they also kind of went nuts on each other. That's what I remember. Yeah, and they were trying to get out of there.
Wasn't there another one where they got caught having exited the dome and stuff?
I think that's the one, maybe. And maybe there was another one. I don't know. There's all kind of craziness.
Yeah, that's what I heard. I remember that story. Some of the guys, they found a way to get out and get back in without anybody knowing, so they just pretended like they had been there the whole time.
Yeah, that's what I remember.
Yeah, I mean, recreating Earth is just, gosh, such a task. I can't even imagine why anybody would think they could do it. Yeah, it said they had a lot of trouble with the oxygen levels. They started getting sleep apnea. Morale deteriorated. Cups were thrown and people were spat at.
I think the carbon dioxide was degrading the concrete structure.
There's a lot of beetroot and sweet potato. We lost a lot of weight.
What is this common issue with Globers that they post images of the city of Toronto or Chicago, right? And they ask, why is the bottom of the buildings behind the water, under the water? And when you give them the datums and show them that for many periods of times of the year, the water level is higher, than the street level, right? They say this guy in the sheriff still. I gave him the information, and he still says, "But that's behind the curvature of the earth, bro. The street level, the bottom of the buildings, are below the water level. How does that equate to the curvature? Like, is that the only conclusion that you can come up with?
That's what the conclusions for people who failed physics come up with.
It's a lot of dishonesty too, because goodness, even the datum, like okay, so they use Google Maps, the model of the globe. It's showing you the globe or whatever, but in the street, it's telling you right there at the wall, the datum, the people that made the measurements, telling you that yes, the street level is lower than the water level, and these guys are saying because globe, nowhere over there it's saying that. I don't know. It's kind of weird that they can only come to that conclusion. It has to be because it's behind the curvature of the globe, even though they're missing all the physics that will have to be there to come to that conclusion.
Yeah, it's a false cause fallacy. They're assuming the cause of bottom-up disappearance is the Earth curve with no evidence. Meanwhile, we have actual optical effects that cause bottom-up disappearance, and so they're just dead in the water with no evidence.
Many other variables in place, but just hand wave that, ignore all that. It must be the variable that they cannot demonstrate, curvature of the Earth. It's like, I don't know, annoying.
It's like dealing with children. Don't understand how light works, don't understand how reflections work.
Don't understand how gas works, don't understand how level works. It's even so bad that they don't understand how triangles work.
Spherical triangles, the oxymoron of the glober. I'm just wondering, has anyone ever seen a 6-foot duck?
No.
I have, but it was at Disney World.
Yeah, Disneyland.
I don't have Disneyland, so I guess that's why.
Donald Duck doesn't count.
Wait, when you said duck, do you mean like the animal or duck where you kind of do landing from the boat? You know, like you reach the dock at the shore.
The duck as in the waterfowl bird.
Oh, not as in like duck, like you stand on it.
Like the quack, not the quack thing, the thing that you get on and you will go across the water, navigate, right? I mean, the dock where you park that stuff.
Yeah,
I don't know.
not the maritime infrastructure.
Okay, then what were you going to say?
Because someone forgot to tell the ducks that the water curves. And how ducks are visible for miles from the shore.
Yeah, that's a pretty good one. So bird watchers destroy the globe.
Yeah, all you need to do is watch a lot of waterfowl on a large lake and realize it's not curved.
Yeah, shout out to Jeranism. He actually critiqued that one video, and he found a portion of the video where after the quote-unquote horizon gave way to the sky, and Globers were claiming that's the horizon, that's the curve of the Earth where the water ends, he isolated a portion of the video and showed that a bird dipped into the water beyond the horizon, proving that there's actually more water beyond the resolved water line. And that what you were seeing flanking it was the sky, was the reflection of the sky on the water. Because you could see the bird go down into the water and then come back up, right up.
Yeah, those kind of anomalies are only captured with a fairly decent camera. You probably never see that with the human eye because they're too far away.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to say it was, somebody, some glober trying to present, hey, this is the resolved water line, is the horizon, it's the edge of the Earth, right? And so they were zooming in on it to show, look, it's the horizon, it's the end of the Earth. And then all of a sudden the duck was like, hey, bro, I just want to ruin your day by diving into this water real quick and proving you wrong.
Yeah, because I like ducks because most people understand what a duck is and what size it is.
What I like most about this is 100% analogous to the guy earlier with his rocket. See the duck dive into the horizon, you know there's water behind it. You see the rocket dive into the horizon, you know there's land behind it. It is proved flat Earth. I think a big issue is just most Globers don't think about things. They went to school like we all did. And you go to school thinking the teachers are gonna be this authority that teach you how things work, and they kind of kill your childish innocence, making you believe like, well, most of the things have been discovered. There's small fine tunings that need to be done. If you go all the way through academia, you might be able to fine tune it, and then if you do, you'll get accolades. But we can't question the belief system. We just need to memorize it and regurgitate it, and then we get high grades. And so I kind of understand why they have actually thinking and using their senses. They're used to just being told what to think and how to respond to things with fallacies and other things through education and entertainment.
Yeah, that's because back at the turn of the 20th century, a bunch of communists decided that America cannot go back to its pre-World War I teachings. So they decided they couldn't do anything with the current historians because they wanted to teach history as it was. So they had to go for the next generation of historians who were currently in school subvert their education so that when they came out, they would start telling history the way the communists wanted it to be told.
Yeah. And they tell you this as well with like scientific consensus is not something that just changes when a new, better idea comes along. It changes when a new generation is brought up upon that idea.
Yep. Sometimes new ideas require a new generation.
The consensus is just what people collectively believe because what they were told. The outliers are generally the people who are trying to do research on the subject and figure out, well, it's more complex than what we were told. And most global believers just accept that because they're like, well, it was simplified to make it like more palatable for us as children, but then we make it more and more complex. But the problem is they don't realize that the fundamentals, the foundations is flawed because they never checked it. They never thought to check it. They didn't think they need to check it. They stand on the shoulders of giants. And so they just become intelligent by repeating what the giants said. And so if they can add to that whole idea, they're hyper intelligent. And so the idea itself kind of ties into their identity of self and their perceived intelligence. And so it becomes really difficult to let go of the idea.
You guys are all retarded.
That's a great argument, man. Hats off. Round
We
of
got a
applause for
Nobel
this guy.
Prize winner here.
This is a Mensa graduate, obviously. Arguments like that. Man, I'm outclassed.
Such a riveting argument. I think I might be convinced right now. It might be a globe, after all.
Man, I actually am retarded. But I come from a race of beings that's so smart. Like, me being retarded is like so much smarter than the average human. So it's like, it's cool.
That was good.
Listen, retarded just basically means stunted or slowed. Right?
Hold back.
Yeah, held back. So I do hold back. I hold back from getting on my knees and taking it in the face from daddy government when he says it's raining diamonds on Uranus.
Oh, you're right, bro. I am retarded. I do slow myself down so that I can match their slow speeds. I retard myself to get down to their level.
Is the room accepting questions at this time?
Is that a question?
That is a question. We accept it.
Yeah, I accept that question.
Do you have any other questions?
Okay, great. I have a question about the flat Earth worldview.
So, like, you just want to sort of like analyze the psychology of the people in this room, not so much discuss the topic itself?
No, actually, I have a question about the flat Earth worldview.
So just like the perceptions and opinions of the people here, not really the flat Earth itself.
No, this would be an objective claim to reality that I want to ask you about.
Okay.
I like the sound of that. Go ahead. That sounds good to me. Go ahead.
Okay, great. So everything that I've heard about the flat Earth worldview includes the sun is on a circular path above the planar Earth. Is that correct?
Who told you that?
Wait, 1 second. You said objective, and then you went to what you heard about the sun. Is that objective?
Yeah, I'm asking
beliefs. What other people believe about the sun's motion, or subjective. So I don't get. Aren't you in a category here?
No, I'm asking the panel. Do you believe that the sun takes a circular path above the planar Earth?
No.
Yeah, I don't have a belief about the sun's actual path.
You don't have a belief about the sun's path throughout the day.
The sun is not a belief. The sun is an observable phenomena. There's nothing to believe about it. If you are talking about the objective side of things, if you're not blind, right? If you're not blind, objectively, we all observe the sun doing what it does across the sky. And you're asking, does it do a circle? If you check the sun, it's not doing a circle, because the circle will be, if you draw a circle, that's not what the sun is doing. I mean,
Okay, so the sun does not take a circular path above the planar Earth, according to you?
No one said that. No one here is making a claim. We're just sticking with observations to begin with. We observe the sun move across the sky as the day goes by.
Yeah, the sun is moving across the sky. That's what the sun does.
Yeah, okay, great. So does that mean that the sun is traveling in a circular path above the planar Earth?
We don't care. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
We're not making a claim to the actual path.
Okay, so you don't know what path the sun takes above the Earth?
And then you came in here and you started to speak to something that nobody here ever said.
Well, so most flat earthers that I've heard speak on this topic, they claim that the sun rotates in a circular path above the planar Earth.
Which flat earthers have you heard speak on this topic besides us? Because I don't think anybody here said that.
Jaren was a big one. Witzit is another one.
Okay. Well, let me see. I think
Weiss is another one.
I could give you
Do you disagree with these people?
Hold on. I could give you a server link to Earth Awakenings if you want to question them on the stuff they said.
Yeah,
listen, bro. Objectively, you're here talking to us, so address the people here. Forget about whoever you're dreaming about.
You know,
that's
the,
cool.
The funny thing is, I feel like everybody can go outside during the daytime, watch the sun rise. You know, as it starts becoming daytime, and then stay out there all day. The sun's gonna do the same thing for everybody. I don't know about you guys, but to me, it moves from the east.
Oh, hold on, Drace. Hold on. There may actually be someone here who thinks the sun takes a circular path over a flat planar Earth. So maybe he wants to communicate with that other guy.
Yeah, we're just waiting on them to say it, is all. If they are, then yeah, go ahead.
Well, yeah, so someone said that the sun doesn't do the same thing for everyone. Does someone else see the sun? I don't understand, because it just moves in an arc across the daytime sky. In a parent arc. It's not actually arcing, but
so my question really is, what path does the sun take for a 24-hour period? Is it rotating in a circle around the planar Earth?
Observe it. Do that.
What do you mean by it rotates in a circle? What does that mean?
Does it travel in a circular path above the planar Earth?
It appears to, especially at this time of year, for an observer sitting inside the Arctic Circle, like in northern Norway, where they have perpetual sunlight for a few months. From their observation, the sun at this time of year circles around them.
Yeah, that is fair enough.
Great.
That's documented.
So
yeah,
then,
that's my experience.
So would you then agree that the sun travels in a circular path above the planar Earth?
Guys, real quick. When the sun is doing this circuit across the sky, and he's saying, "Is that circuit a circle?" Circle is a circle. It's if the sun is undulating, kind of like up and down, and doing a circuit. Is that a circle? Even if you're seeing it for 24 hours, can you actually say that is a circle?
Well, that's what I'm asking the panel. Does the sun move in a circle above the Earth? Yes or no?
I think you will have to go to the sun and manipulate the variables and check the medium that is in and see all of the variables in place to say, yes, I checked every box and it is a circle that the sun is doing. Have you done that?
Yeah.
No, I'm asking you. Do you believe the sun travels in a circle above the Earth?
We're not claiming the sun is traveling in any kind of formations, okay? We're saying we can observe the sun appear to travel in a circle when we're in the Arctic Circle. I live in Iceland, so I can see that. However, when I travel to the equator, I don't see that.
Okay, so I'm just talking about appearances. Does the sun appear to travel in a circle above the Earth?
Depends on your location.
Listen, I'm in the Earth. I'm standing on the Earth, and I don't see the sun doing a circle.
Yeah, that's what I was going to
so your
say.
answer is no.
Well, the man that lives in Iceland, there's going to be certain times of the year where he goes outside and he sees the sun for 24 hours. Okay.
Yeah,
and the same time of the year, I see it at the same time.
I do not see that. I do not see it go in a circle. I only see it peak up a little bit above the south.
You're going to have to repeat because you got kind of walked over
the
when
sun
you were
is
saying
doing. The sun is not just traveling across a circle like you're trying to say. It's doing more than that. It's doing multiple things besides the circle. If you're saying one day or 2 days of the year, we can make a circle around the path of the sun of that day. Okay, that day the sun appears that did a circle, but that's not all the days.
Yeah, you got to think. For instance, sorry.
I was going to say, how come like this guy keeps asking this question, and then all of a sudden everybody loses their minds and just talks straight over each other? Like, what's going on? You guys got like chaos in the wind or something?
Everybody's speaking over each other. What are you talking about, dude?
Well, that's what's been going on for the past 3 minutes, bro.
No, not everybody. That's wrong. Most people are muted, so you're wrong.
So one thing that we learned through direct observation from the final experiment, when several people went down to Antarctica and observed the sun, was that the sun travels in a circle through the sky. Do you agree or disagree with that observation?
Agree. For sake of argument, let's say we agree.
Okay, great. So if you agree, then just to confirm, you would say that the sun traverses a circular path through the sky above a planar Earth. Is that your position?
You keep saying circular, right? Like it's just doing one thing. We have to look at the different observations we've now took. Andres took you to inside the Arctic Circle in the summer now, where it's darkness at the moment in the Antarctic, but where they went down 6 months ago where it was summer there, and it was darkness in the north, and they saw the sun rotate around then. So we can only come to one real conclusion about this. The sun's moved a lot. Over time, it depends on the time and your location, as in season, of what you're going to see the sun doing. You might be lucky enough to see the circle of the sun around you in a summer from a location like the Arctic or Antarctic. Or if you're closer to the motion of the sun, you might observe a night and day cycle. It's going to depend on you, what you see the sun doing.
But if the sun is moving in a circular path above the planar Earth, then we should never see the sun move straight up and down, correct?
What do you mean straight up? Sorry, what do you mean straight up and down?
So up and down would be perpendicular to the ground.
Do you mean sunrise and sunset?
Yes, when the sun is setting or rising.
So when we observe sun in the summer with inside these circles and see the sun above the horizon for 3 months, we understand that those experiencing day and night cycle, well, that's just a perspective of their observation point.
Right, I agree with you.
It appears to be going down for them, but we can see the sun actually above the horizon for 24 hours, 3 months of the year in 2 locations, so 6.
Right, I
It's
agree
not
with
actually
you.
going down, is it?
So, yeah, I agree with you. So when the sun is setting or rising, it's just a matter of perspective. So my question is, when the sun is moving further away or closer, it is still moving in a circular path, correct?
Like I said, we can kind of observe this if we're going to take the observation of the 24-hour sun in the Antarctic as red for 3 months of the year in the summer. Summer happens twice on the Earth, so 6 months? We can see where the sun is above the horizon from these locations, yeah.
Okay, great.
Real quick. If you,
sorry.
One second, Jedi.
Actual
Jedi's point.
Holy fuck, dude.
Okay, holy fuck! I've been trying to say because he's asking about the circle. I know you don't want to hear what I try to say, but I'm been trying to jump in and allow Jedi to finish his point. During the course of the year, because he's talking about the circuit of the sun, a circle. But if you mark the sun every day during the year, you're gonna see that it's doing an lemma, a figure 8, and that's not a circle. So if you're gonna take into account the whole of the cycle of the sun, no, it's not a circle.
Bingo.
Okay, great. So
he's also keeps conflating the path of the sun, the actual supposed path of the sun, which he keeps trying to pigeonhole us into claiming the actual path of the sun is a circle, when what we see is an apparent sun.
All right, well then let me rephrase. Would you say that the sun's path is never straight? Would you say that?
No, I wouldn't say
You said
that.
the opposite a second ago. You realize that, right?
I'm asking you, according to the flat Earth worldview, does the sun ever take a straight path?
It's just whatever you observe, buddy. I don't know.
Yeah, it doesn't matter your worldview. We observe the sun doing what the sun observes, depending on your location. And depending on location and certain times of the year, the sun can appear to go from one horizon directly over your head and down towards the other horizon, like it's going in a straight line. Doesn't matter your worldview. That's what we observe.
So the flat Earth worldview accounts for the sun moving in a straight direction?
Accounts? What do you mean accounts?
Meaning the flat Earth model, or the worldview, if you prefer, still makes sense if the sun traverses a straight path some portion of the year.
Yeah. It doesn't matter about your worldview. This is what we're going to observe, and this is, at the end of the day, what we will be measuring, yeah. The sun's motion across the Earth over time, depending on our location, its directional coordinate at time to another directional coordinate. It's all going to be measured off a horizontal plane.
So the context that I'm asking this question from is simply this. Every flat Earth worldview that I've heard pitched includes the sun traveling in a circular path above the planar Earth.
That's a false premise because people in here just told you what they told you. That wouldn't be every, like you just said, No, not every.
So, just to address that, this one circle that appears to increase and decrease in size on an AE azimuth or equidistant map, like a saucer with the Antarctic as a circle around the outside. So you have one circle of the sun. Is that what you mean?
Well, the point that I'm trying to make here is that the sun is always curving around the North Pole, according to the flat Earth worldview.
No.
That's
Stop.
not true?
No, we've just described the observation. Doesn't matter your worldview. Let's just look at what we observed, and we went to 2 locations, 2 summers 6 months apart, and observed the sun going around the point of around the observer standing in that circle. We observed 2.
Right. Yeah, I think I agree with you. So, based on observation alone, the sun must always be traveling in a circular path around the North Pole if the world is flat.
We went over this. Like,
that's not true.
When I'm in the in the north. I live in Iceland, so I'm in the north, and the sun is in the south. I don't see it circling around me, buddy.
No, I'm not asking about whether it circles around you. I'm asking whether it circles around the North Pole.
Well, we can see it do so for 3 months of the year, but for
I live
another
in
3
Iceland.
months
I
of
live really near the North Pole. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you believe that the Earth is flat, then you have to believe that the sun is traveling in a circular path around the North Pole.
No.
You don't have to believe that. So the sun travels straight
dude.
part of the time and circular another part of the time.
Dude, we're just it does, like we've said about 3-4 times. We're just going to be concentrating on what we observe. Doesn't matter if it's a flat or whatever. Just concentrating on what we see, and then when you turn around and tell us, well, we must believe that the sun is doing one circle around the north, when we spent 10 minutes talking about it doing in the fucking south.
Well, yeah. So
I have a lack of a belief, buddy.
This is the gist of my question, really. So, based on direct observations, are you guys saying that the sun travels in one direction some of the time and in another direction other times?
What does the observation show?
Well, based on direct observations, the Earth must be round and rotating.
No. What does the observation show? What are we looking at?
We're looking at this. We're looking at the sun being in a fixed location in the sky and the Earth rotating around it.
Dude, I'm asking you what we've actually observed. When we've gone to these locations, we've observed the sun doing apparently 2 different things. You are kind of trying to shoehorn an explanation when I've asked not for one. I've asked for a description of what we see, not an explanation of why we see it.
Okay, yeah, oh, great. Okay, so if you live near the equator, then on the equinoxes, which is like May 21st and September 21st, around those times, the sun appears to travel perpendicular to the ground. It means it has no curve in the path that it takes. So my question to you is, if the sun is rotating around a planar Earth, then how could it travel perpendicular to the ground ever?
You are I'm sorry.
I got it for him.
Go
It's an
ahead,
optical. It's an optical effect. That's like a rainbow or something along those lines. It's not a physical thing that's in the sky that you could go to and touch.
I was going to say he's determined the consequence.
Yeah, it's exactly as it appears to do. Exactly what you see it do is exactly what it does. And adding anything else to that just brings you further into some sort of meth field symposium where you start asking malformed questions rather than think about what are you observing.
Okay, I can work with that. So according to you, if you live in Iceland, the sun travels on a curved path. But if you live on the equator, then the sun travels on a straight path. Is that what you're claiming?
What are you talking about, curved path?
Well, if you live in Iceland, then every time you track the sun through the sky, it is always setting or rising at an angle to the ground. It is never straight up and down. But if you live on the equator, then the sun does
straight in a circle around me. What are you talking about?
If you live on the equator, then the sun does rise and set perpendicular to the ground.
I know. So and while I'm watching it appear to go in a circle, they're watching it go straight overhead.
Right. So the sun's path changes based on where you are on Earth?
No, what you see as the sun, your perspective of the sun, changes based on your location.
How does that make any sense? We're both looking at the same thing.
We've just been speaking about it for the last half hour.
May I ask a clarifying question? Well, 2 clarifying questions.
Go ahead.
Okay. First question, what exactly are we talking about? Like we're talking about a certain object that's doing a certain behavior, right? Okay, so...
Yeah, it's the big, bright, shiny thing in the sky. Yeah, that thing.
Yeah, the sun. Okay, so first clarifying question is we're talking about the sun. And my second clarifying question is, what is the sun?
That's irrelevant. It is the thing that is emitting light. That's all we need to know.
It's the thing we're talking about. So how is like knowing the properties of this thing irrelevant?
It's totally irrelevant. It's just the thing that is lighting up the sky. That's all we need to know.
Yeah, but what is it?
Yeah, how does it function?
He's scared about it.
It is a thing that is emitting light. That's all we need to know.
So you're claiming that, but how can we verify it's a thing that's emitting light?
I mean, I appreciate you trying to derail the conversation, but all we need to know is that this thing is emitting light. That's it. And we can see the light.
Okay,
right?
let me address this.
You can see light.
Earlier, Race, earlier he said that the only way this light we can observe this light doing this is because the ground is a spinning globe, right? He said something like that. So
No.
he's already.
I'm not talking about the shape of the Earth right now. All I'm talking about is what we observe the sun doing.
Did you say earlier about your conclusion about the cause of the effect of the observed light in the sky? You said
I'm not talking about any conclusions. All I'm talking about is what we observe. We watched the sun move in a particular path.
Earlier you said something. Don't make me go to
do you believe the Earth is a ball? Do you believe that the Earth is a sphere?
We watched the sun move through a particular path through the sky. And depending on where you are on the Earth, that path seems to be different. So my question to you is, if we are all on a flat Earth, then how is it possible for us to have different observations
that's the missing variable. That is the unknown that is in place because you don't know the mechanisms that operate the sun, the cause of the effect. You don't know the medium that the sun is in. You don't know what the sun is made of.
We don't know any of that.
You don't know what the sun is made of. The medium between you and it. You don't know the medium that is in.
I completely agree.
You're missing a bunch of variables.
I totally agree.
You're gonna have to check and verify to be able to determine what will be the cause of the effect that you observe.
I completely agree with you. All we have are what we observe the sun to do. That's all we have.
So you have unknowns as well. Will you agree that you have unknowns as well? You have things that are not unknown.
So people that live on the equator see the sun travel in a straight path on the equinoxes.
Yeah, you already said that, buddy. You already said that. Stop repeating yourself, for the love of fucking God. Stop repeating yourself, please.
People who live in Iceland never see the sun travel.
Oh my dear fucking God. Hey, buddy, do you know how many... All right, hey, buddy. All right, so you've already had plenty of time.
Why?
You've already had plenty... Shut the fuck up. Oh my God, seriously, shut the fuck up.
Explain why.
You want a story?
Yeah, you want a bedtime story? You want a fairy tale?
Flat, explain how this is possible. Go.
You want stories. That's what you want, right?
I want an explanation for how this is possible. Go.
Yeah, he's spiraling now, dude.
Explanation is a story.
Yeah, I just gave him one. I just said.
Can you not explain it? If you can't explain it,
just like the,
then your worldview.
You're not listening. Shut up. You're not listening. Just like a rainbow. Here's the explanation. Okay, listen to every word. Add no word. Change no word. Remove no word. This is your explanation that you want. It's a optical effect similar to a rainbow.
So the people who watch the sun every day, they're watching a magic trick.
Don't add. You added another word. Magic trick. Optical effect.
It's an optical effect. They're not looking at the actual sun.
No word.
They're looking at an optical effect. It's an optical effect.
That's your explanation.
That is your explanation.
According to your mainstream, that's exactly what's going on as well. What are you talking about?
That's the best part. You read back the same thing in the Globe answer, and they'll argue against it because such a low education level. They don't even know what they're
According to my worldview, the sun is fixed in the sky and the earth is rotating, which gives us the perception that we have of it traveling in different paths based on where you are on the earth.
Again,
which is going to have you.
Are you actually looking, according to your worldview? Are you actually looking at the sun?
Yes, you are actually looking at the thing that is emitting light in the sky.
No, you're looking at the apparent sun. You're never ever looking at the exact sun because it's always somewhere else by the time the light gets to you.
Right. It is 8 minutes
It's the optical
in the past of where we are seeing it right now.
Is magic.
Yeah. So
you'd
are
rather
you
say it.
saying that the sun takes a different path based on where you are on Earth? Is that what you're claiming?
Is it taking a different path, or you see the apparent sun in different locations because depending on where you're? Because if you go to time and date,
That's what I'm asking you.
If you
Does
go to
the sun
time
take
and date,
a different path
'cause
based on
if
where you are on Earth?
If you go in time and date and you change your location, the sun looks at it in a different location, but depending on at the exact same time, can be in different locations, but depending on the latitude that you're in.
Cool. So the sun takes a different path based on where you are on Earth. That is your claim.
You're seeing an apparent sun. You don't see the actual sun.
What does he mean by taking a different path?
Yeah, I don't know what he means by that.
Oh, I'll explain. So if you live near the equator, then you can observe the sun travel perpendicular to the ground near the equinoxes. But if you live close to the poles, like in Iceland, for example, you will never see the sun do this.
No, you will actually see the sun. It rises and goes to the side, up in an angle, and then when it reaches its highest point on one side, then it starts falling back down until it reaches the other side, and then it starts rising back up. So it's not going in any curves.
You just said it rises at an angle from the ground.
Wait a second. First off, the sun doesn't rise or set regardless of what your worldview is. Rhetorical. Second off, if you're in South Africa and you get up in the morning, before the sun is visible in the sky, because you said the sun is what causes light, but I wanted to mention earlier how it's funny because there's many times during the day in any 24-hour period for anyone where you can go outside and you can have daylight without the sun being visible in the sky. Second off, if you're in South Africa, if you're in Cape Town, if you're in Perth, if you're in Boston, if you're in Baton Rouge, if you're in Bangkok or Moscow, when you get up in the morning and you see the sun appearing through your sky, in the sky, and you stay out there and watch the sun the day, what direction is the sun moving for all those individuals in all those different cities?
That's exactly my question. My question to you is, shouldn't the sun always be rising or setting at an angle to the ground?
No, I didn't say anything about an angle to the ground. Well, first off, you need a flat earth for that angle to the ground. But second off, the sun's moving from the east to the west for everyone at all times. Granted, some weird shit happens in Iceland and Finland and Norway and Sweden and Nome.
In Antarctica, right? As the final experiment proved.
Well, wait a second. Where is Antarctica?
Antarctica is the near the South Pole of the Earth.
The South what? What is that?
We were talking about like the surface of the Earth, or is it just talking about the sun? Is that what
when you
we're
pull
doing
out
now?
your compass, right?
Holy crap, bro! Backslash got this, bro.
Antarctica is where it would send you.
Well, wait a second. When I pull out my compass, what direction does do you have a compass that points in a different direction than my compass? I'm confused.
So the compass needle points north, right?
For just me? Do you? Because you said
for both of us.
Your compass,
Before you guys move on, do you remember that you were saying, "Oh, this might be magic"? No, but listen, there's something called Snell's window, right? That you can see a circular path. Even if you're when fish are on the water, they can see a circle of the horizon, right? The horizontal line. When they look from the water and they look above the water, they're looking out to the outside, to the air. They see a circle of the horizon around them. So when they look at the sun going across the sky, they see it basically doing a circle around there. So there is optical effects, not necessarily magic, that can cause. I mean, if you're speculating right earlier that this phenomena we observing because we live on a globe or whatever, right? We can go the other way and speculate that if refraction, if you are in this medium and then the sun is in another medium and there is a barrier between this medium and the other, what you're looking, the phenomena that you're looking at is refracting, and therefore you're observing this phenomena that you can see all of these effects. I mean, I can say refraction, Snell's window, and it's going to be as valid or more valid than the claim, the nonsensical claim that you claim of the globe and the spinning water ball that doesn't exist in reality.
Okay, great. So I have to go, but I'm going to leave the panel with this question. On a flat Earth worldview, should the sun ever travel in a straight line? You can think about that for yourselves. Have a good night, guys.
You don't know what the sun is.
Run away,
You don't know the
coward.
medium
Run
that it's
away.
in.
You're a coward.
Well, wait a second. I mean, like I said, for me personally, when I see the sun make its first appearance in the morning at the east and goes to the west, it's taking a straight path over my head. It
Look,
appears to
Snell's
curve. It's
window.
not actually curving. And Snell's window only applies underwater.
Yeah, dude. That's our perspective. That's the perspective on the water. But remember, like we're talking about the sun, that you don't know what the medium that is in, and you don't know the phenomena that might be causing. So, it's something that can happen between two mediums, and you being the fish in this water, or the sun being the fish up in that water, right? And the barrier in between, this phenomena can be happening. Now that circle that you observe, you can say refraction. I mean, if we want to speculate like he was doing and coming to a conclusion about the observed phenomena, you can establish certain optical phenomena that can cause that effect based on certain laws of perspective, like, or phenomena called Snell's law.
Sure. In order to even have refraction, you have to have two separate mediums, light passing between two mediums, and those two mediums have to be divided by a hard boundary. If there's
So
no
there you go. You are in a medium, the sun is in another medium, and there's a barrier between those two mediums. That's a possibility.
Yeah, but we're talking about an object being in the medium, but we don't even know what this object is, and that object is right now we're all calling it the
Yes,
sun.
but remember, he said, "Oh, you guys believe it's magic, and it can only be because you live in a globe." But there's other variables, other possibilities that can be demonstrated from the realist level that this phenomena happens, where you can see this circular path when it's not actually going in a circular path. You can observe this happening as an optical phenomenon.
Well, with the exception of the guy in Iceland who even expounded on his point that it's not actually making a circle, nobody else that I know of in here sees the sun for 24 straight hours a day for X amount of weeks. Iceland guy certainly does, and it's been documented, whatever, that's fair. But we're talking about something doing something, but the something that we're talking about, we don't even know what the hell it is.
We know that already, yeah, that we know that.
Right. And what did that guy say? He goes, well, Flat Earth says that the sun makes a circular path. It doesn't do that, so therefore, your model's wrong. But he didn't say model. He was smart enough not to say that. But that's what we should have. Okay, so what do you think the sun is? And he's going to tell us. It's a big ball of hydrogen.
Consider Snell's window, also called Snell's circle or optical manhole, is a phenomena by which an underwater viewer sees everything above the surface through a cone of light. So we were talking about the light, the sun, right? And doing this whatever phenomena. I mean, there's other possibilities, not just the globe. That's what I'm trying to say. That's it.
Yeah.
He's gone anyways. You can move on.
That's fine. the bottom line is none of us have a claim to what the sun is. The Glober that just left, he absolutely has a claim for what the sun is. Should have walked through that with him, but he, like I said, he left for a reason. He didn't want to go through that. Yeah, the
I was
sun
saying,
is, you know, it's
I
just a
was
big
saying that
giant
he
ball of
doesn't even
plasma and
have a
helium.
claim. He doesn't even
Sorry.
have a claim because a claim will be like, your father left you land and you can claim the land, or you have some type of claim towards something based on reality, but he's just making an assertion without any basis. That, the only reason we observe this is because Earth is globe in a vacuum, and that's why we see the sun doing what it does. But there are other variables, opticals, and like I said, Snell's window is an example of this phenomena, optical phenomena happening or similar. Well, I don't think we have the whole picture or the whole thing, but the globe fantasy is not the option. So he cannot just make that baseless assertion saying it is a claim that has any merit, because it doesn't.
Oh, the sun's just a natural ball of plasma. It's made out of helium, made out of hydrogen, and it burns forever. But all this plasma takes the shape of a sphere. Oh, okay. Where's the sun located? Not in the vacuum of space. What's that?
You see how he didn't want to invert what actually you brought up, and obviously we brought it up, that he was able to come to a conclusion of, it has to be because globe. But then when you say, but bro, you don't know what the sun is, you don't know what the meter, that stuff. And no, that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. Yeah, he doesn't want to go the other way. He want to make it to the bridge. He wants to cross the bridge without walking towards it. Without even building the bridge, he wants to cross the bridge without making it to the bridge or even having a bridge in the first place.
He said the sun causes light, and that's something that I thought was hilarious because I'm like, has this dude never heard of twilight before? Because there's plenty of light when there's no sun visible. Just me. The thing is, though, I can go up 10,000 feet. I can go up into an airplane and hover right above my location. Guess what? No sun, but there's light. So, whatever, dude. The sun brings light. Okay.
No, but he was discarding. I don't need to know certain variables to come to a conclusion. It's kind of silly. Obviously, he's just another
Holy
of those
crap, dude.
guys making that assertion.
You never been in the kitchen and somebody left the bedroom light on, but it lit up part of the kitchen? Does that mean that the light in the bedroom wasn't lighting up your kitchen? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but
So
the thing
the
is,
point here is,
I could leave. But I could leave my bedroom and go, hey, look, the hallway light's on. Let me shut that off and make it a little darker in here. So,
okay, dude.
Are you saying? So if
No, what I'm
if
saying is your
hallway light
point wasn't really a point. That's what I'm trying to say.
bottom
Why
line is we're
would you
arguing
make
about something
claims?
that we can't even touch.
There you go. There you go. Nor can you validate. So why would you start making things that you can't validate?
All I know is there's light. Even biblically speaking, the light existed well before the sun. The sun wasn't until like the third day.
Right. So if you wanted to put that as a pressing question to the person making the positive claim, how would you do it?
Say that again.
Okay, you're trying to press the person making the positive claim, right, without making erroneous positive claims yourself, as an attempt to debunk his claim, which is his burden to prove. Which you don't have to make counterclaims. You just have to have him parse out his proof for his claim, right?
Yeah, and his claim was sun equals light. Like, if there's no sun, there's no light. But that's.
Did he say if there's no sun, there's no light? Did he say that?
Yeah, he said sun causes daylight.
Okay. Okay, but is that the same as saying if there's no sun, there's no light?
No, you're right. That's not fair. His claim was sun causes daylight. But there's daylight when there's no sun. So, I mean, okay.
Right, so then what question would you ask him? Like, to parse it out for him to make him realize he has another burden to bear. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah, what is the sun? You're claiming that this certain object takes certain paths and has certain properties to it that causes certain effects.
No.
Reality. So
just about the daylight, dude. Just about the daylight.
Well, yeah, but he was saying sun equals day. Like, you can't have daylight without sun.
All right. So what question would you ask him to help him realize his mistake?
Why would I have to ask him a question when it's his own fallacy? We have daylight because of the sun.
You either have to listen, dude. You either have to. Okay, cool. You either have to explain to him his fallacy or ask him a parsing question. Like, those are your options. Or you can make a counterclaim, which you shouldn't do.
Or I could, the first option that you just said, point out his fallacy, which is a begging the question fallacy, in the form of the sun equals daylight because the sun exists. We have daylight because the sun exists. I said it better a minute ago. Hold on.
Right. So if you actually wanted him to think about it more than that, what kind of question could you ask him?
Yeah, but why do I have to dissect his mind on why he came up with the fallacy as an appropriate response to anything that anyone?
No, it's not about dissecting his mind, dude.
Yeah, but he's the one that's engaging.
Hey, bro, facts. In case you didn't know, I'm asking you. Okay, I'm here. You're here. I'm asking you, what question could you ask him? It's a hypothetical, dude. He's irrelevant at this point. It's what question could you ask him? Is there any? Could you think of any?
It's a good point.
We already settled the pointing out that it's logically fallacious. That's one track. Now we're on the other track where you ask a parsing question that's insightful and makes him realize that he still has a burden to bear.
Well, it's obvious he still has the burden to bear because his rebuttal was fallacious. Like, he just put down a fallacy card and goes, "This is what I'm using. I'm using this fallacy." Why do I have to ask him questions?
We already settled that. Nobody said you had to, dude. Hey, bro, try to follow along. Nobody said you had to. Somebody asked you, that being me, what kind of question could you ask him? You could say, I don't know, or I don't feel like talking about that. But it's like, no one's insinuating that you're obligated to do it this way. I'm just asking you a question, dude.
Well, I mean, I could ask him a million things, like, why does my cat make French toast? I don't know. I mean,
no, dude. Parsing questions about what he's talking about, that's a non sequitur, exactly. Thank you.
But he's already made a fallacy, so why are we going to...
I don't care. We already both agreed with that. For the love of God. Can you think on your feet, dude?
Okay, so the dude makes an obvious fallacy, and we have to delve into...
We already agreed.
He made the fallacy.
We already agreed to that, dude. I'm asking you, is there any types of questions you could ask him to progress further along the other track? We already settled the fallacy track. Okay, we agreed on that. That's on the shelf right now. Now we're talking about the other track, and I'm asking you about it. Are you having trouble?
So he made a claim about the sun. The sun equals daylight. Okay, so we're there. That's the fallacy.
Okay, yeah.
All right, random no-name Glover, whatever your name was. What is the sun? Oh, what do I have to tell you what the sun is?
Dude, no, his claim isn't about what the sun is. So asking him what the sun is also non sequitur.
No, he's asking questions directly related to the sun's behavior. If he's talking about the behavior of an object, why is he not talking about that object? Which he claims was caused by...
Listen, his claim is a conclusion based on the observation of what the sun is doing. So he already has a conclusion based on what he saw.
Yeah, we're talking about daylight. Right? The claim he made was the daylight comes from the sun, right? That was his claim?
Okay, that's the one you're talking about. Okay, so what's next?
Yeah. So I asked Vaxwax if he could tell me a question that he could ask this person that would help him parse it out. Like a Socratic method questioning about his claim.
What will be that question?
I'm asking Vaxwax to see if he can figure it out.
Oh, so this is all about if I'm following...
I don't think he can. Can you tell us? Because I can't either. I think you can.
Well, no. What he's saying is, okay.
No, you can. You've been 3 minutes. You've been 5 minutes. You're not being able to say the question. So let's have it. I don't know.
Now I get what AI is doing, though. Okay, fine.
But you get it. So make the question. Go ahead then.
Yeah. So a simple one. There's many, but a simple one could be: how do you know that all the daylight?
I think Vex want to try it again.
Yeah, but Gemsy is sick of listening to Vaxwax waffle. He wants some pancakes.
You have to mess it up, Elbow. Come on. F you.
So a simple one would be, we definitely see sunlight, right? We definitely see daylight. How do you know all the daylight is from the sun? How did you validate that? Something along those lines. Something as simple as that.
Yeah, did I not say... Wait a second. Did I not ask this dude if twilight exists? Because I see light, I see daylight without the sun ever being present.
Right, so you screwed up because now you're making a claim, dude.
Oh, okay, so wait a second. So I'm making a claim that we can have daylight without the sun being physically visible for you?
Yeah, but you don't understand that you're now accepting a burden of proof. So now he can start questioning you Socratically on what you're claiming. And look, there's no rhyme or reason, dude. It's not a science. Like, there's no script that you have to follow. But I'm just pointing out to you that by talking about it in the manner in which you did, you took the burden onto yourself.
Okay, so what was my burden?
To prove the exclusion. He could have started parsing it out on you and asking you the questions. I'm not saying that wouldn't be valuable, but like, you don't have to do it that way, is what I'm trying to tell you.
Well, wait a second. No, he said sunlight only exists because the sun exists. But he has no idea what the sun is. And daylight, which is completely different, exists without the sun being visible for anybody that's experiencing that twilight.
Vax, you're not
So I
getting
don't
the
understand.
point. Vax, you're not getting the point. I am equally guilty of this. I oftentimes give them claims where I don't need to do that. Like, he's just pointing out that you don't need to do that when you can just ask them questions and detonate their stuff within their own paradigm. You don't need to posit a claim.
Wait a second. How is twilight a claim? You can go outside 3 hours before the sun rises, and it's going to be, well, maybe not 3 hours before the sun rises.
Yeah, I'll do it for you right now. I'll do it for you, brother. Yeah, I'll do it for you. I demonstrated how it is a problem by showing you that a light from the bedroom can illuminate the kitchen, but it's coming from the bedroom. So if I then say, well, I can't see the light bulb in the bedroom, therefore this is not coming from the light bulb in the bedroom, that would be erroneous. So with one parsing question of, well, how do you know that twilight light didn't come from the sun? You, Vaxwax, wouldn't be able to answer how you'd know that.
Well, wait a second. I'm not equating the sun to a light bulb either.
Wow.
Okay, so it all comes back to we're arguing about the sun. He was arguing about the sun's path. He said,
Dude, you can't prove. Here's the point, bro. Bro, you can't prove the exclusion. Vax. You do not have the ability to prove the exclusion. You don't.
The exclusion to what?
The exclusion to what? The exclusion that twilight isn't originating from the sun.
What is the sun, AI?
Wow, dude. It's irrelevant.
Bro, Vax, you're already the one who was saying the sun is not like a light bulb, so you... Bro, calm down. You're saying the sun is not like a light bulb, and so you're giving it features. You don't have a claim about the sun.
Yeah, so here, let's settle this, Vaxwax, because we're not going to waffle with you for the next 2 hours. Okay, prove that twilight, the light in during twilight doesn't come from the sun. Prove that. Go ahead.
Why would I prove that something doesn't happen?
All right. Okay, when you figure out how to prove that, you can speak in this forum again. Or you can recognize your error and apologize for making us all suffer through it.
Yeah, I think there's a good point on this. There's a lesson to be learned actually, and because if Vasquez is saying twilight can be caused by something else, I mean you will have to provide evidence for that. So just if you cannot provide the evidence, just don't say it. But then he's going and saying, "What is the sun?" But that's a different question. That's something else.
Yeah, so for example, like the person comes over to your house and they're in the kitchen, and the kitchen is partially illuminated to where you can see, similar to twilight, right? And you tell them, oh, this light is coming from the bedroom. And he says, no, it isn't, because I can't see the light bulb in the bedroom. Therefore, it's not coming from the bedroom. And then homeboy asks him, oh, can you prove that? And then he punks his friend out. You see how that works?
Yeah. I get it. Yeah.
Vaxwax is adopting an unnecessary burden of proof that can be exploited by his argumentative opponent.
This is true.
Rather than press the opponent on his burden. So you know how we accuse Globers all the time of shifting the burden of proof? Vaxwax was taking the burden of proof and slathering it on his body like bacon grease.
Oh, this is true. Yeah, and then asking, what is this? I mean, yeah, because the thing is the fallacious reasoning of the Glober. You want to attack it where they have to carry the burden of the claim they're making. That's why you want to keep it there. You don't want to take their cross and carry it yourself. That's what you're trying to say. You don't want to take the burden.
Yeah, exactly. Don't take unnecessary burdens.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's just so.
Now, do bear in mind, though, like argumentation sometimes is an art, not a science. You can't get it right every time. You're going to make mistakes. You see that sweet bacon grease I put in the chat? I ain't never seen that before in my life, dude. You could buy a tub of bacon grease. Oh, man.
Did the guy, is that affirming the consequence? When he said it doesn't matter what the sun is, whatever, right? Because Bass was asking, and even I wanted to ask him. I wanted to tell him that he doesn't know what the sun is, the medium, whatever, the cause of the effect. He doesn't have that established. So how he can come to the conclusion that the only reason that he's observing this phenomena is the consequence that he affirmed, which is, the Earth being a globe or whatever spinning, that is the cause of the effect. He was coming to that conclusion without I don't know.
Yeah. If he phrased it formally, like if Earth is a globe, we would see the sun do this. We see the sun do this. Therefore, the Earth is a globe. It would be an affirmingly consequent.
That's what that guy did. He was trying to do, and he did that 2 times.
Well, he's asking for any explanation. You give him an explanation. He says that is an explanation, and it's not an explanation. And then he asks for an explanation again. You're like, wow.
All right, check us out. So now that we've all talked about it in a calm, even-keeled tone, let's see if Vaxwax learned anything. Hopefully he did. Oops. All right, go ahead.
No, I'm here. What's the difference between a affirming the consequent and a begging the question fallacy?
Affirming the consequent is a formal logical fallacy that has a certain structure, and it's an error in the structure of the argument. A begging the question fallacy has the conclusion in the premises. So, affirming the consequent is technically also begging the question, but you're highlighting the issue with the format.
Like asking somebody how long have they been beating their wife.
Mm.
Do you see the difference there?
No, it was how long has it been? The classic version is how long has it been since you stopped beating your wife?
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
So that's a begging the question, and then begging the question, and then affirming the consequent is more formal, like you beat your wife because your wife has bruises. Your wife has bruises, therefore you beat your wife. But actually, she really just played rugby.
Or she fell down the stairs. Like she got.
Like actually fell down the stairs.
Yeah. You're like, damn, that's like the third week in the war. Your wife fell down the stairs.
She was taking the trash out and she slipped on the ice.
Right, but in the argument play, Vax, we want you to notice that you accepted a burden that you didn't need.
Which is what?
Well, were you listening to when we spoke, or were you just tuning this out?
No, I mean, I was listening, but okay, so he said that's the sun causes daylight.
Right, and then you mentioned twilight. I see twilight, but I don't see a sun, and I asked you a very insightful, pressing question, and that question was, prove that twilight... No, wrong. Prove that twilight... No. See, dude, what is wrong with you? Like, you got a real problem, dude. Think about it. I'm trying to tell you what the question is. You won't even let me tell you what it is. You're trying to tell me what it is, and you're screwing it up. Why don't you just let me tell you?
Because AI, we have to pretend that the sun is a gigantic ball of fire.
All right, but Vax, I'm going to give you another chance, okay? So you're going to stay on mute. Hopefully you stop talking so you can listen to the question. Here's the question. You said and insinuated and pressed that twilight has some relevance on excluding his claim that light comes from the sun, right?
He dropped out.
Of course.
I think that's for the best.
Yeah, we all got it, and the audience got it, so that's all that matters.
Still, since the Globers are not here and we don't have to talk to them, we can talk with us. Oh, someone joined. Whoever joined.
All right, let's unmute him so he knows that he's here. Oh, dang it. All right. Vax, you ready to hear the question yet or what?
Oh, shit, dude, my phone was geeking out. I was about to close out the app. I didn't realize I jumped back in the room. It froze on me.
All right. Now, chill out for a second so I can say the question. All right. Question is,
Can you prove that the light available to your eyes at twilight didn't come from the sun? Can you prove that?
AI, I will ask you, what is the sun?
That's something totally different, dude.
So what the sun is irrelevant. What I asked you was a question that can you prove that the light available at twilight to your eyes did not come from the sun? Can you prove that? The simple yes or no, dude.
Well, hold on. Can you prove that it is coming from the sun?
Dude, see, here's the problem. Now you're starting to get it, dude. That's the question you should have asked the guy in the first place. Instead, you accepted a position that opens you up to being asked, can you prove whether it's coming from the sun, dude?
I already pointed out his fallacious reasoning with his question, dude.
Yeah, pointed out his fallacious reasoning, and then you adopted a burden of proof that you couldn't possibly bear.
And again, I asked, what is the burden of proof that I can't bear?
Oh, fuck, dude. Look, I don't know how hard it is for you, bro. I mean, I do realize that you're, you suffer
What
from.
claim did I make? Yeah.
24/7
What claim did I make? What claim did I make?
I want to make a claim.
Do it.
Unless anybody want to.
I dare you.
No, I was maybe whoever, AI or Drace or Elbow. So forget about the globe, forget about the globers, right? We are in the medium in a contained environment. Between this medium and the mediums above, there might be a barrier, the container. So if the phenomena that we look in across these mediums and these barriers, the sun, aren't those the conditions for the phenomena we call refraction? Medium here, medium there, barrier between, refraction?
Nope. Sorry. It's not.
No? What's missing? What is missing for the refraction?
It sounds like you need to have the burden of proof of where the sun is.
Wait, I didn't ask you, Wax. I didn't want to hear it from you.
He's not even talking about the sun.
Wasn't he just talking about the sun causing refraction?
No, not the sun causing refraction. That wasn't I didn't say the sun is causing refraction. I never said that.
All right, sorry, Gemsy. It was so low I had to turn you up. So can you say it one more time?
Okay. Forget about the globe paradigm. Okay. We're talking about what I comprehend about refraction. There's two mediums, and there is a barrier between those two mediums. So we in this medium, looking up towards, let's say there's some medium up there, and we are in a contained environment. So between our medium, there is a container or a barrier, and then the medium above. Are those conditions? Is there some criteria there that, well, there is a refracting effect that might be causing the observation of the sun? The sun is in a medium, we are in a medium, and there is a barrier in between. Refraction.
You already answered your own question. By parsing out refraction as requiring barrier between two mediums, describe the situation that met the criteria. So the answer would obviously be yes, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Obviously, I cannot verify that the sun is in another medium outside of our medium, so then that might be a possibility. Because we observing the phenomena that can be some type of optical effect, like in Snell's law, there will be a refractive effect of some sort.
Yeah, but Snell's law is an application to a specific condition. It's not an exclusive. So the idea that Snell's law and refraction are synonymous and mutually exclusive to all other variable paths of light is actually false.
Okay,
Yes, it's
yeah.
been the rhetoric for the past 7 years in this community, but it's wrong. It's just wrong. So Snell's law is derived from Fermat's principle, and Fermat's principle is based on the principle of least time. What that means is that light will take a path that takes the least amount of time from point A to point B, not the least amount of distance, not necessarily a straight path.
Okay.
Because light travels at different speeds. When it's being refracted, has different speeds. But either way, if you remove refraction, you still end up with Fermat's principle, which is that light doesn't necessarily take a straight path. So the idea that light can't take a variable path within a single medium is actually false. I know that's going to ruffle some feathers for people that just heard that, but that's just the facts. We've been duped with rhetoric for years, and a lot of people didn't parse it out properly, but it's just wrong, and you can demonstrate it to be wrong. So, for example, if I go outside right now and I look over a hot car, right, are the things behind the car going to be in the same visual locations? The answer is no. They're not. If we go look at Skunk Bay time lapse, does everything go up and down, all wibbly wobbly? The answer is yes. Is air a single medium according to the previous definitions that some people parse out? The answer is yes. So we can see in one medium that light's being distorted and not necessarily taking a straight path to the eye. Right?
Yeah.
Does anyone agree?
I mean, that's what we see.
Exactly.
I mean, anytime anyone sees like a mirage or like any distortion, that's light changing its path through the air, right?
Well, it depends. Some mirages are from reflections and stuff like that. So it's not necessarily that it's taking a path after that instance.
So there's two types of mirage I'm just looking up right now. So it's kind of like it's not reflecting off of the surface, it's actually reflecting off of the air, which is kind of interesting.
Yeah, but there are ones where it appears like a ship is floating
upside down. Yeah.
You can see the ship. No, not upside down. Just floating above the water. But it's actually that the resolved water line is before the ship, and after that there still is water, but that portion of water is reflecting the color of the sky.
I posted posting a couple and what you're referring to in the side chat.
What
no, that's not Fermat's. Yeah, that's the one. There you go.
What year did Fermat's principle come out?
It was before Euler, so I think it was like 1760s.
1662.
Wow, that long ago.
Okay, so what year did Snell's law come out? Snell's law is older by 50 years than Fermat's principle. So AI, you were incorrect.
I wasn't Googling AI. I was just going off the top of my head.
No. I'm talking about AI overlord. He was wrong. He said that Fermat's principle supersedes. He said Fermat's principle supersedes Snell's law, and it doesn't. Snell's law was original, and then Fermat's principle came after Snell's law. So
right, no.
It is what it is.
No, but Fermat's principle gave the explanation of light always looks for the path of least time.
AI just said that Fermat's principle comes prior to Snell's law, and then once Fermat's principle is established, then Snell's law comes out, but that's not true. Snell's law was 60 years earlier than Fermat's principle.
Yeah, it's not a big deal.
Yeah, that's not how.
It really isn't a big deal.
No, it absolutely is a big deal.
Why?
Oh my goodness, dude.
Because Fermat's principle is based off of Snell's law, and Snell's law of refraction is very clear of the prerequisites that are required for refraction to even take place.
You do know that Fermat's principle has a much larger scope than just optics. Like it can be used in classical mechanics as well.
Yeah, because there's many. There might be multiple phenomena happening, and not just one or the other. There's many things happening, and then you can describe one as Snell's law and the other one as the other principle. I mean,
Dude, I'm gonna put it this simple: like, hey, bro, go get your citations. There you go.
Fermat's principle is based off of Snell's law, and
Yeah,
Snell's
go get
law
a
is very
citation.
clear.
Yep. When you get a citation, come back.
Oh, like what's his point? So Snell's law came before Fermat's principle. That's fine. Like,
well, he hasn't even proven that that's.
Snell's law is discovered by Wilbur Snellius, 1621. Fermat's principle, 1662. So yeah, about 40 years. You can unmute him, just to get what his point was. So he was about to say what his point was.
no, AI brought up these points because I was asking a question that we observed the sun doing certain things, and I was entertaining the idea that might be some of these effects that people call refraction or Snell's law or whatever, and AI was bringing other variables into his reply towards what I was asking about.
I mean, what do you mean? What things we observe? The sun's movement through the sky is pretty standard. It's pretty consistent.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that we are in a medium. The sun might be in another medium above, a different medium, and there could be we say there's a container, and there might be a container between us and the sun, or whatever separation between this medium and the other one. There might be some refracted effect that is happening, and that's why we see certain phenomena as the one that we see. And we don't have all the variables in place. I don't think so, but there is such a thing as refraction, whatever that means, and whatever multiple variables are causing that effect that we observe the sun doing. And I don't know.
Well, in order to know the refractive properties of the medium the sun would be in, you would actually have to know the true movement and position of the sun in the sky, right? Because if you don't know the medium, let's say the container, what its refractive properties are, then you can't actually ascertain what the original position of the sun is.
You have to have certain things take place before refraction even becomes an option, buddy.
Yeah, you need to have two mediums and light.
What? Hold on. Two mediums and what?
And light.
And light. Citation, please.
What?
I'm just gonna mute. That's so fucking stupid. Citation that you're gonna need light for refraction of light. Oh my god, this guy's a waste of time.
Citation, like middle school science class. I don't know.
He thinks he's got a gotcha, but he's a retard.
No, I want to hear it.
Okay, all right, if you wish.
Who was a heretic? Thanks, buddy. Okay, so
what's your favorite
citation that Snell's law invokes light? My fucking goodness, dude.
Did I say invokes light? No.
Yeah, from the Cambridge Dictionary.
Oh,
right. Refraction, the fact light or sound being caused to change direction or to separate when it travels through water, glass, etc. So, yeah.
Water, glass, etc. Correct?
Yeah.
Water, glass, etc.
Yeah.
The light going through those, right?
Yeah.
What is water? If something is hitting the surface of water, does water have a hard surface?
No, it's a fluid.
Okay, so water's not an actual boundary between something. Gotcha. So what's the point of trap pipes when you have like that big U pipe under your sink? It's preventing all the gas from coming up.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the gas hits a hard boundary of, because of the letter W. I'll wait.
Doesn't hit a hard boundary. It's just the air
so
doesn't
water's
have
not a
enough.
hard boundary. Okay. So water's not a hard boundary.
No,
All
it's
right.
not a hard boundary.
Okay, cool. Thanks for saying that twice.
Okay, so what is it?
What is your point?
Goose?
Yeah.
Well, no, Goose or whatever just said water's not a hard boundary. So I would like for him to expound on that.
Right. If water was a hard boundary, right, that would mean it would be something similar to a solid, correct? Because a hard boundary means it doesn't allow like anything to pass, right? But we can also see gases passing through water, right? It happens.
Oh, wait a second. Well, a wooden door is a hard boundary, right? Can an axe pass through a wooden door?
Yeah, when you break the boundary. Like, what is your definition of a hard boundary? I don't know how you're using this definition.
Hold on. When you what the boundary? Say that one more time.
So, what's your definition of a hard boundary?
Did he get the citations for his position earlier?
I just gave him the definition of refraction. I don't know. He was asking me about that, and now he's asking me like if water's a hard boundary. Like I don't even know what he means by hard boundary.
Yeah. Well, by the way, Snell wasn't the originator of the law of refraction. It was just after him, contemporaneously. Supposedly derived by Persians, hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of years prior. Moments in time don't necessarily.
No, you can just say hundreds of years ago.
Yeah, but the point is, I was trying to be emphasis for Vaxrack to understand that first in time doesn't mean first in hierarchy. Not how it works.
No.
Yeah. Because the path of least time, I mean, that would be the more fundamental point than the boundaries. The boundaries thing would be because of the path of least time, right?
The Glober says water isn't a hard boundary. The flat earther, I don't know what this guy's talking about. What do you mean by hard boundary? Vaxwax.
Yeah, so wouldn't Fermat's be the overriding principle there?
Yes.
It would be the underlying principle, yeah.
Yeah.
Because Snell's law is really just like an observational derivement. Right? It just gives you the math to calculate, but it doesn't actually do anything to explain why light takes the path it does.
Yeah, it's because it's going to take the path of least time, so that's why you have Snell's law in the first place.
Yeah, exactly.
I think, yeah, okay.
It also makes sense from like a conservation of energy, levels, because like light's always going to want to maintain its momentum and its energy, and like taking a longer path that takes more time would mean that the light would need more energy to pass through the medium. So taking the path of least time is the most conservative way of traveling through a medium.
Well, I already demonstrated that light can be redirected in a single medium, right? 100%. Like pretty much all of us have witnessed that in our lifetimes. If you call air medium, right, you can go out to a lake, to a car, to a road even, and you can see light being redirected. You know it's redirected because objects that would otherwise be in one location in your field of view appear in a different location. Now, you know they didn't physically move, so they optically move. And how they optically move is the light comes to your eye in a different angle than it otherwise would.
Does Vax know that?
I don't think he does, but maybe he does.
Yeah, it's just a mirage. It's because when, like, especially the picture that was posted, like with the road, with the cars, they look like they're floating above the road. It's because like the road, like asphalt, gets really, really hot, especially during the summer. And so the air directly above the road is like scorching hot. But if you go up even a few feet, the air cools down significantly. And so it's still the same medium, but since it's a gas, you'll have different densities of the air very close together. It will be a very sudden change in density, which you wouldn't normally expect under, more, what do you call it, average temperatures. And so that's why you get the warping effect. It's because the light, even though it's passing through the same medium, it's like you'll have like different sections which are hotter or denser and sections that are colder, and like that causes issues.
That being said, somebody asked, they wonder if the other guy knew that was actually an effect that occurred in reality. Let's see if he can answer for that. All right, Pat, you understand that? That the redirection of the path of light occurs in a single medium? Mm-hmm. Holy crap.
Yeah, in regards to Snell's law, well, first off, can anyone quote Snell's law for me?
Yeah.
So first off, you're just going to ignore the question that you were taken off mute to answer.
Yeah, so you have the refractive index, so you have n1 sine theta is equal to n2 sine theta 2.
Yep. So now, Vax, now that he told you the answer, we're going to unmute you to answer the question we want you to answer, because we're trying to develop a conversation here, not listen to somebody, just vomit a script all over the room. Okay, you actually have to be present as a human being that can actually respond to conversation. Otherwise, we'll just get a recording of you, and then you don't need to be here anymore. For the love of God, can you answer the question?
Yeah, well, thank you for dehumanizing me, AI. That's cool. The refractive index, according to what? Snell's law, right?
Yeah.
And that requires... Am I muted again?
I have to put you on mute again. All right, pay attention, bro. We just wanted to know if you know, seeing as how you think air is one medium, that's fine. Let's say that's the case.
So you calculate the refractive index, sorry, just to cut you off, by taking the velocity of light in the vacuum, so c, and you divide it by the velocity of light in.
Hey, Goose, I don't mute someone so I can have the mic so that you can have the mic. Make sense? So I'm not unmute you, Goose, because I trust that you're actually motherfucking back right. You can actually keep your mouth shut on top of it, okay?
Sorry, my bad.
All right, so the question is, Vax, we all agreed that we've all seen these phenomena where in the air we see the displacement of object from the normal physical position. We know we're in the same vantage point. We know that the only thing that must have changed is something optical. So light has taken a variable path, not necessarily a straight path to us. We can validate this by putting a known surface in between us and an object far away, and we can see the distortive effects as the light passes through a condition within the same medium that's altered, for example, simply by heat, such as with the distortive effects off the hood of a car or a hot road or total, like that. So we're just asking if you've witnessed them with that. That's a very simple question, For the love of God, try to answer that question. Go ahead.
Am I going to get muted? I'm good, right? Yeah, okay. So let's see. Snell's law fundamentally describes the behavior.
All right, dude. So you're simple directions, dude. We don't want to unmute you to listen to you parrot some script or talk about something else, dude. I'm unmuting you to answer the question I'm asking you. I still believe it. So I'm going to unmute you, and you're going to answer me whether you're going to answer my question or not. If you're going to just go into some script and not even answer me, to say, F you, I'm not going to answer your question, or no, yes, I will answer your question. But if you just talk about Snell's law, dude, you're just getting
The
muted.
Earth isn't flat.
Cool story. But if you want to talk
bro.
about it, again, you want to talk about it, Crippen, we can, but we got to get this other bro's answer first, okay? We just chill for a little bit, Crippen, and then we'll get to you. All right, backslash, for the love of God, answer the question. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So Snell's law is a script. Gotcha.
All right, so you get a pan, dude. You get a thumb as a brick. All right, Crippen, what's up, bro?
Okay, hello. So pretty much the whole thing is you don't know how the horizon works, obviously. Yeah. Do you know what first hold on, let's start with this. What happens when a boat goes over the horizon?
When it goes to the horizon?
Over.
Over?
Mm.
Well, it depends on what you mean, because if you say the boat goes over the horizon, I'd ask, well, when did you ever see that happen?
When did I ever see that happen? Okay, so well, you can be on the other side and see it. I mean, we obviously observe from a camera, right? I mean, when a boat goes over the horizon, it disappears. Right?
Well, okay, so whoa, there you go. Maybe you saw a boat disappear, but does that mean it went over a horizon?
Yes, correct.
How do you know it went over a horizon?
Because the Earth is that proves that the Earth is curved.
Okay, but I didn't say that whether it proves or disproves the Earth is curved. I said, how did you know it went over a horizon?
Because the Earth is curved.
Okay, so what you have is, I know it went over a horizon because the Earth is curved. The Earth is curved because it went over a horizon. That's a circular tautology, dude.
Incorrect. That's a ad thing.
It's a what?
This is Joe, by the way, who you're talking to.
Hey,
He already admitted the Earth is flat by accident.
Hey Joe, if you have an iPhone 1, the original iPhone that has less resolution than your eye, the horizon is gonna be the boat is gonna disappear even closer than than your own eyes. And then if you pull out the iPhone 13, you're gonna have three different horizons: the one in iPhone 1, the one from your eyes, and then the further horizon on the iPhone 13. There's three different horizons there. All of those horizons are low.
Well, I was just going to say, if you want to continue with him, all you're going to get out of him is chanting. He'll eventually just resort to chanting, and obviously, with his circular reasoning, he has no problem with that.
We move on to
we upgraded from Vax Wax to him. We upgraded. Or downgraded.
Oh man, that's actually a good point. It's like, did we upgrade or downgrade or both at the same time?
I will say from Vax Wax and to Joe, that's a downgrade, honestly.
Well, dude, Vax West was just like running a script. Like, he couldn't think on his feet. He couldn't even answer a question. So India, we asked him, hey, have you ever seen in your life, like when you're looking over the hood of a car at a tree or something, anything on the other side, and you see that when the light is coming at you above and below, it's okay, but the part that's passing through the hot part of the hood of the car, it's all distorted. Like, so light can be redirected in the same medium, and the only thing that's different is the heat right there. So he couldn't answer the question, dude. We kept on unmuting him for him to answer that question. Every time he's like, so Snell's law is derived from blah, blah, blah. And he was like, oh, so Snell's law is this. And oh, so Snell's law is that. It's like the dude was like script bricked or something. Everybody noticed how dishonest he was being, right?
Yeah.
Only heard like the end of it.
He absolutely couldn't deal with the question. No chance.
Because I only heard you say, now you're going to answer I'm going to unmute you for the purpose of answering the question. I actually jumped in to tell you, you might want to ask him what the question is, because I doubt he was listening.
Oh, he was saying Fermat's principle came out 40 years after Snell's law. Therefore, Fermat's principle isn't the overarching principle.
Yeah, he said it was the other way around.
So, using that logic, Newton is greater than Einstein?
Yep.
Well, using that logic, Epicurus is greater than Newton.
God, and there's someone must be greater than Epicurus, right?
Yeah, the worst part is
Probably a caveman somewhere going like, ooga booga, down.
Yeah, the greatest scientist ever was making cave painting somewhere.
Yeah, the funny thing too is like look up with Snell's law. It's like Snell didn't invent it; he just is attributed to it. It came out, hundreds upon hundreds of years prior, and people were making lenses from it, using those principles.
So if it redirects at a boundary because of the principle of path of least time, then yeah, what you said, obviously it's the overarching principle.
I feel bad though because he thought I was trying to dehumanize him, but I was actually trying to humanize him.
Yeah, I know. He kept himself acting like a robot.
Exactly. I was like, Backslax, I want to hear you, brother. The thing behind your eyes, I want to hear that thing answer an actual question and not just hear the tape recorder.
Imagine the AI saying that to the human. What's going on here?
Yeah, can you imagine like you're talking to your AI girlfriend and the AI girlfriend's like, your responses are too formulaic, bereft of emotion or any spontaneity. You are clearly another AI.
Damn, I can't find a clip of Joe admitting the horizon is flat.
I'm trying to get some of these script Earth refraction knee-jerk responders I'm trying to get them to actually admit that they think that refraction is the only way light can be redirected. And so that would mean any redirection of light would be refraction, and then it would defeat their point that it's not refraction.
You can get him to say that, I guarantee it.
Dude, I almost got one of the alleged bigwigs to say it.
Man, I bet you I could get Professor Dave to say it.
Probably.
He's like It's like been the splinter in my mind. I posted that video where he was like, "Science denialism is out of control," or some silly thing, and it's like, someone needs to take this guy. Someone needs to freaking just expose him as an absolute pretender clown idiot he actually is.
I tagged you, Indio. I think it's that one, maybe. Check.
Oh, I know how this all started, Indio.
Oh yeah, that's the one.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's the one, man. That's funny.
He's saying that AI made that clip. AI, did you make that clip? 'Cause, Kriplin is Joey's replying that you made it. AI clip.
It's just been embellished pictures from our live stream, which can what it looks like to me. Anyway.
At least he's admitting it's him now. He was denying it was him before.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask. I'm gonna see if I can get it done right now.
Look at Mr. Central's channel. One of the videos is a Sunday afternoon with Sean Hawkins. Oh my God. Fucking no thanks.
Let's see if this guy will say it.
Oh, here we go.
We cannot even answer a question, dude. Okay, which is harder? Sold one, no hit run, or the script? Holy crap, dude. Dude is brick, bro. Sorry, listening audience, but you can't hear what he's typing. Oh man. Oh man, he almost said it, bro. He almost said it. Ask him if the Snell's law requirements are not met, could light be redirected in a single medium? Listen, DJ, we got to talk a little bit. Otherwise, the YouTube audience is going to be bored.
No, it's just Faxwax isn't listening, is he? Faxwax, you listening to us, bro?
Bro, he knows that he answers, he's screwed. That's why he's just retreating into the script even more.
He's so bricked. He doesn't even understand what a refractive index is. He thinks that that's only possible like if you have Snell's law present, like, or the conditions that Snell's law states present. Oh, that's crazy.
But no, I don't even care about that. I just want to know, is his condition that he said the only way light can be redirected? That's all I want to know. I mean, it's not even a hard question.
Yeah, he just won't answer any of these questions. I mean, it's so, like, if you have a balloon, it has a certain amount of gas particles in it, and then you cool down the balloon and it shrinks. You know, obviously those gas particles are going to be more condensed and it's going to have a higher refractive index. And then you warm up the balloon and it expands really big. Still the same amount of gas particles in the balloon, but now they're more spread apart because the temperature was changed. And now we have a lower refractive index. In nature, if we have some hot concrete or something like that, and the air just above the concrete is warmer right? Then it's going to slowly cool down as you go up in altitude, right? And the gas particles are going to have a gradient, right? The refractive index is going to be a gradient, and it's going to slowly change, and that's essentially like different types of miraging effects, depending on the temperature differences within the one medium. It's so dumb, like, that he can't get that. And this exact same sources that he posts these Snell's law citations from have a separate section that explains this within a single medium.
Yeah, and that's but my question is so simple because he could just answer, well, of course, other light can be redirected other ways. For example, reflection. So this isn't about necessarily even about the argumentation he's making about Snell's law. All I'm demonstrating is just how scriptedly brick he is, that he can't even think for himself. Because if he thought for a minute, he'd be like, wait a minute, of course refraction is not the only way light is. Because there's at least one I know of, which is reflection. So I could answer reflection, and there I satisfied AI's answer. Just so for the slow kids in the back, the answer is no. Refraction is not the only way light can be redirected. That's how simple. Drax could just say no. Or he could offer an example like reflection. But he's so dumb, he's just going to keep scripting. Script. So I asked him again, is refraction under Snell's law the only way light can be redirected? He could answer no, because there's at least reflection. The light can be redirected by reflection, at least. So there's at least more than one way that light can be redirected. At least two. Oh, yeah. Let's see if he'll join again. I don't know why he has to bail. Hmm. Also, yeah, you could take the Snell's law as a case specific application. So for example, you could say that Snell's law applies to refraction when these conditions are present. So whenever there's a discrete boundary with two different optically dense media, this law will apply, right? But then it won't apply when there's any other type of different situation. So for example, a non-different, then you couldn't apply that law. So you wouldn't get the same angles, right? So there's two ways of looking at how it applies. Backslash trying to say to be exclusive of all others so that the only time refraction occurs is when the law of refraction can be present. Right? Even if that's true, that just means that you're titling this event, in this circumstance as refraction. Okay, what about all the other circumstances? The question is, if there are other circumstances, then the question is the law of refraction, Snell's law, and the conditions of Snell's law the only way light can be redirected? It's not a trick question. It's not a disingenuous question. It's a very valid question. Rather than simply answer that question, he just keeps harping back on Snell's law. When Snell's law applies, Snell's law applies. Well, we already know that. So when Snell's law doesn't apply, then what happens? Nothing or something? Backswag. We're asking you, bro. Can light be redirected by any other thing other than refraction under Snell's law? You can either say yes or no. You don't have to say, oh, refraction applies to Snell's law. I didn't ask that question. I said, is there other ways light can be redirected other than this instance? It's a simple yes or no. The fact that you can't answer it and you just keep rehashing the script, dude. You trying to accuse me of a script? Good grief, dude. I've been asking you the same question. You literally can't answer it. For some weird reason, which we pretty much all know the reason why. We're trying to get you to realize the reason why you can't answer it. Trying to help you out. So shock treatment. DJ, I'm giving him a hint. Dude, why is it so hard to get people to answer questions? I have to ban this too. Oh, oh. It's natural pride, isn't it? You can't. All right, DJ finally had an epiphany, and he realized that if light's being redirected and it's not under the law of refraction, but it's still evidently being redirected, then the law of refraction doesn't apply. And therefore, saying it's not refraction under the law of refraction is a big waste of everyone's time.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. It's like just not. It's not to do with what we're seeing when we're looking through a single medium. It's just like pointless. A pointless way to shut a conversation down, and then the globe earthers will just laugh in their faces when they say that if they know what they're talking about.
Yeah, so for example, hey, we're seeing this phenomenon through a single medium. Yeah, but you're not seeing it through two mediums, so it's not things that apply to two mediums. Definitely not that.
Exactly.
Oh, really? Like, because I didn't know that already. Wow. Anyway, I had to ban that because everyone that.
Oh yeah, it was just getting repetitive at that stage anyway.
Can't believe he couldn't be genuine enough to just answer if he ever saw what we described in his life. Like, oh yeah, guys, one time I saw that happening over my mom's boyfriend's ex-lover's nephew's car. It was like a Chevelle. And yeah, I totally saw like the beach ball that the other girl was holding on the other side was all wobbly. Like why can't you just be honest or something? I just don't get it, dude. It's like the script takes precedence above all humanity. And you know what, DJ? We could have just kept him muted. that time. You fell for it, bro.
You cut out when you said that.
Said we fell for it.
What did we fall for?
When we muted him and he left, we should have banned him right then.
Yeah. True.
Or just, resisted the urge to engage. Instead, we stopped attending the live stream, and then it got everybody left. And
True. Yeah, I didn't notice. It did actually kill the chat. Kill the VC.
That's what sucks about guys like him. It's like all he can do is just go on this ad nauseum repeat scripted cycle or below the door and end the discussion. Those are the only two options. Ad infinitum retardation or end the discussion. Rather than just have like a mediumly retarded discussion that goes on, which would have been perfectly fine. What was that quote? Yeah, that quote was never go full retard. Medium retard is engaging for the audience, but full retard is just everybody shuts down. But that did add more evidence to my quiver of why script earthers are a big waste of everyone's time. Dude literally can't think for himself. Oh, Matthew, did you check out the eclipses thing yet?
What eclipses thing?
Sinusoidal shadow paradox.
Oh yeah, I thought about it. I don't think there's any problem in the heliocentric model.
Oh my goodness, dude! What a lame answer. I thought about it. I don't think there's a problem.
Oh no, I'm pretty good at thinking geometrically in 3 dimensions, and so the shadow that's cast is circular, and no matter what shape it lands on, it'll still appear circular if the camera or the eye is not far different from the direction of the light. I mean, if you were looking at the moon from the side during a lunar eclipse, the shadow would not look circular. But since we're looking at it from the Earth, it does.
All right, listen, I'll buy that you're convinced that that's the case.
I mean, it's simple 3D geometry.
Is that what we observe? A circle shadow on the moon? Is that the actual phenomena? You see a circle, you see a shadow, and that shadow is a circle. Is that what we see?
Well, it's a part of a circle because the shadow of the Earth is bigger than the radius of the moon.
But do we see a shadow that is shaped as a circle? Is that what we see?
Yes, every single time during a lunar eclipse.
Can you show that circle on the shadow of the moon?
Sure. Any picture of any lunar eclipse you want me to find one for it?
Yeah. Because I think I've seen like it's a shadow, but I don't remember seeing a circle.
How do you see a circle or shadow, dude?
I've seen lunar eclipses. I never remember like seeing a circle.
I mean, isn't it just like either the portion of a moon is shaded or the whole moon is shaded? If the whole moon is shaded, then you have no idea the content of the overall structure of the shadow at all. If a portion of the moon is shaded, then you still have no overall structure of the entire shadow. You only have the portion. So how could you ever say for certain that it's a circle?
That's what I'm saying. I've seen so many eclipses. Go ahead.
Oh my goodness, Matthew. That's not a circle.
Yeah, sure it is. All 3 of the middle ones are circular.
No, they're not, dude.
What shape would you call that?
An arc?
Yeah, an arc. Like I said, the circle is bigger than the moon itself, so you're only going to see a portion of it.
Oh, dude, you're assuming it's a circle. Just because you see an arc doesn't mean it represents a circle.
That's true. It's consistent with being a circle.
Right, so don't ever again, please, for the love of God, say, I see a circle.
I see a part of a circle. How about that?
No, you see what you assume is part of a circle. You see it.
Yeah, I assume what it is a arc, which is part of a circle, which I assume means that the whole circle is there.
Arc is not necessarily part of a circle. So when I
you're right. A circular arc might be part of a square.
No, an arc might be an arc segment on top of a square, like a building with an arc on top. An arc doesn't tell you that there's a structure of a circle, dude. It doesn't.
That's true.
The idea of an arc being a portion of a circle is an ideal geometry only, dude. Physical reality, an arc can exist as itself and stop here and stop there, and it'll only be an arc segment. Right? It's not an entire circle, for goodness sakes.
Matthew, can you draw and complete the arc and draw the circle so I can see the way it actually is? Can you do the math that it actually conforms to the the shadow that the earth should be casting on it? Is the math correct? Is that the size that it should be based on the math?
I think it is. Machen showed a picture at 54 past the hour. If you can draw a circle on each of those.
And did you do the math that will say, yeah, this is the correct size of the shadow based on the geometry of the sphere, that kind of stuff? Did you do the math?
No, I didn't do the math.
Oh, so you already came to a conclusion, even though you haven't made it to the bridge, but you're saying you already crossed the bridge. And maybe there's no bridge even built, and you're saying I crossed the bridge, but I don't know if there's a bridge.
No, I was talking about the shape of the shadow, not the size of the shadow.
You're saying the shape of the shadow of the Earth on the moon, but there should be some variables that you need to have in the first place to come to the conclusion that it is the shape of the shadow of the Earth on the moon, and a full circle added.
Oh, I see what you're saying. The distance between the moon and the Earth and the size of the moon and the Earth would change the size of the circle, but it wouldn't change the fact that it's a circle, or as AI keeps pointing out, a part of a circle.
And
so
the
I didn't do
arc
the
that you're
calculations.
observing should be part of a shadow. You're saying a circle, that it should be a specific size based on the distance and the shape and the size of the globe, right? And it should be.
No, I didn't say make any claims about the size. Other people have verified that it matches, but I haven't. I was just saying that it's a circle, not anything about the size of the circle or the distance or anything.
So you made it to the bridge. I mean, you're claiming that you made it past the bridge, but you don't know if there's a bridge there yet.
No, I'm claiming it's consistent with the heliocentric model to have a circular shadow, or part of a circle as a shadow.
Even though you don't have the globe, you don't have any of those variables in place, you're just claiming it is because you say so.
Well, yeah, even the ancients knew that was a spherical object can cast a circular shadow, and even though they didn't know the exact distance of the moon or the size of the moon or the Earth. Of course, we know all that now. I haven't done the calculations, but it has been done, and it's consistent. Meanwhile, what's your explanation? Nothing at all. I think I'll stick with that.
Observable phenomena that you don't know the mechanisms of how actually it works.
All right, so there's some phenomena we have no idea, and the fact that it's consistent with the heliocentric model, just ignore that fact. And
remember, you haven't made it to the bridge yet because you don't have the globe, you don't have the curvature, you don't have the vacuum of space, you don't have the water on the outside, you don't have the physics of water, you don't have the gas pressure, but you're already skipping all of those things and making the claim.
We have
that you
all.
have it
We have
already,
good
even though you don't.
explanations for all of those. We have good reasons for believing all of the things you mentioned.
Explanations for everything, but no demonstration, no verifiable. Just say so.
No, not say so. It's explanations that can be falsified and they work.
Okay, Martin.
But when we go test the mathematics required for your explanations to work, it doesn't match reality. So that's a big
It does.
problem. No, it doesn't.
No, you're right. It would be a big problem, but it matches. It's
No,
like
it
consistent.
doesn't. It doesn't actually match, right? Like you actually have gone out and taken footage with your telescope, and it blatantly doesn't anywhere near match the mathematics handed to you by the globe, right? You'd have
What are
some
you talking
buzzwords
about?
that you don't even understand very well when you say refraction. Explains.
I didn't say
to see
refraction.
over. No, you say that. Yeah, you do. You say that it doesn't matter what discrepancies we're seeing with these long distance observations. You admitted that you can't explain them, but you told me that I'll just say refraction and then I'll just bring up other points. Right? But we're the ones that are actually testing the real world to see if your mathematic matches reality, and it absolutely does not. And you don't have anything to the same standard of these observations and laser tests and whatnot that we're doing. Right? You guys don't have anything. When you guys do those things, it doesn't work out for you. So,
Well, I think that the path of light can bend over humid water sometimes.
Yeah, but exactly. How much can this happen?
Well, if it bends 0.07 degrees per mile, that's enough.
Well, what percentage is that? More than what it should.
Well, I don't know how much it should. I'm just saying the number, the difference.
So, I mean, I was listening to a
difference.
physics professor the other day talk about it. He said standard refraction is 7 to 8%, right? And it can go up to an absolute maximum in extreme situations where it could be up to 15%. It cannot be beyond that. So, I mean, there's many, many sources, like experts in that particular topic, that state that. I mean, you can't demonstrate it on a smaller scale, that it can actually happen. So, I mean, it's just kind of like a baseless claim, and it's a cop-out when you're using your little 0.000 blah, blah, blah argument, right? That's like, it kind of seems a little dishonest when you're saying that, when you know it's actually, what you should be saying is it's actually 2,000% further than what it should be on a globe, or more, right? I can show you observations where we can see over 21 miles over a lake, and there's no horizon at all from 5-foot observation height, right? The horizon would have to be at 3.4 kilometers or 2.7 miles approximately. So add 8%, add 15% for extreme conditions. It's not going to, it doesn't add up. It doesn't explain what we're seeing, especially when it's a crystal clear observation, right? There's obviously no miraging effects or anything taking place.
Yeah, I'm just saying that the discrepancy of that tiny degrees doesn't bother me. So I think the other arguments are strong enough. And if there's these tiny discrepancies, I don't think that's
Do you think
sufficient.
2,000% is a tiny discrepancy?
It depends on the percent of what. Percent is just relative. So I that's why I said 0.007 degrees.
It should be at 2. Okay, so if it should be at 2.7 miles, right? But we don't see it over 21 miles, right? It's beyond more than thousands of percent off what it should be. Okay, let's just say we see a shoreline over a 21-mile lake, right? We can set up the camera at 5 foot, and we can see the shoreline, and it looks completely flat all the way over to the shore. There's no horizon. and the shoreline on the lake on the other side should be hidden behind 231 feet curvature. That's like huge discrepancy for the globe.
Yeah, a discrepancy in the final number.
You don't have any observations that show that there is such a thing as a geometric horizon. You would have to agree, right, that if we were to, say, hypothetically remove the, so it's a vacuum, the horizon would have to be at 2.7 miles away from 5-foot observation height. You can't go against that claim. Okay, so you're saying that really there is a geometric horizon at 2.7 miles.
Yeah, sometimes.
But it's
Depends
just
on the
never
weather.
been, you just don't have, because of the weather, but we can go back and do the same observation on different days, and there's still no horizon over the 21-mile distance.
But sometimes there is, and
then
sometimes there's not,
They
right?
do it at, not in this Great Salt Lake.
So Skunk Bay was big?
Skunk Bay? There's no horizon present in the Skunk Bay one. Is
Yeah,
mountains
but you
in the
can
back.
see how turbulence affects where things are, right?
Yeah, it just changes it a little bit. It doesn't make anything further away or closer. It's just making things displace higher and lower, right? Which is looming and sinking, and then it's stretching and pressing, which is towering, stooping. So these are known effects, right? No stage is the buildings that we're seeing, doing these effects, like getting closer or further away or anything like that. It doesn't happen. Like, these miraging effects are well defined. All of the citations say the same thing about how they work. It's not like all of a sudden something's like 2,000% further away. So
Yeah, well, I mean, all I'm saying is that doesn't bother me, and so that's why I still believe it. Like, it still seems like a
should
nothing
bother
burger to
you
me.
if should bother you that you guys can't validate a geometric horizon or any Earth curvature by form of
So
observation.
we should
over
be
distance
concerned.
or laser test or anything like that.
We should be concerned if light doesn't bend 0.07 degrees per mile, or if it does, resulting in this 2,000% distance difference. But still, the resulting cause, or the resulting thing that you put in the formula, is the difference between 0 and 0.00723 degrees per mile. And that just doesn't bother me. That's all I'm
so
saying.
so you can't replicate that on a smaller scale, and you can't explain it with any type of formulas or anything like that. That's analogous to the actual meteorological conditions in any given scenario, right? You guys.
Oh, you're right about that. I can't validate it.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what
You
causes
can't
that
even
bend
give
of
a
light.
scenario. Okay, so do you agree?
Oh yeah,
with
turbulence in the atmosphere.
Do you agree with the mainstream explanation of why mirages happen, where you have a difference? Like, I mean, do you know why mirages happen, according to the mainstream?
Yeah, difference in density in the atmosphere. I don't know the details.
Which is caused by temperature,
temperature, humidity, all that.
Well, primarily temperature gradient causing the refractive index difference. Okay, so when you have like a very slight difference, like when you have, say, slightly warmer air closer to the surface and then just very slightly cooler air above it, right? You have like a very gradual change in the refractive index. And in that scenario, it will displace things in the distance and it will make them look lower than what their actual position is. Now, when you start to get a larger difference, right? When it's going from, say, much warmer to much cooler quickly, over, say, 2 or 3 or 4 meters or something like that, that's when you start getting, instead of getting a little bit of sinking, that's when you're going to get a full-blown inferior mirage, right? It's super obvious. It has characteristics. Okay, and when you get an even greater difference in like super hot temperature to a much cooler temperature, right? Like, for example, if you're looking down a road or if you're looking over a footpath and it's heating up, like the sun is heating up the footpath and you got like a super layer of warm air close to the surface, and then it drastically cools down quite a lot. You get very, very noticeable miraging effects, like a super noticeable inferior mirage, right? So you can tell when you've got like a steep gradient in the refractive index, whereas when we're showing these like 21-mile lake observations, there's no miraging effects taking place. So we know that there isn't like a really crazy steep gradient that's going to cause thousands and thousands of % difference in what we're seeing. So I mean, it doesn't align. It doesn't match. And just saying refraction, just saying bending light, it doesn't actually match the meteorological conditions, right? Like you can't give any scenario where you would have X temperature changing to X temperature and claiming, oh, well, if this X temperatures were present over this distance, then it would cause the light to bend, and that would explain this observation. That you don't have that.
I see. So you're saying that you can tell by the image itself that there's no refraction happening, even like sort of slight
No,
gradual
not that there's no
refraction.
refraction, that there's not a steep gradient in the refractive index. Because once you get a steep gradient, then that's when you're going to have these really obvious miraging effects taking place, whether it be much cooler lower down to much warmer higher up, when you're going to get like superior mirages, you're going to get like Fata Morganas and floating boats and, you know, all of these crazy obvious looking miraging effects, you know. And then you can get the opposite of that, right, if you have inverted temperature gradient. But it's super obvious when you just have a slight change, then there's not much displacement. It's very clear. You don't see any like crazy warping or floating ships or sinking ships or anything like that. I mean, the ideal conditions would be if you had like pretty much the same water temperature as the air temperature. So you don't have like the water creating that warmer layer of air or cooler layer of air above the surface. So it would, you know, you wouldn't have much of a change in the refractive index. So you wouldn't have like a lot of the bending effect of the light. Anyway, I'm just saying, like, there's a lack of the explanation doesn't really hold any weight.
Yeah, I wonder even if there's not a steep gradient, like if a gradual gradient over the course of like all those miles would be enough to cause a 0.007 degree per mile bend in the path of light. So you're right. I don't know the details about what might be causing it.
Yeah, we know that they account 7%, or sometimes 8%, I think, for standard refraction. So if you're 6 foot tall, you know, and the horizon should be 3 miles away, it's not going to change it much, is it? It's not going to make a horizon disappear over a 21-mile distance. Another question for you, Matthew. What about, do you think that if you are making an observation over a large distance and there's like heavy sort of refractive effects, like distortion over that distance, and the things in the distance look kind of miraged and warped, do you think you would be able to see further or less distance if you used an infrared camera?
Yeah, it would depend on whether it's warping up or down or which way it would be warping. So I think it just changes the path of light in sort of
let's say it's these
unpredictable,
conditions
turbulent
where
ways.
you guys claim that it's because of the heavy refraction that you can see further. Do you think that in those conditions where you say that you can see, say, 10 times further than what you should on a globe, if you then pulled out an infrared which cuts down those effects, do you think you would be able to see less distance or more distance?
Probably less, because I think that infrared is slightly less susceptible to refractive properties than visible light, but it's right next to visible light, so it's not going to be a big difference, right?
I think that's, yeah. I mean, the examples that I've seen, like, you definitely like just say you can see over a 20-mile lake and you can see a building on the side. It looks like there's no curvature at all. It's just like a mirror surface on the water. It looks completely flat, and you can just see everything on the other side.
Yeah. Sometimes it's like that, but most of the time it's not, right?
Okay, so let me give you an actual example, and just see what your opinion is. Second. So have a look at this GIF. Okay, so you claim that there's a physical geometric horizon at 2.73 miles, but there's we just can't detect it at all, and it just looks completely flat. But really, it is there. There's really a horizon line there, and really the shoreline there is actually 230 foot behind the curvature of the Earth. But it just looks like it's completely flat and still and clear. And so, do you think that if this person did the same observation right then, but just switched to an infrared, that a horizon would appear?
I don't think so, because infrared and visible light are so close to each other. I think you might end up with very similar looking things in infrared.
Do you think there's any way to find that horizon, that elusive horizon that's completely undetectable here?
Wait until a different day. Try again.
Well,
but at this point,
he kept
no.
doing it throughout the day, and he even did it at night, and it just looks exactly the same.
Yeah. It sounds like the weather was fairly similar all those times. Be interesting to try if he did it at different seasons, like when the water was warmer than the air, when the water was colder than the air, when it was exactly the same temperature. All those different examples would be interesting.
Yeah, I agree that would be good to see. So you think that when he zooms in here, that shoreline that we can see on the other side is not really there. It's actually 230 foot lower and behind the horizon. And it's all just making it look flat because the light's bending around the curve and making it all just perfectly flatten out.
Assuming the numbers are right, it's got to be what's going on. You said it's 21 miles. What's the height of the observer or the camera?
5 foot.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to tell exactly where the shore is, but it sounds like that's what's happening. Remember that in order for that to happen, the path of light doesn't have to bend very much. Well, we're talking about a tiny amount, by the way. If you hold a dime 35 feet away on its side, the thickness of the dime at 35 feet, that's the difference we're talking about. If light can bend that much, that's all it would take to make this
it would actually
happen on the globe.
It would have to, right? So everything beyond the physical 2.7 mile horizon, right? It's just all just completely flattening out, right? Somehow the bending the light is just flattening everything and just making curvature just completely undetectable. The entire distance over the entire 21 miles. It's crazy.
I wasn't there, but remember, I'm saying this presuming that the Earth is a roughly spherical with a radius of 3959. So I don't care what type of like horizon images you show me. I think that the squinting at the horizon through turbulent air is never going to be enough to convince me that the Earth is flat, because it's just this tiny amount. We're arguing about these tiny amounts. Yeah,
No,
so
it's not a tiny amount, right? There has to be you're saying that there's a horizon at 2.7 miles in this observation, but obviously there isn't.
Right.
Obviously,
If
there's
the light bends,
distance. The light
if the light bends, the thickness of the time.
all out. You
just
do
to be
realize,
clear,
like you can't even understand like what you're claiming right now, like how ridiculous and how extravagant the claim is.
I'm claiming that it's possible that light might.
What's the mechanism that's causing the light to bend in the observation?
I understand your question. To be clear, what I am claiming, which you call ridiculous, what I'm claiming is that it's possible that the path of light, might bend the thickness of a dime over the space of 35 feet, or 0.007 degrees per mile. I think that is possible given the turbulence in the atmosphere. It sounds like you're claiming that could not happen, and that because it could not happen, therefore this couldn't be a globe with tiny refractive properties happening. Is that right? You're saying it can't happen?
Well, no. I mean, extreme refraction would be 15% according to the experts, right? Like the physics professor that was talking about it the other day, or Andrew Thomas Young, who writes books about refraction. The experts say that the maximum under extreme conditions would be the horizon could appear 15% further away, but usually, just 7 or 8%. Extreme conditions, 15%. They're not talking about this being possible and just completely hiding a horizon. Like, it's not 15%. Thousands and thousands of percent.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. I'm saying it doesn't bother me. These blurry pictures of the
Your
horizon
analogy
and
with the
distance.
coin it's a bad analogy, right? Because this is a physical horizon line that's just not present, and this is a shoreline that should be hidden behind 230 foot.
Yeah, no, you're right. It should be hidden behind. It should be hidden 200 feet below the horizon if there's zero refraction. If the path of light goes in a perfectly straight line.
If there's standard refraction, the horizon would just be 7% further away. Closer, I guess, depending on the refractive index. I mean, they also waited till it got dark in this observation they shot high-powered lasers from one side of the lake towards each other. They could both see each other's lasers, right? And not only could they see their lasers, they could see them also reflecting off the water close to the source of the laser. And also, if you have a look at that image I posted under the GIF, we can see on the shoreline there's like little streams of water that coming out. It's like a mining, and there's like little streams on the shoreline. Now at nighttime, we can see the reflection from the town just behind it on reflecting off those little streams on the shoreline on the other side. So not only are you claiming that we can see the entire shoreline that's hidden behind 231 foot, but also the light that's reflecting from the town off the little puddles is also just perfectly bending around your eyes. You can see that as well. I need to look up a bit more on the law of reflection. I'm pretty sure that also debunks it, as well as the specular reflection. Like, this is the specular reflection earlier that day from this location. It's like super still conditions, and we have what looks like a perfect specular reflection over 20 miles. I mean, that's curving 293 foot. Slope. Anyway, I'll just post one more image of what it looks like at nighttime when they did the zoom again at night. So you can see the reflections.
Is this like a troll VC, or do people like actually believe in a flat Earth?
People actually believe in flat Earth.
Dear God. Are they here, like, unironically?
Yes.
Oh my God.
When you first show up, if you had listened to the dialogue for a couple minutes, then you can kind of like tell
Yeah,
what's
the
going on.
dialogue that was just like frozen in dead silence. Yeah. Yeah, at first I wasn't convinced, but once I heard
You mean dead silence for 5 seconds? What are you talking about?
Yeah, I said 30 seconds, yeah.
30 seconds?
Yeah. Good job keeping up with numbers.
DJ and I are talking about refraction and whether it's possible to see lasers across a 21-mile light. I mean,
modality
20-mile light.
That term?
Huh?
What modality were you using when you invoked that term possible?
Common sense. We weren't using
common sense isn't a modality, idiot.
I'm not an idiot. I'm using common sense.
Well, you kind of sound like an idiot, if I'm being fair.
No, I'm very intelligent.
Are you a flat earther?
No.
Okay. Oh, we're making progress.
Yo.
So he's not an idiot anymore.
I didn't say he wasn't an idiot.
Such a hypocrite. Oh my God.
How is that hypocritical? At best, that would be contradictory, not hypocritical. Idiot. And also, I never said
idiot.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
No, he just he's like one of those college debate bros. He's gone.
Yeah.
You're a moron. He called you an idiot for no reason at all.
Yeah, he assumed that Matthew was a flat earther, so just started throwing insults at him.
You know, he's one of those type of people who learn debate in high school or college, and they have all these fancy words. And then in their debate tournaments, it depends on how fast you can talk and how much content you can get out in your 2 minutes. And so they literally practice speaking like double speed. And I could tell that he was trying to slow down a bit, but he was already talking fast, and he had like all these fancy words. And I'm like, look, let's just have a regular conversation and talk about common sense, not like modalities of epistemology or whatever you say.
Yeah.
But he's not here, so whatever.
No. They'll probably be getting angry at you right now for assuming their gender anyway. Lucky they.
Well, starting 100 days ago or more, it is the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders.
That's good. Try telling certain people that. Anyway, we won't go there.
Right.
Why y'all sleeping together in a VC?
Just a moment of silence for the globe. The death of the globe.
Yeah, the circular globe. Yeah. Sleep because of that, because you get owned by me all the time.
No, it's a moment of silence, right? It's the death of the globe, right? Because there's no evidence for it.
I love the confidence. I love just like the delusionality, like in you, bro.
Do you have the evidence?
So you want me to keep on disproving you, like I've disproved you before?
Never disproved anyone about anything, bro.
Dude, I literally, I disprove you 24/7 every time I'm in this PC.
You don't sound like you're capable of that,
dude. Like I'm drunk right now, right? But unironically,
oh, gosh. You sound,
bro. Literally,
wow.
bro. Literally.
You have a beer, did you?
Bro, literally, like, yeah, bro. Like, it's really funny how literally I've been in here for how many months? 6 months, and not without fail, I've owned Jedi, I've owned Majin, I've owned you, I've owned Crit, I've owned Indio, I've owned pretty much everybody in this VC. I mean, even the main moderators, So that's really funny to me, right? That nobody can seem to like disprove anything I'm saying.
You're not saying anything. You're just saying you own
me. Dude, you've never been here before. I can tell you, like, you're a newbie.
I'm not. I've been here.
Who are you?
I never witnessed you owning anybody. What are you talking
Okay, so this is one of them like bootlickers.
He's never owned anyone. He comes in with the same like argument every time. Shows like
literally, and unironically,
like a picture from like an ISS screenshot or something like that.
Yeah. I literally with that I can own you. But anyways, Reg, you're like a bootlicker. Understand? You've never talked to me. Yeah, you're a bootlicker. Yes.
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, you're sucking their dick. That's what I'm saying. The white man's dick.
How are we doing that on the internet?
Yes, you're a bootlicker.
Yeah, that sounds.
You're on your all fours.
Hey, is this you owning me at the point right at this point?
There's no debate going. I mean, do you want to debate me? I mean, I'm owning you, but not in the debate. You're a bootlicker. Yeah, you're literally a bootlicker. That's what you are. Literally, there's no disproving that. There's no debate to be had because you are a bootlicker. Right? I mean, you don't even know me, right? But you're already dick sucking, right? I mean,
on the internet, without any contact.
You are a bootlicker.
On the internet.
Yes, you are a bootlicker. That makes it even worse that you're bootlicking online. Yeah.
Oh, it makes it impossible, but it doesn't.
No, it makes it really bad. So I seem you don't understand, basic, sayings. Right? So.
Oh, when people talk nonsense, talk about things that happen.
No, you're just like socially inept, right? And that's fine.
Oh,
but
this
add something.
Oh, so you didn't mean it? Okay, gotcha.
No, you're socially.
So this is you owning.
I do mean it, but you just don't understand social things, right? I'm calling you a dick sucker. I'm saying you agree without any context, or you agree with anything.
But I'm not a homosexual.
You're masters, right? No, you are a homosexual though, right? I mean, you immediately, literally, you hopped on my dick, right? No, you actually hopped on DJ's dick as soon as you found out. I supported the truth.
The truth? You supported the truth?
Yes, I support the truth. Yes.
Okay, what truth did you support?
No, wait, what'd you say?
What truth are you supporting?
The truth is the truth.
You gotta be saying DJ is telling a lie.
I mean, aren't you you're a flat earther, right?
I mean, you are too. You live on it.
Okay, so you're telling me, right? You just told me a bunch of nonsense, right? So,
yeah, I didn't say a bunch of anything. I only said
you said a nonsense right there, right? I mean, first of all, prove to me that it's flat. Let's start with that. You just made a positive claim, so I assume You have the proof to back up, so you can give me the burden of proof. Let's start.
The burden of proof that it's not a debate. It's not.
Well, okay, so again, just another retarded bootlicker, right? You just agree with people without actually doing your own research. Right? So unless you can show me some evidence that can prove that they're this flat, then don't talk to me. Yeah, the white man's better talking to me. I won't lie to you. So, right, it's just another bootlicker.
Why
But
you think
anyways,
what do you think it is? When you go outside, what do it look like?
it doesn't matter what it looks like. Science.
It don't matter. It doesn't matter.
Yes, it doesn't.
So it definitely do look flat to according
No.
to you.
I never said that. So you twist my words around.
So what do it look like?
Oh my god, bro! Yeah, it's excuse me. Yeah. Curved surface.
We have hills and valleys and things of that nature.
Yeah, curved.
Hills and valleys are curved.
That's curvature, isn't it?
You have to explain to me what curvature is then.
Okay, I have to explain to you what curvature is. Wow.
You didn't say it was a globe. I asked you what it looked like, and you just basically described pretty much a plane with hills and valleys on it.
Okay, so again, how about this? Let me disprove you just by doing this. Do you have a driveway?
Yeah, I have a driveway. They also have a hill on it. Yes.
It has a hill on it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, does your driveway curve?
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't curve.
No.
Wait. So, if you go outside and you show me your driveway, it's not going to be curving.
Yeah, what do you mean by curved then?
What do I mean by curved? Okay. What is curvature? How about this? Let's just start with this.
You tell
What
me.
is curvature?
You tell me.
So you don't know what curvature is?
I mean, you're the one that's making it possible.
Okay, no, you're trying to reverse the burden of proof onto me. I haven't made a positive claim yet. Yeah.
There is no burden of proof on me.
There is. No. You said that the earth was flat.
It's my turn to
You implied that the earth was flat. So now it's time for you. Okay, so show me the proof. Where is the burden of proof?
Go outside. It's objectively true. I just got you to admit that.
Okay,
hold on. I just got you to admit. Okay, hold on.
You're shimping out right now.
I just got you to admit.
But you haven't proved anything.
I just got you to admit.
Right? I don't know what type of delusional world or whatever alternate universe where I admitted that the earth was flat, but I never said that. Right?
Talking while I'm talking.
Okay. Chico. Right? I never said anything.
Is this
like
owning?
I never implied that the earth was flat. So
okay, this the owning.
I'm gonna wait for the burner proof. Until then, you're sped. Right? Can't prove to me anything. You're a bootlicker.
Great. So the prerequisite is that the earth is flat.
Okay, so where's the burden of proof? Again, I'm gonna keep waiting. I'm gonna keep repeating the same thing, bootlicker.
But I mean,
whenever you've had enough of this guy, Reg, just let me know.
Yeah, he's not. I mean, he already pretty much admitted that. I mean, he never experienced any curvature except in like slopes and hills and valleys on the plane. So the prerequisite is already flat. So we don't have a burden of proof. You're the one that is saying that it's a globe. It's spiritual.
This guy's never in good faith. He's just a clown. Do you want to keep talking to him, or shall I?
When did he say that, though?
I mean, he ain't saying nothing. He's just yelling and screaming and saying, "You got a burden of proof, burden of proof."
Yeah.
So he didn't say the things he said.
I mean,
what's that?
Somebody want to take him off mute.
Again, are you gonna stop bootlicking and show me some evidence?
Oh, yeah, bootlicking. That's what he said.
Yes, you are bootlicking. I've yet to get any evidence of it.
Yeah, bootlicking. That's dick sucking on the internet. That's what he said.
No.
I mean, it doesn't go past that. I mean, I don't know why he's, crying about who has the burden of proof.
He's just being confrontational, like on purpose. It doesn't matter. You could say anything to him. He's just gonna keep responding like this.
Right. Yeah. So that's just the way the Earth is actually experienced. I mean, its experience is measured that way. It's navigated that way. This is what you experience. You don't experience yourself being upside down whatsoever on the globe at any time, or sideways walking around on the globe at any time. I mean, that is something that you're going to have to, show. But if you're going to use the driveway, you're not walking sideways or upside down on the driveway at any time. You're always standing up, upside up. So you still have the elevation from the ground to wherever you're standing. If you're driving, you still have elevation being having a reference point from the ground. So you're not like upside down at that point either. So I don't know why we would try to use any slope as a proof of curvature. I think the burden will be on you guys. You guys is the one that's saying that the Earth is doing something that we don't naturally experience. We don't naturally experience the Earth spinning around, flying around on suns. You guys have to tell us those stories. But nobody could actually say they experience those things. Well, the burden would be on you guys, not us.
All right, let's get Penguins up to the mic. This looks good. I like the look of this. Penguins, penguins, penguins. The people are demanding penguins. I don't know. Just gonna sit there and stiff them? Oh. What kind of celebrity just doesn't want to appease his fans? Come on. Let's go. Up to the mic with you. You got all the energy in the world to text chat skank, which actually is more exhausting than just speaking. So let's not use silly excuses here. Come on up to the mic. Well, I mean, there is no level of awakeness to you. You think you're flying around on a spinning ball through nothingness. So, I mean, that shouldn't be an issue. I mean, you've been sleepwalking your whole life. I mean, what's the difference? Let's just go. Come on. Extremely recent data. Okay. Proves curve. Can you put the proof into some sort of logical format? Why are you wasting your energy typing? Wouldn't it be a lot less energy spent if you just used your microphone? Yeah, you don't have any data that proves curve. I'll tell you that right now. That's my challenge to you. Because that would have to be data that proves, one moment, let me get the picture. If that data proved curve, it would then prove that that horizon is actually at 1.2 miles despite appearing further than 9.4. You think you got data that does that? Because that's a geometric consequence of your claim of a sphere, and it must be the case if what you proved is what you say it is. Go ahead. Expound upon your proof. Prove that there's a horizon at 1.2 miles in that picture that nobody ever saw. The one with the horizon further than 9.4, go ahead. It's going to be a necessary consequence of your proof if that proof is exactly what you say it is. I just can't wait to hear it. I just cannot wait to see you prove that this horizon is at 1 mile. Can't wait. Please, get on the mic. Come on. I got to hear this. The people are waiting. The YouTube audience is waiting. This is what they've wanted to hear for 5 years now. Come on. What, you're going to get right here to the conclusion finally of the matter. This is it. You're the guy who's going to be able to do it, to demonstrate what nobody ever saw, what nobody else was ever able to demonstrate, but you're just too tired right now. But yet you've got the energy to just skank around in the text chat. Come on. Don't play us like that. Let's put this whole thing to rest. Come on, get on the mic. Just clear it up for us. Give us your data and your logical argument based on it, which necessarily proves contingent fact that the horizon in that picture is actually at 1 mile despite appearing further than 9. I know, a paradox, a conundrum, but you're the guy who says he can do it, and I just have to hear this. I have to. I've been waiting for 5 years. That's why I'm goading you like this. It's been a long enough wait. Like, don't tell me you're tired. Come on. Get out of the VC if that's the case. Oh, now the story changes. First he's too tired, now there's people listening in. Yeah, I mean, I would be embarrassed too to make such poor arguments in front of an audience. I get it. That I do understand. You don't want to come across as a abject goofball in front of your company. You know, defending this goofy, crazy pawn scum flying through nothingness narrative that you believe in. I won't let off. I'm just going to keep going until you or some other numpty takes the floor.
Dude, you sound like a fucking girlfriend right now.
Your girlfriend's goji for globe proof? Somehow I doubt that. I don't know. Maybe you date men. I don't know. Maybe that's just what you call a girlfriend. I don't know. I mean, you're already being toxic with your low IQ takes and your lies in the side chat, the endless vampiring in the text. You're already being toxic, dude. So, millennial, is that like boomer now? Is that how you guys are using that? Well, no. It's not that I'm clever. I mean, it doesn't take much really to roast you guys. I mean, you kind of do most of the roasting yourself. You're sort of like self-roasting. I mean, I'm just trying to get you to speak for that very reason. Because as soon as you do, you're going to roast yourself. I mean, like that gets me off the mic. I can stop speaking. You'll just do the work for me. That's what I'm trying to get you to do. It's my job. You didn't cook anybody. That's for sure. Oh, wait. No, I stand corrected. Right, that's right. You did cook somebody. Yourself. Yes, that part is true. I concede that. Yeah. No, you absolutely cooked yourself. What did you say? You said something like, well, you had this straw man that we claim a dome in the sky. And then you said, it can't be a dome because there would have to be curvature, even though, you know, a dome is obviously a curved shape. It was hilarious how the internal critique that you went with just completely collapsed itself. Your own straw man refuted your premise. It was absolutely hilarious. And there was a whole bunch of those. That was just one that stood out. I remembered that one. But you cooked yourself, like, repeatedly. I guess that's, I mean, obviously you're not talking after that. It's kind of embarrassing for you. I get it. You sound like a girlfriend. So if I'm toxic, why do you keep attracting toxic women? What is it with you? Maybe you're the problem. I mean, you're the common thread. Well, okay, then get out of here. Cut me off. Go. Beat it. Come on, tough guy. Put up your shield. Get out of here. Put up your force field. Cut ties. Run. Go. Block. Ignore. Hi, Sokar. How's it going?
Yeah, what up? Is everyone in here just asleep except for you? Like, what's going on in here?
No, we've got this scaredy cat. I like penguins. He's going off in the text chat, but he's he doesn't have the balls to speak on the mic, so he's just being a little bitch in the side chat.
Based? Yeah. What's he doing?
Well, just that, just being a little bitch. You know, talking about his girlfriends that didn't work out and stuff, and he's just a pathetic little sad case. How about you, man? What's going on?
Oh, nothing. I was just wondering what's going on in here. Thought I'd just go through the chat, see if anything's interesting happening. Saw that you were the only one not muted here, so I thought I'd join and keep you company.
Yeah, all right, sounds good to me.
Hmm.
Yeah, I was just trying to goad this guy for like his proof of the globe Earth, but I don't know. He's just not confident enough in the idea that it is a globe to actually say anything, other than like you remind me of my toxic ex, and I mean, because that's all he thinks about is the relationships that he failed. So I don't know. I don't know what we're gonna do here.
Fair enough.
Yep.
Well, I don't disagree with you on the flat Earth, so not sure if I can keep the argument going.
Yeah, well, goddamn, we're just gonna need somebody who's got the goods, I guess. It's not. I like penguins, unfortunately. So I mean, I had some hope for them, but it's all been dashed.
Fair enough.
Got to keep the fire lit for somebody who's going to come along with it, though. I'm waiting for him.
Fair enough. I want to join the chat below and see what else is going on. So
That's cool, man. Yeah, have a good time. Okay, maybe I'll try to harass. No, not harass. Politely engage in discourse with Rion. Oh, no, he's in all the flat servers. Never mind. It's a Glober I seek. God, he just keeps blowing up my text chat like he's some fucking girl I can't get rid of. Why do you come here to disappoint us, I like penguins? You come in here with all this bravado, and it's like, okay, he's the man. This has got to be it. The globe Earth, proven. It's got to be done now. And then you completely flop. You make excuses and you stall. And I don't have the time right now. I'm tired. There's people around me. Nah, you remind me of my girlfriend. Nah. I mean, why say any of that stuff if you can just slap it down on the table and go, there it is, boys. There's the proof you've been looking for. I got it. It's right here. Anything else? Yeah, you could do that if that proof were actually in hand. It ain't, though. We know. Your bluff ain't fooling anybody. Well, I didn't exactly ask for evidence. I asked for proof. I want an absolute sound conclusion of globe. Hi, Free. How's it going?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So anyway, let's get down to the brass tacks of whether or not you can prove the globe Earth that you think you're standing on.
No, I'm okay. I've done it before.
Well, you haven't done it, and that's why you won't be doing it again, because it hasn't happened once.
Okay, it hasn't happened once.
No, it hasn't happened. Guaranteed.
Can I just out of curiosity, like, say the Earth was flat. Okay,
It is. Go ahead.
What would happen? Like, should we just revamp how we do like missile technology and everything based on this, or do they already do? Or are missiles not real? Or like, what's the point of the Earth being flat?
Well, everything is already set up to work on a flat Earth.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So the people who work on missile technology and stuff like that, they're also in on it?
No.
How do they do it then?
Well, they probably just don't really think about it and they do their job.
Do you understand how missiles work?
Well, you tell me. Since you got a
Right.
positive claim for a globe using missiles.
Right. Well, you need to send rockets in the air into the atmosphere, right?
Go for it. Yeah.
Yeah. So they need to do calculations based on that in order to send the rocket into the atmosphere.
Do they?
So, okay.
Why are they
do they not?
why are they calculating for something? Well, yeah, I'm calling your bluff now, aren't I? Why are they calculating for something that was never measured in the first place?
What are you talking about, dude? Do you understand how sending rockets into space? Or I guess you don't even believe in space.
I don't understand why they would be calculating for something that was never measured to begin with. Are they insane or?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, I'm not even grilling you right now on your claim that they calculate for curvature when they send rockets somewhere, right? I mean, I could do that, but more like the bigger elephant in the room is why in the hell would anybody be calculating for something that nobody measured in the first place? I.e., in this case, Earth curvature.
Okay, so I'm not sure. Even one of you guys sent like one of the rockets up to space, right? And he died. Remember that video?
No,
so that guy had to measure for something.
he's not
right?
in this chat. No. Yeah, I didn't do that. Nobody else here did. So no.
So you don't agree? So, but see, the thing is, he sent a rocket up to space to see if it was flat or not.
What's
Okay.
space?
Whatever, into the sky.
Well, how high?
He got. I don't know how high up he got, but he calculated it wrong because he measured for a flat Earth and he died.
Okay, can you
It's
show
a
me
similar
the
thing with
calculations?
rockets, right? If we don't use a curvature and we use a flat Earth, the rockets won't hit where they're supposed to hit.
That's a lovely little tale you just told me. Now, can you show me the calculations?
Okay. No, I'm not a rocket scientist.
can't.
I'm saying, I'm asking you, are these people in on it?
Okay, so you don't need science. This is math. These are numbers. Second of all, how would you know what his calculations had to do with flat globe anything since you don't even know what they are?
Dude, okay. Fine. There was no measures. You're right about the rockets. What's
I'm
the
right.
point?
Look,
yes,
I got
yes.
measures for you.
I
okay?
agree. You're right. Now, what is the point of the Earth being flat, and why is every
dude.
government lying to us?
I got it. Okay, I don't know. I can't get into somebody else's head and start speaking for them, but I can give you measurements. 1 sec.
No, but I'm asking you, what's the point of the Earth being flat?
Well, I don't know why. I don't know why you would grill me instead of the people that actually sold you that crap. 1 sec.
Well, aren't you the one making the positive claim that the Earth is flat?
Well, that's easy to prove. 1 sec. All right, I just posted 3 citations for water there. You see those?
Okay.
Right, water.
Bro, ChatGPT is right in front of you, bro. Like, you could just post these and then ask ChatGPT, is this correct? Am I correct on this?
No, we're not doing that. Why would we ask an AI chatbot? Let's just stick to the citations, the people who wrote the physics books, okay, and let's just see what they have to say.
Well, I'm not, the smartest guy to talk to about this, right? I'm not a scientist.
That's fine. You don't have to be the smartest guy. You're obviously competent enough to comprehend that water will always form a flat surface unless it is acted on by another force such as wind. Obviously, you can grasp that. Anybody can. That's not difficult, yeah?
Okay, is it... Let's see.
These are the physics of water. You know it. And one of these citations says, what does it say? This effect is part of folk knowledge, as is witnessed by the common saying that water seeks its own level. In other words, basically, this is just something everybody knows. Everybody knows this, everybody understands this, everybody experiences and observes this. Water seeks its level. Water's been used as the benchmark throughout all known human history for establishing level. It is the levelest thing in existence. Well, I guess any body of liquid, basically, is horizontal flat level over its surface at rest.
Let's take a look at this website. Let's see what they have to say about it.
Okay, you go ahead. I'm telling you.
Water.
You already know this, though. I'm just providing a citation for you of what you already know. So the thing is, dude, you went straight to, how do I debunk this? Yeah, I see what you did there.
It's a scam? How is it a scam?
It's a scam. They're just lying to you through their teeth nonstop about everything. Just, look, the physics textbooks tell you this, and you already know it. You experience it, right? Water seeks its level, yeah? It does, right?
Earth's gravity causes water surface to curve with the same radius as Earth on glass with a diameter of 10 centimeters. Okay. Like the demand that we prove water curvature in a glass. In reality, whatever the container, the curvature of water surface remains the same as Earth's radius. On a glass of water, it will be too small to observe.
Do you notice when you're reading that all he did was give a claim? Now ask them what's the evidence for that.
Yeah, let's see.
We got evidence that's flat.
They have references here.
Yep. Okay. What's the evidence for that? They're just saying it. Who measured that? Who actually proved that? Because water is known to be the benchmark of level. It is flat, level, and horizontal, and it's practically used that way all the time. They want to go and tell you, no, it ain't really so. Okay. I think the burden then falls on them to back that claim up since it's inconsistent with what we all experience and know already. Yeah.
Okay. Dude, I don't know what to tell you, bro. I guess the Earth is flat, but
It has to be. I'm not trying to like preach at you or anything. I'm just saying, like, if the physics of water are what we understand them to be, it has to be. And you can do what you want with that. You can deny it. You can say no. You can go to that.
Did you go to college?
Yes, I got a degree.
You went to college. In what?
Yeah. What?
In what?
In arts. It's got nothing to do with any of this stuff.
Okay, so
Yeah.
did you take any classes on any of this? Why don't you like go and prove this stuff? Why don't you go like work in a scientific field and prove this and change the way we view the world?
Don't really need to. So first of all, it's not really a scientific inquiry. The science is really, the scientific method is about cause and effect, right? Trying to like determine the causes of phenomena in nature. And this is more just geometry, like is this surface curving or not? And so that would just be kind of a matter of measurement, geometry, surveying, stuff like that. Wouldn't really need science. So I am out here. This is it. I'm on Discord just saying this shit to people. I mean, take or leave it.
Do you know of any credible people who advise for flat Earth?
Yeah, these guys in here. That's what we do.
No, like I'm talking about like real people with like PhDs or something. You know, like something I can give merit to.
What do you mean advise?
Like as in they think the Earth is flat and they're in a field of some kind related to this.
I don't know. There's probably people like that frequent this chat, but I don't really know. I don't know.
So you kind of just take this up on it doesn't make sense for the Earth to be round. That's your basis.
Well, because of the physics of water are what they are, where water seeks and it finds its level, it just cannot.
If you went up to space or the sky rather, and you saw that there was space and there was a round Earth, what would you do?
Yeah, I would
you
accept it. Yeah. If there was like an empirical demonstration of it, right? Something I could actually experience, right? Yes, then of course. That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is what I experience is exactly the opposite.
So you don't believe in gravity?
Well, okay, so what is it?
The force that pulls everything down to the center of the Earth, but I guess you don't believe in that. So how does shit fall down?
That's not what the modern conventional astrophysics lore is. They're not saying that. They're not saying that. They're saying that, they're going with Einstein, and he doesn't say it's a force of attraction. He says it's space-time curving.
He says that gravity is space-time curving?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's interesting. Either way, okay, so how do you think that stuff falls down?
I don't know. I don't really care. I know that stuff falls down when it's heavier or denser than the medium it's in. I know that.
Really?
But I mean, beyond that, whether like there's some space-time warping or something is pulling something, I don't. How should I know? There's no experiment you could actually use to test that. It's all conjecture and mathematics.
Okay, that's interesting. So, okay, so the Earth is it infinite? Do you think?
Oh, dude, I don't think so. But I wouldn't know. You'd have to explore it infinitely to know, and that's impossible. So paradox.
Interesting. So the Earth is flat. It could possibly be infinite.
I doubt that very much.
Do you think there are lizard people?
No, I've never seen one.
So you only believe in what you can see.
Take this. I've never seen a lizard person the same way I've never seen a curving lake or ocean.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I'm telling you. The flat Earth is the empirical one, actually. The globe.
Do you believe you have a brain?
Yeah.
But you've never seen that.
Well, I'm using it.
How do you know that?
I'm thinking.
How do you know it's a brain that's thinking though? How do you know it's not like a soul or something?
Well, I mean, depends what you want to call it, I guess. But I mean, it's this organ in my head that does the job of
How do you know
processing
there's an organ
thoughts.
in your head?
Because human bodies have been dissected.
Okay, how do you know you're
Studied.
not different? You've never seen your brain. You've reasonably come to the conclusion that you have a brain based on other humans dissecting the brain,
You want
correct?
to cast doubt on something that's basically absolutely certain, and that's going to do what to advance?
Same with the globe Earth, dude. I'm sorry to tell you.
Yeah,
You've
except
never seen a brain in person, just like how you haven't seen water curve.
Okay.
Fine.
How do you know that? I mean, I have seen people in accidents and stuff, and brains exploded over the side of the road and shit like that.
So that's how you came to the conclusion that you have a brain. Do you believe you have nerves?
No.
How did you come to the conclusion that you have a brain? Through reasoning, correct?
Well, partly, yeah.
Okay, same with Earth, dude. People, maybe you haven't seen it.
Okay, what reasoning?
But people with a lot more credentials and experience and learning and
You're not being reasonable.
I am being reasonable. You're not being reasonable. You think the Earth is flat.
That's really ironic. Yeah, well, I gave you reason for that. That's really ironic because you were grilling me a second ago on whether I have a brain, whether I can actually know that. And then what you proceeded to do is not use yours and then outsource your thinking to other people you think are credible.
How do you know I have a brain?
I don't think you do at this point because of what I just said. Did you hear me?
Well, no. Through reasoning, we've come to the conclusion that everyone in this call, if they're a human, have a brain.
Thinking. I'm telling you, I am. I'm using mine. You're not. You're outsourcing your thoughts to some nameless, faceless entity that knows something because it's credentialed in whatever you believe.
Okay, if what nameless, faceless? Are you saying that every person who works in, say, like physics or like space or anything, they're all like faceless? There's no entity to them?
No, I'm just saying that I don't think you could actually name anybody that you got this belief from. That you could
Neil deGrasse Tyson, like the easiest one, I guess.
All right, I stand corrected. Fine. Okay, now what did the great credentialed scholar Neil deGrasse Tyson do to prove a globe Earth?
Dude, I guess through peer-reviewed science and other ways he's come out and...
Okay, I'm going to need you to be out of the closet? What do you mean? I'm going to need you to be a little more vague.
Vague on what?
What you just said is just various...
Yeah, I'm trying to explain it to you, right? Like, he has credentials. People have given him credentials because he's done this and that, and he has these degrees. Versus you have an arts degree, which you are not experienced in, and you have internet.
That's hyper-specific. Well, I'm experienced.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
That's hyper-specific. He's got degrees in this and that, and he's done things. He's even come out of the closet. Okay, I guess, you know what?
So him being gay automatically makes him wrong?
Well, I mean, I'm obviously just, like, taking the piss out of what you said. I'm just joking. Right. But I mean... I think with what you've said there, that's a pretty firm case. We can call that case closed. It's got to be a globe. I mean, he's done this and that, and he's come.
I mean, it's better than what you're doing, right? Like internet memes and a bunch of guys who don't have lives. Let's come to the conclusion that it's a flat Earth.
Any meme.
I can say the same thing.
Point to any meme. Yeah. Point to any meme.
Well, I don't know. Yeah, so let's go ahead and look in the side chat.
I've posted jack shit for memes. I've posted arguments, claims, questions, etc.
Right there, that's a meme. Bye ball. Boats go over the curve for thousands of years.
Oh, well, it's kind of a meme, I guess. You're right. Okay, it's kind of a meme.
It's not that I'm kind of right. I am right. You guys come to the conclusions
it's more than a meme.
based on garbage.
I mean, it's got the text on there. It's got the text on there, which makes it kind of
Sir, why do you or another scientist not go out and change the world, change how we view things?
We're doing that right now. That's what this chat is about. So
this
that's
chat is nothing.
Hold on
no
a
one
second.
here is going to change their mind.
Hold on. Yeah, I know because you're ingrained. You've already been inculcated. You're in the religion. You're in it. But look, what you're calling a meme, that's good. I'm glad you went through the chat to try to find me posting what you call a meme, because what you actually landed on there is an observation that refutes your ball.
Yeah, okay. It refutes my ball. Why don't you go? It refutes it, correct?
You're going to call it a meme because there's some stuff written on it, whatever, but that is an observation of a horizon 10 times further than what it could possibly geometrically be.
Okay, I want you I want you today. I want you today within this hour. Wait, listen. I want you today to go to a scientific forum, okay, a science forum on the internet, and I want you to post that.
Hold on.
And I want you to post that image.
Free, hold on. Why
Yeah,
wouldn't
go
you
ahead.
take a second to let that sink in? That's big. What I just told you, if it's true, right?
What? That it's yeah, and I just explained it to you. If it's an observation that refutes the flat or the globe Earth, go post that in the science forum, and come back and tell me people didn't make fun of you.
They're doing that all over the internet, and that's all they do is they just make fun of you. They don't have any comeback. They don't,
No, well, they will refute it, and then they will make fun of you.
They've never refuted it. This has been up for years. They don't have a refutation.
This picture has been refuted for multiple years.
Tell me how.
All right, we're gonna post this in the AI chatbot, and we're gonna see how it feels. I think it's gonna laugh. Actually,
my goodness,
the AI itself is gonna laugh.
So you know it's been refuted, yet you can't tell me how.
Well, I'm about to show it to you.
How do you know it's been refuted then? You don't even know how it would have been done.
Oh my God, reality check, it says.
You see the level of blind faith that you possess right now, mister.
It's not blind faith. We came to the conclusion earlier. Then you have blind faith that you have a brain. We came to the conclusion earlier.
We came to no such.
You've never seen a brain.
Came to no such conclusion. You deluded yourself.
All right, hold on.
Okay,
look at this. Empty.
You believe
look at the side chat.
some sort of refutation against this, and you haven't even seen it. You can't say what it is.
Sir, look in the side chat. I just posted a refutation that humans don't actually have brains and our schools are empty.
That's not even the
That's an
topic.
observation.
If you
Refute it.
listen, if you want to deny the human anatomy that's well known and understood, that's fine.
Same with the Earth. It's well known. We have, dude.
Okay,
it's like you don't hear yourself.
Look, no, I do hear myself. Human bodies have been studied and dissected.
The Earth has been studied and researched for thousands of years.
Find them provide any single demonstration of what you claim of it.
All right, we're gonna. Like I said in the beginning, right? Post this in a science forum, and you'll get made fun of. But for me,
so you're not
let's look at this. Let's look at this. No. Look in the side chat.
Okay, no, free.
This is what the AI bot that you don't accept.
Did you hear what you just said, though? Post this in a science forum, they'll make fun of you. Is that what intellectuals do? They see something you disagree with.
Because, like I said, look in the side chat. I posted a skull.
Religious
refute
they
it.
just make fun. Is that scientific? Is that rational? Is that intellectual?
Because is it rational? Listen to me. Is it rational to make fun of me for the skull picture I posted? Yes or no?
For the what? The skull? Well, it's stupid. It's a red herring.
Right. Same with you, dude. That's how we view you. Because you're retarded.
We don't
look in now look in the side chat. Your meme got debunked.
Tantrum, dude. You're avoiding a topic.
No, because it's hilarious.
Okay, how did it get debunked? Tell me. How do you know that?
Okay, let's read it together.
What was the debunk?
Let's read it together.
Why don't we start with this? What are you debunking?
The meme you posted.
No, it's not a meme. It's an observation of what?
It is a meme. Even the AI calls it a meme. Come on, dude.
Yeah, so I can see first off that the AI got the heights of the rigs completely wrong. Right,
Yeah,
that's not the heights of the rigs.
All right, what are the heights of the rigs?
The first rig is about 80-something foot above sea level, or 90, and then the second rig's is 70 foot above sea level, not what the chatbot said.
Sea level. All right, let's see.
Well, really,
70
you can
feet
look,
MSL.
you can look that up, right? And I also put the image into ChatGPT, right? And it says here what the image shows: observer height 1 foot, visible platforms, hill house 6.21 miles, habitat 9.41. It says the Earth is a sphere with 3,959 mile radius. The platform at 6.21 miles should be partially hidden with only the top structures visible, and the one at 9.41 miles should be well below the Earth curvature with 40 plus feet obscured. But in the image, we can see both platforms clearly across the water despite the observer being nearly at water level, 1 foot height. And then it goes over, it runs all the math and the numbers.
My device just died a second ago. Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's all right. But yeah, so it said differently to what your one said.
Post,
I mean, I can
post yours, and then we'll keep debunking this. Okay. And
Listen,
maybe within the next hour, just through ChatGPT, everyone in this call will leave.
This is what you've said a few times. We'll keep debunking this. I asked you, what is this? And you haven't said yet that it is that you're debunking. What is this?
Yeah, it's a meme, right? That's what it is.
No, it's not. What is the observation?
It's a meme, dude.
No, it's not. What is the observation? No, I'm asking for specifics. What is this?
I don't know what it is, dude. You're saying that the Earth, Earth can't be a sphere because we can't see too far. Like, dude, that's what you're claiming. It's so brain dead.
Because what? What am I claiming? Sorry.
We can't see too far. We can see too far.
Oh, we can. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. We do see further than the geometric obstruction would allow us to of the curvature of Earth. Yes, we see further than that, much further.
Yeah, but you're just going to deny that there's light refraction, correct?
Well, you would have to prove that that's occurring on the globe.
There we go. Yeah. So there's no point.
What do you mean deny? I don't have to just take on board your chant, dude. Your religious chant. Okay? If you say that light refraction is occurring on the globe and something is there that we didn't see that was distorted by the optics, right? It would be on you to prove that. Can you?
Okay, I look, like I said, fine, dude. The Earth is flat. All these people are lying. Go prove this. Go post this in a science forum.
Go ahead, DJ. He's done this with me like 5 times now, so that's I'll take it.
It doesn't sound like it's gonna get anywhere.
No, you're right, dude. The Earth is flat. Everyone's lying to you.
Because he doesn't know anything about what he's talking about. Like, he's just kind of like relying on ChatGPT, which is giving him like, the wrong metrics.
Because if you use ChatGPT or any other AI or Google for that matter, and just see what other people.
I just read out that it says it's a massive problem for the globe.
Okay, all right. I can't help you guys. I'm sorry. Really.
You don't even understand what you're talking about when you say light refraction.
Correct.
Yeah, so you just believe the Earth's a globe because you were taught it, and you don't know any of our arguments. And you just want to like mock and ridicule when you're not, we probably know 10 times more than you about the globe that you blindly believe in.
Just leaves. Let's get Penguins on the mic now to make his last hurrah.
Penguins, you're up.
He typed some bullshit in the chat about using Photoshop to show 2 horizons or something. Two apparent meetings of sea and sky. That's super cool. How deep do the delusions run? So he's got an identity violation there. What did he say? Let me just get it verbatim. Not all horizons are the optical meeting of the sea and the sky. Okay, yeah, because some of them are land. So maybe not quite a law of identity violation. Let's see where he goes. Oh, I know everything about the globe. A lot more than you do. Now, the necessary geometric consequence of it is that it would have a horizon at 1 mile, 1.225 miles, to be more precise, from a 1-foot observer height. I know that we see well beyond the constraints of that geometry. I know that. What do you got? The globe doesn't stand firm at all. It's got nothing to stand on whatsoever, dude. That's why you're not miking up. Globe stands firm, he chants proudly from the side chat. It's pretty slim pickings with you guys out here these days, I gotta say. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. I'm not miking up because, yeah, let's just read the excuse that the liar's going to give this time. The third or fourth variation. He's given like 3 or 4 reasons why he won't mic up so far. Because of this and that and the other. Can't decide.
Like, the biggest cope. It's crazy. Like,
first of all, he was tired. He had to sleep. He was tired. There's company, but he's tired. Now it's because something to do with me.
All right, I just put up an observation from 5-foot observation height, and over 21 miles, there's no horizon at all. How's that work on a globe, penguins? Where's the horizon at? What happened to it?
Notice that you're scrambling for excuses because you're a liar, right? You don't keep your story straight. It keeps changing. Yeah. I thought that was obvious, but I got to spoon feed you, I guess. Yeah, you're nervous and you keep generating excuses. You don't have any evidence. That's why you're dodging giving it to us. We keep asking you for it. I'm not sitting here writing every bullshit thing you type in there. Just get on the mic and respond directly to what I said. Look, we all know it's because you know you're going to get cooked and then we're going to clip it and ship it out. Like what happened earlier. You're just trying to avoid a repeat of that. Oh, dude.
Incredulity is not an argument.
That's great. What do you have for an argument?
The proof I posted right up there.
Which is what? Proof of what?
You can read it yourself.
What is it proof of? You don't know? You had to get ChatGPT
Do you want to read it?
to generate this for you? You can't just tell me right now in real time what it's even proof of?
Do you even know what I'm talking about?
No, that's why I'm asking you. Proof of what? Do you know?
You should start looking at it, because maybe if you looked at it, you'd know.
Okay, well, this would be your claim of proof. What are you proving? Do you not know?
It's in the conclusion.
What are you proving?
You can read it. It's right there.
I guess you don't know what you're even proving. That's weird.
Do you not remember what the claim was, or what we were talking about?
The crazy thing is you don't seem to remember what you've posted in the chat.
I'm looking at it right now.
Okay, what? What's it proving?
Do you not remember what we were talking about?
Why can't you just answer what you're proving?
You don't remember, do you?
Who cares? Just say I don't. What are you proving?
Oh, maybe the conclusion will jog your memory. That was the thing I was holding to.
What's the conclusion?
It's right there for you.
Why won't you say it? You're this scared of your claim, dude? That's sad.
You're free to engage it. I provided it.
Engage what? You're afraid to say, right?
With the evidence I provided, and
Engage what?
and the dumbed down
Your
talk too.
conclusion.
I put it. I literally gave it to you on a silver platter, and you're not taking it.
You didn't.
And you're
I've never
calling
had
me
this much
scared.
trouble. I've never had
And
this
you're
much trouble
calling
trying to
me
get
scared.
anybody to tell me what it is they're trying to prove, even. So no,
That is a projection.
here. It's pulling teeth, dude. What are you proving?
You wear your heart in your sleeve, and you don't even know it.
Okay, that's nice that you want to psychoanalyze me or whatever bullshit you're doing. What are you proving? I guess he doesn't even know.
I just like to point out, literally anyone else is free to engage. It's in the side chat.
What? What's in the side chat? What proof of what? Do you not know what you're posting? If not, why would anybody waste their time discussing it with you?
You just
Anybody
want
else
to talk
would just
to. You just
say,
want to hear
"Oh,
my voice.
yeah, here's the conclusion." A conclusion would be about a sentence long. What is it?
You're just trying to milk every second of me talking. You love
Okay,
it.
so of all the things that you've said that had nothing to do with the proof that you claim, you could have just said it.
Oh, I communicated it.
What? No, you didn't. You sidestepped it every step of the way.
Incredulity is not an argument.
Okay, what
You can
was
check
it?
for yourself.
What was it?
Check
No,
chat.
it's not an
Check
appeal to
chat.
incredulity. You literally
Check
did not
chat.
communicate your proof. No.
I did. Everyone
Say
can see it there.
Say it on the
Everyone
mic.
can see it.
What is the proof?
I don't need to say it to communicate it.
Say it on the mic. What are you proving?
You're trying to milk every second. You love talking. You love hearing me talk.
Well, I mean, you look like a complete pathetic fool. You understand, right? And that is why I brought you up here. I think that you were at least like you had the wits about you to realize that you were gonna make an embarrassing fool of yourself, but managed to goad you into doing it anyway. Well, that's good.
You say you brought me up here like you weren't seething at the fact that I wasn't here.
No, there's no seething.
You were
We're just trying to
begging
get
for me.
we're just trying to get a numpty to put his foot in his mouth, as you
Dude,
have
you were
done. Thank
begging
you.
for me.
Thank you for doing as I asked. Thank you.
You were begging for me.
Yeah, I was begging for a numpty to come up here and make an abject fool of himself, as you have
For
now
me.
done. So thank you.
For me, not that. For me.
Oh yeah, because you were the only retard sitting here.
Anyway, anyone else can engage with the evidence I communicated?
Engage with what?
It's in the side
What?
chat.
Engage with what? Evidence of what?
This guy really wants to hear me talk, and I think I've given him enough. I don't want to spoil him.
No, you haven't given anything. You haven't given. Well, DJ, maybe let's get a second voice in here. Do you think he's given anything?
He won't even say what his claim is. I don't even know where to look because he wrote a whole bunch of shit. So I mean, it's kind of ridiculous. All this time, he could have just said it. Like, what's the argument? Something about horizons or what?
Yeah, you're not impressing the panel, Penguins. It's a strikeout so far. Do you want to just tell us what your conclusion is? That's smart. Yeah, go back to not talking. That's the best option for you. You had it right in the first place. I know, that's on me for goading you into getting up here and acting like a fool. I did that on purpose, I admit it. No, like, you've been asked what you're trying to prove. Oh, here's a link to the evidence. Evidence of what? This is the stupidest thing I think I've seen yet, and that's saying quite a lot after the years. I was trying to encourage you to reach your
don't
best
drop out of
self,
school, kids.
but, yeah, I was trying to get you to kind of to reach your best self here, but I don't know, it might be a lost cause.
By bring out your worst.
No, I could get a lot worse than this. I don't know what you're talking about. So I was trying to get you to reach for your best self. Come through with the proof of whatever it is that you're standing for here. But yeah, I think I think you're relegated to just being an abject failure in this place. I don't know. I don't. I was trying to spur you on to do something constructive with yourself in any way, shape, or form. But I don't know. You just keep failing abysmally. Maybe it's not me, and maybe that's just what you're cut out to be. And I guess maybe we just got to leave it at that. I don't know. I tried for you, but I think you're just going to keep being stupid.
Has anyone told you you're a bad liar?
What did I lie about? Badly at that.
Actually, multiple things.
Okay, start with one. Don't gish gallop.
How am I gish galloping?
Well, I mean, you're leaning that way with multiple things. Just start with one specific example.
Me referencing multiple things. Sure, I'll bring up one example. So earlier, when someone else joined, you said that I was whining about my girlfriend breaking up with me. Never said that. And just now.
Oh, dude.
Yeah.
It was just color commentary, dude.
And just now you said you're trying to bring out the best person in me, and that's clearly a lie. So. I mean, you're even saying you're dripping sarcasm.
No, I was. I mean, I think it would be a much better version of you that we would see here if you actually made any kind of honest attempt to defend the bullshit that
the tone you used when you said that was recorded and live streamed.
So that's the whole point.
So you're a bad liar.
Okay, no, but really, yeah. Okay, all right. Yeah, you think that you know what I sound like when I'm being sarcastic? Well, you're gonna have to spend some more time here. But
I think anyone can.
I do think that it would be much better to see you actually attempt to prove something that you claim than just avoid it like the plague, because I think that's pathetic. That's a bad look for you. I think you would look a lot better if you'd stand on all 10 of your toes and go, here's what I think and why. Like a man, So yeah, I am encouraging you to be a better version of you. Yeah, I am.
So how have I done that? You're saying I did that, but I don't understand.
No, you're being a little pussy. You're tucking your tail, and it's in there. It's in the chat. You won't. You don't even have the courage of your convictions to even say what they are. Even say what they are. You won't even say what you believe. You're so afraid.
You where I communicated to you what you're asking for.
You are so ashamed and so insecure in what you think that you won't even say what it is. I think that's pathetic, dude. I think it's absolutely pathetic, and I'm not being sarcastic at all.
When a coworker tells you that they left you a paper in the other room about a meeting, do you get mad and blow up at them for not proving to you that there's a meeting verbally?
My coworkers don't say that to me. That sounds retarded, dude. Anything else?
Okay. Well, I hope you don't have coworkers.
Yeah, because that's how it all works. Yeah, they leave papers in the other room and go, no, I don't want to talk about it. It's on the paper. Yeah, cool. Anyway, what did you want to say?
Yeah, sometimes people don't have the time to speak a whole memo to people individually. So like send an email or something. You don't get to dictate the way that they communicate things to you.
Yeah,
so like,
the problem with that
also if someone asks you for proof of sexual harassment claims, you could send that through the email. And if you're going to complain to the lawyer and said, "Well, nobody said anything to me," and you still commit these offenses, then
this is a really lovely
whether you like it or not.
The problem with all of that is you've got plenty of time to sit in here and act like a retard. So I don't know what the issue would be with just communicating what your claim is.
Oh, it's because you're clearly dodging.
Dodging what?
You're not even brave enough to look at what you're dodging.
That's some pretty funny projection. I've been trying to pull it out of you like teeth. What it is you're even arguing for, and you've dodged that every single time. I've stuck to the point relentlessly, and now you claim I'm dodging? That's pretty crazy projection, dude.
You are definitely dodging.
Dodging what?
People are
Dodging
even posting
what?
this.
Dodging
People
what
are even posting
conclusion?
screenshots
I'm
of what you're
begging you
dodging.
to even tell me what it is I'm dodging, and you just keep dodging that. Dodging
Your
what
little
conclusion?
buddy even posted the conclusion himself.
Why are you
in the
telling
side
me
chat.
that, dude? Just tell me what the conclusion is. Do you even know it?
Are you visually impaired?
Yes. Now you have to tell me.
Oh, sure. Observed data aligns with the curved Earth model, demonstrating the presence of extra curvature affecting the laser's path, which cannot be explained by a flat Earth assumption. That's what I'm proving. There. Hope
Okay.
you're happy.
So conclusion is what? Globe? Earth curve? Demonstrated by what? Laser's path?
But it says his premise one is the Lagios satellite orbits at an altitude of approximately 5,899 kilometers above Earth's surface. So can you validate that to begin with, right? So you've got to validate premise one for us.
Yeah, you can just get a recording of a 0 degree zenith.
No, we won't get anything. You'll provide the data because you're the one who said you had it. Go on.
Oh, sure, I will. I will. But would that be sufficient?
No, not but anything. Just go get it. We're not going to decide if it's sufficient before you. No, look, we're asking for it so we can decide if it's sufficient. We're not going to tell you before you do it whether it is or not. The whole point in asking is to see if it is sufficient. So go get it so we can find out.
I was asking him. I know you love talking.
It doesn't matter who you're asking. Dodge harder. Dodge harder.
Yeah, let me go around. I can't be tied down.
Heretic said, right? We need to see the evidence first, right? So just provide the best evidence that you possibly have to validate this satellite is at
other
that
measurements.
altitude. No. You need to validate the satellite.
So the 0 degree zenith laser recording from a ground facility to that satellite would prove what its altitude is, because
grab your
at a 0
evidence and
degree
we'll have a look
zenith
at
it is directly overhead.
Why are you bargaining? Get your evidence.
Yeah, we'll look
that
at
would be
after.
that would be evidence, right? Just making sure we're all in agreement.
Well, no, we're asking to get it so we can tell if it is.
Yeah, we got to see the evidence first.
I don't know why you can't just
because we haven't seen it, because you won't get it. Go get it.
It's exactly the same as the other evidence I posted, except at a 0 degree zenith.
Go get it. Stop talking and get it.
You haven't posted any evidence. You've just posted a claim.
But you admit that if P1 stands,
we got to see.
It falls to conclusion.
You got to validate it. You got to justify it.
So if it stands,
your claim up now. Like what you've done is you've just made a claim,
stands,
and now,
it's a sound,
we want to see.
So it's valid.
Now we want to see evidence of the claim.
Do you think that the argument's valid?
If the claim was all true, then yeah, obviously. So you got to prove
the claims of the P1.
See, you're just going to stall forever, right? Because you don't actually have anything. Like it's just an endless bluff that's just going to go on and on and on. As long as we let you speak, you're just going to continue the bluff, right?
We let you speak. I'm gracing with my presence.
No, you're not. You're disgracing the airwaves, and that's the whole point. Let you make a disgrace of yourself and your globe, and that's what you're doing. You are making a disgrace. You're making a disgrace of your belief right now. Continue.
You complain about what you begged for. That's crazy. This guy's bipolar.
Yeah, I begged for you to make a disgrace of your religion, and you're doing a fine job. And I'm glad I did that. I'm glad I did that, because look at all this talk you're doing that isn't providing the evidence that might substantiate your claim, because you don't have it, because you can't. I like that. Thank you. Continue. Glad I begged for that. It was worth it. Whoever's listening right now just saw how little glow proof you have. None. Absolutely none. You had to sidetrack the conversation every which way you possibly could. Pressed on anything you couldn't answer. You couldn't even tell us what your claim was for about half an hour. Then when you managed to do that, of course, you couldn't provide any evidence to back any premise for it. Everybody heard it, and it was well worth it. I'm glad I begged. That's why we're here, is to demonstrate just how stupid you are. Thank you for participating. Here's a cookie for your efforts.
I think it's definitely the worst baller effort of the day, at the very least. Probably the worst I heard in the week, actually.
It's pretty bad.
It's horrendous. He does everything he can to just sidetrack from his claim. Right up to not even telling you what the claim is. I've never heard anybody deflect so hard before. Like, you gotta know that your claim is hot trash if you're that afraid to even say it. Like, you just know it's gonna get ripped to shreds the second that you do. Why even be here? I don't know. Oh yeah, Clipcord. Yeah, we got to go through paywalls and stuff to find this data. The data supports the curved Earth. The curved Earth that I was too afraid to claim for like the past half hour. This data.
Yeah, so right now he's going to try to prove a satellite in space like 6,000 miles away. Good luck with that. Like this, he doesn't stand a chance.
No, he doesn't. He's just believing stories and gospel and fucking folklore that was told to him. He's a complete idiot. There's nothing he could do to go out and demonstrate independently, verify anything to do with a globe Earth whatsoever.
I mean, he's going to have to validate like a containerless vacuum, a gas pressure environment adjacent to like a vacuum. He's going to have to give us pressure readings to prove there is such a thing as a vacuum.
There's orbital mechanics, which would be begging the question of the globe. So the globe would have to be proven in the first place. So he should have just gone to whatever that proof was, if that exists. Like, I mean, just a hot mess. Just layers and layers of stupidity and unbacked claims.
0% chance of him being able to prove anything to do with it.
I know. I think there's a near 0% chance of even getting him to even try to talk about any aspect of it. Let alone proving it. I mean, yeah. I mean, the whole thing is absolutely hopeless. That's pathetic, Penguins. That's absolutely sad. I mean, this is it. This is what this whole religion that you believe in with so much faith is. That's what it's riding on. Is this right here what you've given us? That's it? I feel sorry for you, dude. You're lost, man. You're lost cause. I can even sort of tell, like, you're not completely even fooling yourself. Like, you were afraid to even say what your claim was. Why keep it up? Just have a good cry and get it over with. It's not real. It'll be okay. We all did it. We're fine. Everything continues on. Life continues. You don't need the globe. There never was one anyway. You'll be fine. Welcome sign. Where do you want me to sign? Don't say anything gross. Shouldn't ask questions like that in this server. Should know better. Hello, Miss Duff.
Hi. Yo, what's up? Hello?
It's called OpenCourseWare. So they film complete courses, right? So they actually have 3 complete physics courses, like 2011, 2013, and like 2017, complete physics courses. And we'll use the videos that, these universities put up, and we'll use those as fucking our information to support our points. A lot of stuff we say is mainstream stuff. They just reach different conclusions. We're all using the same evidence, right? Like there's only one natural world out there. We're all looking at the same thing. But the thing is, we're analyzing the information that we all have differently than they are. And not not in a confirmation bias way, because we have a different starting point. Because like I said, the Earth appears flat flat locally where you are, right? It just appears that way. And they say, hey, well, it's not actually flat. It's a ball too big to see. But that they need to support that with evidence, because they're basically telling us it's an optical illusion. Like the way we see the world isn't the way it actually is. It's actually something else. That's a pretty bold fucking claim, bro. Like, I don't know what else to say. That's a bold ass claim. To say everything's an optical illusion, that you can't trust your senses, dude, even though they keep us alive. That's a bold claim. I'm sorry. But they start from the presupposition that the Earth's a globe. We start from the observation that the Earth is flat. And we go with that and analyze everything from that viewpoint. They say the Earth is a globe and analyze everything from that viewpoint.
What is the reason that people are just telling us that the Earth is not flat?
Tradition.
What is... No, like...
I agree, tradition. I agree.
Tradition, man. Just like if you were in a Christian country, you'd learn that Christianity is a true religion, just as a tradition, because that's what everybody believes.
So is that what you're saying? Like, historically speaking, people believed that the Earth is not flat, right? And they just
it wasn't like everybody, though. It wasn't everybody, though. That's like, it's a misconception that everybody in the world thought the Earth was a globe all at the same time. There's some Greek guy who did an experiment and the entire world went, oh my God, the Earth's a globe. And it didn't happen that way.
No, I know that. It happened over time.
But
I'm trying to say that why don't they try to lay the foundation little by little, gradually, so they can let people know that the Earth is actually not a globe? Why don't they do that? Why do they keep coming up with theories to prove that the Earth is a globe? What is in it for them?
I mean, like I said, most people just believe it, dude. I mean, if you really want. If you want to the starting point, okay?
Sure.
And I hate to put it in these terms because I don't like this particular train of thought, but it's kind of the fact of the matter, is that the globe is why the Western civilization, claims intellectual superiority over the rest of the world. Nobody in the world thought the Earth was a globe until Western civilization said, hey, the Earth is a globe. And then they went and they spread that idea all over the world.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they spread it to South America, they spread it to Australia, they spread it to Asia, they spread it all over the world. Now, it would be pretty embarrassing if they were wrong, right?
I agree. Yeah.
So, and we also, who's the smartest people that ever lived? Well, that would be Copernicus, Galileo, Newton, Kepler, right? It's all the same theme, right? What are they famous for? Proving the Earth's a globe. So the smartest people in the history of Western civilization all thought the Earth was a globe, and they're all wrong. So maybe those people aren't that smart. Maybe the smartest people live somewhere else, like in China or in fucking Bangladesh or in, or somewhere else, right? So the Chinese were flat earthers into the 20th century. Officially. It was the official government position.
Wow.
Because the heavenly mandate of the emperor was based upon a flat Earth cosmology, and if the Earth wasn't flat, he has no heavenly mandate, and his authority to rule doesn't exist. So they maintained that flat Earth cosmology. It wasn't until in the beginning of the 19th century when they finally let Westerners into the Forbidden City and they started, quote unquote, educating the emperor and his court, that, you know, and then they let him in, and then they ended up freaking deposing him and overthrowing the Chinese government. But that's a whole nother story. But the point is that in other parts of the world, other than the Western civilization, they didn't think the Earth was a globe. And so I would say the motive is cultural. It's like a cultural motive. You're actually protecting the West, right? In a way. But I don't think individuals are doing that. Individuals just protect it on the reasons I said. It's part of their identity. So it's very personal. It's almost like a psychological protection that they're doing. They're trying to protect their own psyche.
Mhm.
I mean, think about it. I mean, if you just think about it for a second. If tomorrow, boom, we snap our fingers, everybody, TV comes on, and they say, well, the pandemic's over, but we got bad news. The Earth is flat, right? Fucking chaos. Fucking chaos, dude. You fucking thought the pandemic was chaos. You fucking Earth is flat, dude. Fucking, dude, every NASA fanboy would be doing swan dives off the 27th fucking floor of a building, right? They're like, I'm never going to space. I'd be cracking up, but
you can start from Persians. They would believe they wouldn't care, because they've been through a lot recently for the past like a few decades. That even if you come out and tell them the Earth is flat, they're like, okay, fine, let's go with that, because they have problems bigger than that. You can start from the Persians. Let them in on this, and they're like, okay. It's like the government comes in, the media comes in and tells the Persian people, guys, we've been wrong. The Earth is flat, and they're like, all right then, let's move on. They don't panic. I should be able to tell because I'm Persian. And I don't know if you guys know, but there's a war going on between Israel and Iran, right?
Yeah, we're aware. I mean, Iraq and Israel.
Yeah, there is a war going on, and a friend of mine from the Netherlands contacted me, and she was in tears, and she was crying, like her eyeballs out. I'm like, what is wrong with you? Why are you crying? And she was like, I'm so worried about you. I'm like, don't be worried about me. I'll be fine. And she was like, yeah, but they're rocketing your country. Are the rockets like landing anywhere near you? I'm like, yeah, about a few kilometers away, there was a bomb. And she was like, how are you not panicking? I was like, well, I have been through a lot. Like, Iranians have been through a lot for the past few decades, that we are desensitized towards like bad news. Okay? Like when they usually, like, imagine, God forbids, they bomb your country. Like, they bomb your city, somewhere near you, some buildings ripped to pieces, okay? You panic. You're scared. You go, like, take shelter. You go down in a bunker, and you're like, oh, I hope to God that doesn't happen to me or my family. But, when we hear rockets, we actually go outside to see where it actually landed. And we drink and we look at it, and we're like, oh my God, it's so bad. And we can only laugh about it, but it's a sad kind of laugh. It's not like we're not laughing because it's funny. We're laughing because it's so stupid. We are completely desensitized. So you can start from the Persians. We can tell them about the reality of the matter, and they're going to be like, yeah, sure, I'll go with that. I'll go with that.
Yeah, I get that. I get that. I'm in America, in Boston, or Cambridge, Massachusetts, where Harvard and MIT and all that shit is. So, Iran's a large country, like by square mileage.
Yeah.
Fucking all the bombs in the U.S. fucking arsenal couldn't cover that country, dude. It's like people underestimate how large Iran is. Like, they're not going to do much. You think about the war in Ukraine, right?
Sure.
Iran is twice the size of Ukraine, and Ukraine is, other than Russia, is the largest country in fucking Europe. The line of contact in Ukraine is over 1,000 kilometers long. Now, if Iran is twice the size of fucking Ukraine, how large is that line of contact going to be? It's like, bro, I wouldn't worry about it. Your country's too fucking large. You got mountainous regions. No fucking army is going to invade fucking. Has it ever been invaded?
Iran?
Yeah. Since
Yes.
Alexander the Great, like fucking.
No.
I don't mean undermine surreptitiously from inside. That's different, right? Being subverted from the inside. I mean, invaded by a fucking external army.
Other than Genghis Khan, like the Mongolians.
Yeah, like the Mongols.
No.
Yeah, it's been a while, right? It's not easy to do, and it's freaking like fuck, dude. Like I wouldn't want to have to do that. Like, you know how many soldiers that would take to like? How many soldiers would it take to freaking conquer Iran in land warfare? I mean, you would need like 100 million man army. Maybe the Chinese could do it, but probably nobody else. There's just not enough people. Like, there's not enough people, not enough equipment, not enough resources. I mean, the gasoline alone, what you would need to like freaking even do, like I said, it sucks that freaking the United States is bombing your country. I don't support that shit at all, even fucking little bit.
Honestly, let me tell you something.
Most Americans, I would say, most Americans don't support. Like, listen, okay, are you in America?
No, I live in Iran.
Have you ever been to America?
No, I've never left the country.
Okay, so let me give you an influence. You know how America controls the media and the propaganda all over the world? The shit that you guys experience outside of America, it's 10 times worse inside America. We're propagandized way worse than y'all are.
Yep. Wow.
Okay, we are the pinnacle of brainwashing. The only one worse than us is the Israelis. They're brainwashed even more. With the shit they go through, that's basically just straight up freaking psychological warfare on your own people. But we're basically going through the same thing. It's just not on that level because we have a larger population, so it's harder to do. But we are like in America, dude. They just gaslight. Like, okay, I'll give you an example. After 9/11, they created something called the Patriot Act.
Sure.
So they'll name a piece of legislation that is the 180 degrees exact opposite of what the legislation actually does. Okay? That's how we're propagandized. We're just gaslit all the time.
It's not the
Obama did this kind of Patriot Act expansion pack.
Yeah, the expansion pack, yeah. Yeah, like whatever the Patriot Act is the most unpatriotic freaking law ever passed in America, but they call it the Patriot Act.
I do have a couple friends. I do have a couple Iranian friends who moved to the U.S. and they're living in the U.S. They've been studying for a long time, and they have been working. They've been living there, and I recently contacted one of them because I have not had access to Discord or any kind of platform for the past 2 weeks because of the war. And right now it's very limited. A friend of mine actually got me a VPN so I can connect to the net. I contacted a few friends of mine who live in the US and like, so how's the situation over there, man? Like, what does Trump say about all of this? And they're like, well, to tell you the truth, it's not very different other than like freedom of not speech, like freedom of like what you can wear, like where you can go. People really try to mind their own business most of the time here. There is freedom compared to Iran, but other than that, it's just pretty much the same. Like,
the same, dude.
Yeah, the governments don't really change. They're all the same. They force the same thing.
And this is it, dude. And this is it. And people say, how come if the United States faked going to the moon, the Russians would fucking tell them, or the Chinese, or whatever. There's a thing that all governments have in common. They all want to control their domestic population.
Exactly.
Russia wants to control their people. The United States wants to control the Americans. There's this distinction people don't make. I just want to bring this up before I forget. The United States is not America. The United States is the government. But America is the people.
Yeah, that's exactly
like the same thing, dude. They're not the same thing at all, dude. They're just completely separate.
When you say Iran is the people, but the Islamic regime, the Islamic Republic of Iran. That's what they call it. Them. That's the government. We don't support the Islamic regime, but we're the people of Iran. That's it. Yeah.
And that's the same in every country. There's a freaking elites, right? The frosting on the cake.
Yeah.
But the cake don't matter. Like nobody cares about the cake. They just want to eat the frosting. Like the people don't matter. We're all the same, right? We're all normal people. All go through all the same thing unless you're one of the elites. And the elites, they're like, you know, they pretend they represent everybody, but they just all fight each other over like our resources. We work real hard. They puppet us like puppet masters, and
they're not even really fighting each other. It's more like frenemies.
Yeah.
Totally agree with you on that.
Yeah, I just like. I don't want to say anything that'll get me in trouble.
Also,
stop talking.
Fair enough.
this conspiracy thing about like going to the moon and stuff. This is all part of it as well, I think.
Well, yeah, it's like the way I look at it, it's like this: like have the space programs, right? It's like that's like you know the term third world countries, right? So to go from a third world country to a first world country, you get a space program. Right, you're automatically. That's just like automatic. No, now you're a first world country. You're putting rockets in space. Now you're advanced. You progressed up the human ladder. Right. There's like these artificial check boxes you got to check, and if you check the right ones, you're a first world country.
Exactly. That's what defines you as one.
Yeah. So if you go to space. We go to space now. We got a space program. Oh shit, you're a first world country. Now we can respect you. But it's also morale, right? So the morale of the people. Now the people are like, we're great now. We're going to space just like the Americans, right? Or just like the Russians, or just like the Chinese. And it's the whole. And this is why they don't tell, because they want to use the same tool to manipulate their population. If they told them, we're like, oh, all that spaceship is fake. Now they can't use it on their population. You understand? Because the United States used it to control us. The Apollo program, in today's dollars, the Apollo program would have cost something like $240 billion. To do what?
They created
to freaking shoot a Roman candle into the sky and then make a TV show where there's people playing golf on the moon? Like serious, dude. Like, this is what we got for $140 billion, golf on the moon.
They're not trying anymore. They're not even trying.
Anyway, sorry, Ethergrass. What are you saying?
I was just going to say they create a society where people equate their bank account with their IQ number. They think that because they have a large bank account, that must mean they're smart.
Yeah, the bank account is not the IQ. That's for sure.
Yeah, they just created a sick society where people obviously.
Yeah, but my point is, like, governments, like, they'll help each other to control. So the biggest, and this part makes me really mad, is that the laws of land warfare, like war crimes. This is why Israel's getting away with everything they do, and other countries get away with things they do. Things that are considered war crimes when done to other countries are not war crimes when done to your own population. For instance, the ban on chemical weapons, that only applies if you use it on a foreign country. It does not apply within your own border. So you can gas your own people. And it's perfectly legal.
Tear gas in war, but you can tear gas your own people in a riot.
You can nerve gas your own people.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, dude. Damn.
The laws of land warfare don't apply to domestic populations. They only apply to foreign combatants. So you can use biological and chemical weapons if a country crosses into your border. You can use it on them then, but you can't use them like if you're fighting on the other side of the border, right? So, but the point is that things which would be illegal when done to foreigners are okay when done to your own population. So Israel, because Gaza, they've annexed that basically, and Gaza is part of Israel, they can kill Gazans, and it's not technically war crimes. And they're not being charged with war crimes. They're being charged with crimes against humanity, which is a different thing, which doesn't go under the Geneva Convention. it goes under some other shit, right? Because they're trying to wipe out a population of people, a culture. So that is genocide. It's humanitarian. It's a different type of thing. Whereas the laws of land warfare, which is a different set of laws, those don't apply. They're not committing war crimes because Gazans are Israelis. You can kill your own people. It's fucked up, but that's what governments actually think about their own people. That you're less than even a foreign enemy soldier. I can do things to you I can't even do to the freaking soldiers of foreign countries that invade us.
Sounds like a shit.
Fucking crazy, dude. That's why I don't even like talking about it, because I'm getting riled up even talking about it. I'm fucking tired of shit and I'm still pissed. Yeah, it's a sad state of affairs. But like, you think they care about lying about going to space? They'll freaking gas their own people.
Yeah, they couldn't give a fuck.
Sorry, guys, I lost connection for a moment, but I have to leave anyway. I have a class to teach in 10 minutes. It was lovely meeting you guys. I actually joined your Discord server, and I'm going to review. I'm going to read the stuff that you guys posted.
Yeah, it's not all the way at the bottom, but it's close to the bottom. We have a lot of channels, so you're gonna be scrolling for a minute.
Yeah, I just saw it. Thank you very much. You guys be well, and welcome to the Discord. Bye-bye.
Yeah, dude, you're cool. Thanks for talking.
Awesome.
Yeah, that was pretty good. I'm happy with that.
I'm loving these new conversations. This website, server, whatever. It's doing pretty good. Compared to the past year, it's damn good conversation.
Yeah. He fucking got me all pissed off and then leaves.
Oh, jeez.
I'm not pissed at him, dude. Just fucking, dude. That shit makes me so mad, dude. So I didn't know that until So remember when we invaded Iraq over chemical weapons, and they were like, Saddam gassed the Kurds.
Yeah.
Well, it turns out he didn't gas the Kurds, and even if he did, it wouldn't even have been against the law because the Kurds were his own people, so it was okay.
Didn't Syria do the same thing?
Well, that was a false flag, but
yeah,
that was something else. But those people wouldn't have been his own people. Those were foreign fighters. You can only gas your own people. So the United States can gas with poison gas citizens of the United States. And internationally, it's not a crime. It might be a crime within the United States, but internationally, it's not.
It's a shame Wesser isn't in here.
I didn't hear that. What did you say?
I said it's a shame Wesser isn't in the voice chat. It's in the side chat.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that dude was spiraling. Like the last time I looked in the chat, he was spiraling. That was like 45 minutes ago. Still spiraling.
Yeah. Never a perfectly flat surface in nature.
Yeah, thanks, dude. Like nobody knew that until you told us. Dude, what is wrong with these people, man? Oh, dude, no shit. There's not a perfectly. Dude, can you even define what a perfectly flat surface is? Jesus. Look, would you feel better if we said imperfectly flat surface? Like, what do they want from us? What the fuck is perfect rest? See, this is an example of creating an impossible standard by using the qualifier perfection in front of everything you say. As soon as you do the qualifier perfection, perfect, blah, 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 you automatically make whatever you're saying impossible.
And unfalsifiable, exactly.
You have you ever picked up? I don't know. I picked up on that gimmick, that rhetorical gimmick, so long ago. In this topic, like it's to me, it's like a signal of disingenuousness. As soon as the Glober says perfectly, I know that dude's full of shit, and they are just the slimiest sleazeball. The Globe predicts sunrises perfectly. The Globe predicts the motions of the planets perfectly. It perfectly predicts, the horizon distance. It perfectly predicts this, perfectly predicts that. No, it don't. It doesn't do anything perfectly. Barely do shit well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, look, when they write it in the physics textbooks about liquid at rest, they know that they're not. They're aware. They don't mean perfectly.
Have you ever seen the word perfect in a physics textbook?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Maybe just it depends on the context, but yeah.
No, they would never say that.
Not about something.
Perfect, yeah, they don't believe in perfect anything.
That's right, yeah.
Perfection.
Heck, nowadays they don't even think science proves anything.
Yep. Exactly. This guy didn't get the memo.
They simultaneously believe that science says things and cannot prove anything at the same time. Personified.
They also think it has a body and that there's a consensus somewhere. There's some organization called science with a fucking mailbox. That,
yeah.
Ask science. Like, how do I ask science? I don't know where he lives.
Capital S science, yeah.
It's like writing a letter to Santa.
Exactly. It's write a letter to science. Dear science, why do Globers always mischaracterize you as geometry?
All right, I'm back. Or
Oh my god, see that picture he's posted? So I guess it's flat until the edges and then it starts curving. What the fuck, bro?
I don't think they get it. The Horizon's optics. I think it's hilarious when they think this little, really tiny, like meniscus of a glitch on the edges would somehow round the whole thing.
Yeah, I think that's no, that because that image there has had lens correction done to it. I think the original of that, the curve is more prominent because they used wide angle lens, and then I think someone put it through
Yeah.
an image processor.
They think they got a gotcha, but they're basically trying to imagine any way possible that their opposition could be untrue, could be false. And they'll come up with the most off the wall, weirdest bullshit ever. They got to tell a story that sounds good. Why is this person chat skanking? Ain't even in here.
Yeah. Cyclone said he doesn't mind people using the side chat and not being in the VC here, so yeah, whatever.
I think that should still be enforced just because it's a matter of whether or not something causes confusion. Somebody's having a completely unrelated conversation in the side chat. They could be ruining the combo we're trying to have in the VC, sharing info related to it. Then you got chat skank people who don't even know what we're talking about. And they end up reacting. Yeah, I'm just saying it should make sense. We got to make it make sense. Of course, we have mercy here. We have more mercy here than at other places because of the fact that folks are learning English. So helping them practice their English ends up becoming part of our job at this point. And I'm okay with that. It's good stuff.
Yeah, they were joking about it the other day. Like you say, they hang out here all the time. They'll be able to tell you why the Earth isn't a globe, but they won't be able to order a cup of coffee.
Yeah. I don't know if they become friends with paraplegic. They might. I woke up either too early or too late. It's like I missed out on conversations. I needed to be resting anyway, so no worries.
Yeah, it was really happening in here for a while.
Yeah. I like that this place is something else entirely. It's not even comparable to politics and PNR because they're so much different. It's not the debate bros thing in here. There are a couple of them, but that's not the general vibe here.
Right. Yeah. And most people we've got to start right from scratch with them. We have to be really careful about that. About just being clear. Like DJ, he most often starts with the preface, "Hey, just let's get this straight. We don't think we live on a disk in space." Because a few times now we've gotten right into it with these guys, and they're like an hour later they're like saying something about a disk in space, and we're like, "Oh, whoa."
Yeah, and that's understandable. If somebody's like, "Dude, that's stupid. What the fuck?" That's perfectly understandable. We also think that's stupid. WTF? I'm with that. What DJ said, I've been in agreement with that for a while. They need to be told straight up from the jump what the cartoon Earth stuff says so that we can go ahead and crop that out of the conversation. That one chick, though, last night that was just completely flipping out at DJ. Gravity is not a force, sent her over the edge. Welcome, Sleepy. Sleepy MFs. Okay, then.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Gravity is not a force.
Right then, keep your secrets.
Yeah.
Wait, I recognize the profile pic. I think we've spoken with Nolex before.
Well, everybody's welcome to start a combo if they want to. I remember one time I used the cricket noise and some blooper got so triggered over the cricket sound effect that they just flipped out and spiraled over that. Damn, dude. the hell?
Got Buddy in the side chat measuring Earth curve in pixels. Just gonna go outside and take a look at the lake, see how many pixels of Earth curve drop I can find.
It's a scientific unit of measurement now.
Yeah, unit, it's measured in pixels. Surveyors go out and they measure the curve in pixels.
See, that sounds legit. That makes sense.
Wow.
Yeah. I'll take that in pixels, please, sir. No, I don't do metric or imperial.
Would you like some ones and zeros with that?
Yes, here's your measured Earth curve in pixels, sir. Have a good day. Pixels per mile squared. I'm gonna ask him that. That's a good one, Clipcord. Wait, you just did ask him that. We're good to go.
That's funny.
We should be able to answer if that's what he's going to measure, right? He's going to measure it in pixels. Okay, how many of those per mile squared? Yeah.
How much drop in pixels is there over 10 miles?
Yeah. How does that convert from inches?
Considering American news measures asteroids and shit in like the size of school buses or giant squids or whatever. Pixels per mile squared tracks. That makes sense.
That's pretty funny.
It's an American measurement.
Yeah. 1.225 pixels times the square root. It gives
Gonna measure a window, I need a tape measure that has pixels.
Yep. Take this plank back. It's the wrong amount of pixels.
Yeah. Too many pixels won't fit.
I feel like sometimes we give them a false sense of hope that they just might get a win and then snatch it away from them at the last second.
When they're trying to say that level is curved, like they say that level is height above a point, so the point is the center of the globe. But height isn't any direction away from the center of a ball. So that doesn't work at all, does it? Really, only one of those directions would be vertical. The one that's perpendicular to horizontal. Any direction away from the inside of a sphere, not vertical.
And you guys,
What?
the Earth is round. Let's go.
Is round? Okay.
Yeah.
How do you know that? How do you know?
I saw it, innit?
Saw it? Where?
Yeah.
Where?
I was in
Describe.
Mars, you know.
Okay, another one who can't take his globe seriously. Neither can I, to be fair. But I mean, I stopped. Yeah, I stopped claiming it. I dropped it. I don't know what you're doing.
Kind of weird.
Yeah, none of you guys seem to take it seriously anymore. Like the globe's just a big joke for everybody now. Nobody can take it seriously long enough to even try to argue for it. Well, I mean, a couple can, but they're the craziest ones. You don't want to go there.
It's round, my brother.
It's round, because I said so, my brother.
You say it's round?
No. No way.
Oh, shit, wow. You need to believe it.
I know. That's the problem. You just gotta believe. Well, I lost my faith.
Oh, shit.
Ah, shit. Lost my religion. Yeah, because like you said, you just gotta believe. Well, that's all you can do. Nah.
It's also funny to me when they come in here thinking that this is a debate. It's not. It was never a debate to begin with.
That's why they close off any debate against it.
Yeah, the horizon being horizontal is an observation. One can go and argue with the horizon if they want to, but it's going to remain so, no matter what is said. Because I think that's one of the things that pisses folks off. The fact that it's not up for debate.
There's no debate here. Just a bunch of coping.
Yep. That's a rich. When the Globers try and act like they're being fair and they're being skeptical to both sides, they're not. It's bullshit.
That's a lie. Look, then how come they only seem to apply scrutiny in one direction?
Exactly.
Both sides sound like crap, but he's only really trying to criticize one. Well, that I've seen. I've never seen him say any critical thing about the globe.
They're fake fence sitters.
He's defending it, although it's crap. It's crap, but he's defending it against something else that's also crap.
Yep. Pseudo fence sitters.
Yeah, he tried to avoid answering a whole bunch of things already. Like he was using tactics like, I wasn't talking to you. And all sorts of different things to not answer.
That both sounds like a crap thing. That still takes the position that flat's a shape. Like his argument is basically trying to treat flat like a shape, regardless of the fact that it's not. That's how he's creating sides. There are no sides here.
You got reality and illusion, fabrication, imagination, fantasy. I don't know, whatever word you like.
And the illusion is the false dichotomy. Give a cartoon ball and a cartoon earth and say, here, choose. I still can't get over how bad that one chick spiraled yesterday. I mean, it was a perfect example of the byproduct of the current public school indoctrination system, but still, holy crap.
What girl?
I don't know, some chick was just absolutely spazzing the hell out over gravity.
I think I heard about it. Was it Miggy talking?
Not sure. She might have talked to multiple people. I think Cyclone talked to her at one point. BJ might have as well.
Must have been doing something else through that time. Yeah, I don't know. Can't remember.
I clicked the soundboard thing that had the Morgan Freeman voice saying, welcome to Flat Earth Discord. And then when I clicked, gravity is not a force, she flipped out.
That's funny.
Yeah, it might have been. No, because they had I think that she had a 3-letter name with weird letters. It's difficult to interpret her name. I've heard people talk like that before, and the messed up part is there's folks who'll go out of their way to make themselves sound dumber because they think that sounding smart is stupid. And I guess that's kind of the premise for Idiocracy. It's just disturbing that there are people who are actually like that.
Yeah, they don't want to think about stuff for themselves. I don't know. I don't know what we're gonna do with this. I guess just keep on doing what we already are.
Take the warning labels off of everything, and I'm pretty sure that everything will work itself out after that.
I can't endorse this statement, knowing how stupid people are.
Yeah. Yeah, I think if you took the warning labels off of everything, half the population would be gone within a week.
Well, actually, I'm not that sure of that because I doubt they really read any of them anyway.
Oh shit, that's true. Word. Hey. Most of the chats are empty.
It's a question mark, isn't it? One sec.
Sorry, I just sat back down. Five o'clock in the morning.
Heretic beat me to it. I was just like, oh, what do I give? Give him flat ban. Just give him the flat and mute. I didn't know. Yeah, you beat me. Yeah, insane stalker. Yeah, absolutely insane. Not that Worcester needs to know or tell us how to do our fucking job. Excuse my language.
Yeah, this worship person doesn't understand who Starlife is. We've met that dude before. He's a nobody. He's a useless idiot. If he were a useful idiot, I would welcome him to come hang out, but he doesn't have a purpose. All he does is talk shit and claim victory. He's like Wimplo from Kung Pao. I'm leading, making me the victor. Get out of here, dude. Go play. Yeah. He has a list on his bio of people whom he lives who live rent free in his head. Free rent is fun. Living rent free in somebody's head is kind of like pass and go and getting $200 every time you go around the map. Pay your due.
So Sleepy, we're not talking about reality being 2D. That's silly. We obviously live in a three-dimensional reality.
That shit where people try and reduce it to absurdity and act like we're claiming a 2D landscape. That's annoying and dumb. It's the most childish shit I've heard come from the Glowtard side. It's that little brother syndrome shit. No, you're a duty head. And that's the whole argument. The entirety thereof.
We're mainly just focused on the surface quality anyway. I mean, like it has topography, even water has waves when it's not still. There's forces acting on it, but we're just mainly focused on its overall nature, which would be horizontally distributed, so that you would actually measure depth and height with respect to horizontal, right?
That's one of my main stances on this. Yes, there is. Deal with it. Cope. There's no such thing as a spherical map. What are you going to do? Use origami and make one? Fold the paper just right, so you got a freaking... you don't have a spherical map.
Oh, what is with these people just joining the side chat and not joining the VC? Well, at least Sleepy did, even though he's not miking up, but at least he's in here. Hats off to you for that, at least.
Can I see? Okay, fine, here you go. Have fun with that. When we say all maps are flat, we're not joking. They simply are. They're cartography cartoons. It's a cartoon made out of dirt and water. That's one of the most triggering things you can say to somebody. to call their ideas either cute or quaint. Funny as hell to me. Oh, quaint.
It does kind of seem a bit patronising, doesn't it?
Yeah. Well, okay, if you tell a female that something is cute, she's not going to bat an eye at it. Like, okay, yeah, thank you for the compliment. If you tell a dude something's cute, he's inclined to get pissed off. Like, how dare you? What the fuck? It is what it is, though. Some of these kids, they do stuff that's cute, like something a little brother would do. Like, oh, you're annoying, but it's only because you're little. You gotta be little before you get big. Welcome to whoever just joined in.
Thank you.
We're just chilling, chatting, hanging out.
How yesterday at about this time, oh, actually a little bit later, about 2 hours on, there was a young lady in politics. How did she end up going? My internet dropped out, and it was like, who was it? I think.
Did she have 3 letters in her screen name?
Yeah, she was having a meltdown when I was there. Heretic asked a question, and then that's when my internet dropped out perfectly. And it was like, we've broken her. And all of a sudden it was like, hang on a minute, I can't hear anyone. What's going on? And yeah, I found out my internet had dropped out right at the back end of one of Heretic's questions. So yeah, I don't know how she went. Whether she had a full nervous breakdown or...
She spazzed out. I clicked the soundboard thing that said gravity is not a force, and she flipped out over gravity.
Oh.
You don't believe in gravity? How can you not believe in gravity? Started laughing it up like freaking hyena.
Very good.
I didn't expect her to spiral that bad, otherwise I probably wouldn't have said that. I didn't think she was going to insta-spiral straight off the damn map, but whatever.
Yeah, she was pretty keen not to let anyone talk. That's what I saw. And, of it.
When somebody acts excessively rude to one of my bros or whoever, if they come in here to act rude as fuck, I'm going to look for the button to push, and I'm going to find that button, and I'm going to push it just so that I make them spiral the fuck off. Because they've been wasting hours of our time. They don't deserve to be here.
Yeah, so from what I got of it, she was just there to preach. She didn't want to accept any information given whatsoever. But anyways.
She was basically a zealot. Yeah, she was coming here to preach her religion, and anybody who tries to say that she's wrong is crazy. And blah, 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 blah. All the same shit we've heard before.
Who was that just dropped in? Valino. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Or you don't have to talk. We can just sit here in silence. Yeah, it was getting late for me. It was sort of like around 10 o'clock. And I was sort of umming and ahhing about whether to go to bed. And it was just before 10 when she come on. And I thought, no, I'll stay up a bit later. And then it started to spiral. And she was yelling and jumping up and down and carrying on. I thought, no, I might just listen to this a bit. This is good. And it got through to about 10:20, I think it was. And that's when my internet dropped out. And it's like, do I go and turn it back on and stuff around, or do I go to bed? Yeah, bed one.
We have science on our side, the person in the side chat said, as though they can personify science and invoke it like some kind of giant. Good luck with that.
You got science on your side. Wow.
I love when people say, "Oh, we've got all these sciences." When did you stop doing science? Because everybody begins this life doing science. When did you quit? And why did you quit?
I love when they say things like that. Thousands of scientists have measured the curvature. And that's when I chuck my little picture up there. Bring forth the scientists!
Yeah, they're imagining it, but in reality, they've got 1,000 NPCs in their head that they imagine exists, and not one of them has a name. That's the funniest part. All these okay, name one.
Yeah, but there's millions of them.
One. Just name one, please.
We
We'll
only
wait.
want one. They could just go for a wild shot. John Smith.
Yeah, you could make up a name, and that's probably the name of the scientist. Just give me one, damn it.
What's this? I have to go do something but nice chatting. Hope you all start accepting science and make a flat Earth map. So, I need to accept science to make a flat Earth map, or are these two separate things?
I reject religion. It's bondage, and I'm not into kinky shit like that. Really, folks started comparing that. Yep. Compare religion to BDSM. Same thing. I'm saying it is literally the same thing.
Someone's got to get that I posted on the soundboard. Because there are volumes of proven data, numbers, figures.
Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Yeah. There's such a kick-ass clip, like that whole, that whole part of that show.
Yeah, they eviscerate evolution, and it's funny as shit.
Yeah.
It's the comparison to religion.
I love when he's slapping the bitch stickers on Aristotle, Galileo, and Newton.
Yeah.
The sheer level of disrespect is hilarious. I think it's funny that these people don't realize that we're the ones who are actually utilizing the scientific method properly. Because they'll say things, we have science on our side. No, you don't. For one, science isn't a person. You're not going to invoke some giant to come step in and help you. That person doesn't exist. Science
They
is
don't see that
knowledge.
because of what they've been trained over the years. Not how to think, but what to think. It's trust the science, and science
Sleepy
comes
MFs
from
is-
the scientists, and the scientists are the people on TV that wear white coats. So when they come on TV and say they've discovered a random planet on the opposite side of the known universe that rains diamonds, that's it. That's how it works. They're smarter than us. They know everything. They think shit up.
Because he's right. It's not about flat Earth. Flat's not even a shape. People get an adjective confused with a noun.
Yeah, and it is more about, and yeah, it also includes it's not moving and we're not in outer space. But you think that you found out what it's all really all about. This is all really all about it being about God. That's what you think, isn't it, Sleepy?
Well, in a way it is, but it's also about hiding God, and it's about scrambling the names of the gods so that people don't know one God from another. And they create a situation where folks don't care either, so they're not even willing to look.
Well, as long as he doesn't think that this is a religious, or biblical thing, that.
Oh, it is though. From the globe perspective,
I know
for the
for
globe,
some
the Earth is very much religious, and I try and point that out to them.
Oh yes, it is. Yeah.
For us, we don't care about religion. We're done with bondage. All we care about is a scientific method. What observations can you take? What kind of tests can you make from those observations? We don't care about fuck all else. Because it's all just stories then at that point. And anecdotes are for kids.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah. The basis is empiricism.
Exactly. They try and act like we're the religious ones. It's like, dude, we left the cult already. You guys need to leave the cult. No gods or kings. What's interesting to me is the gods of this deathological society, all of them bleed. All their superstars, all their heroes, each and every one of them, they bleed. Meaning that they're full of errors. They're no better than us. They are as mortals as humans. They're nothing. No. Now, sleep EMFs, it's about much more than that. For one, Earth is Earth-shaped. Flat's not a shape, and none of us believe in a pizza planet space frisbee floating in outer space. What we talk about here is incompatible with the heliocentric religion. You can't replace the third rock from the sun with a space frisbee and try and make that work, because that's not what any of us are saying.
Right.
One of my favorite ways to put it is the horizon remains horizontal regardless of altitude. And until we see otherwise, that is what it is. Even if I saw otherwise, that's the thing, I wouldn't care because Snell's window exists. So if one were to go to a high enough altitude and see some kind of optical phenomenon, I wouldn't be surprised at all. That does not mean that the Earth is round. This all can be done over a horizontal baseline, including like a circular appearance to something as seen from below, looking upward through Snell's window. So no, there's absolutely nothing anybody can do to change my mind at this point. One would have to debunk optical phenomenon, and I don't see that happening in the near future.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the horizon is the standard for horizontal provided by nature.
Yep. It's kind of weird too when you tell folks that that's the limiting circle of your vision. Like it's the reach. You pivot your head, you turn your body. You stand in one place and just turn. That's the circle, whatever you're looking at. The circle is the furthest reach that you can see. It's an imaginary circle. It's not a physical circle. The optical phenomenon. It's an optical circle inside of your head. Same thing with the kind of celestial sphere. That's a matter of perception, perspective. It's based off of the viewer. In reality, there's no actual sphere. It's just the empty space by which light moves through. These circular patterns create more granders think that there is no actual sphere. They're just circuits. We. It's funny to me when they invoke the royal we as though we have done this and we've done that. We went to the moon. We mapped out the earth. I don't recall ever doing such a thing. Not me. We've been to the moon. What, was I asleep? Damn, somebody forgot to tell me. Should have woke me up while we were there.
Yeah, hey, I wasn't invited. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, you don't want to say we. Some men claim to have gone to the moon. Some men. Not we. That's not correct. Yeah.
The rockets aren't noise propelled, so I didn't get an invite.
Welcome. Jerry's muted. I wonder why.
Jerry. Oh, it's Jerry.
Welcome, Jerry. I just unmuted you. How's it going?
Jerry.
Go ahead and copy that user ID just in case.
Yeah.
Yeah, welcome.
Hello, Jerry. Flat Earth to Jerry. Do you copy?
Bueller. Bueller.
Welcome, Kingsley. The Jerry dude left. Oh well.
Uh-oh. Now he's unmuted.
No. Oh well.
We have Valino. Valino hasn't spoken up. Don't be shy, guys. This is a good opportunity if you are learning English. It's a good opportunity to practice what you've learned. We'll be understanding about the difficulty that you may have expressing your words in English. Don't worry. You will not be made fun of.
Yeah, we're charitable.
Yeah.
In our interpretation, we understand because we have members of our community who are bilingual. So it's all good. Not only are we here to talk about flat Earth, but we're here for y'all to practice speaking English with. You're welcome.
Catch your Toby dog.
Well, sleep EMFs. When it comes to the theoretical physicists, astrophysics crap, these people openly admit how very much off they are, how very wrong they could be. They acknowledge that they're just speculating.
Yeah, they have come out and publicly announced that as far as they know, they're 97% dumb about the universe.
Mikio Kaku, when talking about gravity, straight up says, "We lied to you." Now, I know the question's often asked, why would they lie? But my question would be, why would they tell the truth about lying? That's kind of weird.
It's almost like he's doing some damage control, right?
Yeah. Well, it's because the same thing with what Neil deGrasse Tyson said. What it is? I don't know. And they're trying to admit that nobody knows what gravity is. Meanwhile, the rest of society doesn't like that answer. So it doesn't matter who gives them that answer, they don't like it. We Glover give them the answer, or one of us, and no, they're going to reject it. They want to think that they know what gravity is. And they like the idea of thinking that people who don't believe in gravity must be stupid. It makes them feel like they have some sort of intellectual superiority.
Yeah, they have a couple of values that they use in some fancy equations to predict motion of things, blah, 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 whatever, you know, like, and the thing is,
man, like maybe barely graduated high school or high school graduates, and they think because they can regurgitate some shit and pass the test, that means that they're intelligent. And it doesn't mean shit. It don't mean fuck all, because a fucking parrot can parrot exactly that. You can teach them to answer every question on the test correctly. You could teach a chimpanzee to answer questions on a test correctly.
right. And my point was that those values that they have were back engineered from observations. They observe things happening, right? Attributed some values to be able to, like, you know, say that, oh, this motion, this and that's going to happen. Oh, look, yes, we're right. But the thing is that the idea that they associate with those values, the thing that they think is responsible for those values, is wrong.
Yeah. And they're forming post-dictions, so anybody can do that and wrap that around any graphical user interface, and all of a sudden you've got a model for whatever the hell you want to model. That's why, to me, the model thing is absolutely useless and meaningless. It doesn't mean anything at all. I can make a model of something in my imagination. It doesn't mean the thing's real.
Exactly. Like you could literally make up any story and say this value that I'm using to predict the motion of this thing, right, is represented by, you know, whatever, like pink invisible fairies, you know, that ride unicorns, blah blah blah. You know, yep.
And it doesn't have to look like anything scientific. It can look like the most childish bullshit, but that little scribble is a model. That's how insignificant this thing is in this conversation. But people think you gotta have a model. I'll believe what you're saying when you give me a model that works. You realize the globe doesn't work, right? It's funny because there's so many little tweaks and there's things they do to bypass certain stuff in order to make the globe model work. And there's examples of them doing this all over the place. And one of the prime ones is on Google Maps when you go to the center of Antarctica and there's this weird circle and all these kind of triangular lines that are going towards that part where they're weaving together the maps so that they can make Antarctica look like it makes sense, even though when you zoom in, it actually doesn't.
Oh yeah, on Google Earth. I mean, man, like what? Okay, so if something's been over the top of that and just snapped it in one shot, then just show that. You shouldn't need to. There shouldn't be any stitching involved at all.
There's hundreds of little pieces of patchwork quilt Antarctica map there, and it makes it real weird. And then the fact that that one kind of wonky looking circle's right in the center of it, that's even more peculiar. What the hell is that? What's there and why?
Right.
I already know what it is. It's no mystery, but then comes the why. Like you said, you should be able to fly over and snap a picture of it.
Yeah, that used to, that used to space me out before I looked into flat Earth, like years ago, decades ago. I was looking at that and going, "What the heck is this? Like, why is it all stitched together like that?" Be like, it doesn't even make sense. This part of it's not even taken at the same time. It's a different color to the thing right next to it. You're like, what's going on?
That'd be from different seasons. Or different winters, different summers. They'll like try and line it up and it still doesn't match right. The thing is they already openly tell you that it's just artist stuff. It's artistic renditions. And then you have these companies that they write articles and shit. Scientificism or scientism. It's not actually science. And they'll take this info and they'll twist it a little bit and write a really fancy article about it that more caters to the imagination than reality.
Right.
To have a tendency to be read because they're more interesting than the ones that just stick with the facts.
Yeah, it's a visual toy. It's like this solar system model I used to play with when I, going back a few years, and I'd line, I'd take it back to the day I was born and other people the days that they were born, family members and whatever, and like see how all the planets were lined and stuff like that. Like it was like, man, I was so fucking delusional. Sorry, excuse my language. I know I'm supposed to be keeping a tight rope on the language. Sorry.
I absolutely suck at controlling my language. I can control like insulting people, but not the random words that I use as like part of my normal dialogue. It's difficult.
Right. Discord has been a bad influence on me.
Like it means the etymological meaning rather than anything else. And I'll use the C word like an Australian, so I don't know what to do at this point. You're right, yeah, it's Discord. I blame Discord. It's a bad influence.
Yeah, I barely swore going back a few years. Like, 5 years ago, I barely ever swore.
That's the thing, though, is part of it for me is I've looked up the etymology for all these words that we consider to be curse words or swear words, whatever. And when you do that, it disarms the word. Like, imagine it's an arrow, but then you take the tip off of it. Not nearly as dangerous. It's doing that with words, so then words can't be used against me. I try and actually encourage other people to take that into consideration, too. When folks use certain words, if you know the etymology of it, it makes it funny. One example would be the word whore actually means deer. And if you think of a whoremonger as somebody who would sell somebody who's dear to them, they're making trade in flesh, kind of like a fishmonger would sell fish. The whoremonger is evil. The whore is the victim.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, that's to me, and it makes sense because just the history of humanity. The fact that the slave trade type thing is an international thing that everyone's ancestors participated in or were victimized by. And it's exactly the same sin that it's always been.
I mean, like, yeah, I think that there's a lot of, like, yes, there was probably a period in time when people were forced against their will to participate in activities for less than, minimum wage and whatever, and treated harshly and basically held prisoner. Right, so that type of slavery. But I think in ancient cultures, it was kind of different. It was almost like employment. You know what I mean? Like you hoped someone would freaking buy you at the market. You were being bought. People don't realize today that they're basically a slave. You are on the market. Your time, your energy, your services are on the market. People are looking for your services, right? You will serve.
Rearrange enslavement where just let them go and do whatever, and everybody has the mentality that they are free because the borders of where they are permitted to roam are so vast that they don't just readily see the edges of it, especially in America.
Right. I mean, if you're providing a service to someone, like this is the way they've reworded everything, makes it sound like it's not that thing that it used to be, but it literally is. I mean, you're providing a service to somebody, okay? So you will serve somebody. That means you're a servant, which was what? Another word for servant is slave.
It's the golden rule. He who has the gold makes the rules.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like, there's stories from ancient cultures, right, where you if you're lucky, you got a good master. Like, he treated you well and paid you well, fed you well, housed you well, right? And as long as you provided a good service, you know what I mean?
And that's the thing I was trying to say before is slavery has never had anything to do with this modern racism, idealism bullshit. Nations clearly are involved, but it's always been brother selling brother or cousin selling cousin slavery. It's always been families doing it to themselves. And no matter how far removed you are from that family, you are still related to your brother next door.
Right, yeah.
Folks don't want to think about that, especially those who enjoy engaging in war. But they're sending folks off to go and kill their cousins, whether they like to think about that or not. And that's evil. We're all related. We're just a huge ass family that people have lost themselves in, forgotten about. Stop being weird and go home. With all this modern warfare bullshit that they're pushing now, trying to encourage folks to hate one another.
Well, I mean, sleepy MFS, right? That's been going on for centuries, if not millennia, where groups exploit the current held belief systems of a particular culture, right? There will always be those types of people, and it gives them power, doesn't it? Really, I mean, but it's not that they're hiding. Nobody can hide the flat Earth from you, I mean, it's right outside, waiting for you to just go and have a look at and experience. Like this whole time you've been alive, you have been experiencing a flat and motionless Earth. You use it that way. You measure it that way. Every time you establish level, right? If you've ever held a level in your hand and tried to balance something, right, so that it's equally, so that an edge of something's equal distance away from something else, like the floor, right? That's you measuring the Earth flat, basically. That's horizontal is parallel with the plane of the horizon. The horizon being the place where the land and or sea appears to meet the sky, right? So there is no hiding that from anybody, right? It's just a story that is attached in the back of your subconscious, right? That's been imposed upon you since birth, which you hold these two systems of belief, right? Well, these two systems of understanding, right? One is your direct experience of reality, where everything about it is just telling you that you're on a flat, motionless plane, and then you've got this other thing in the back of your head, which is from education and TV and media and family and friends that have told you that you really are on a big spinning ball in something called outer space, right? So that's a cosmological belief system, right? And there's been cosmological belief systems for centuries where people try and explain things that they don't understand, right? They try and make sense of it. They try and make sense of things that they can't know about. We can directly interact with physical reality here on the surface. And a lot of things about reality, like the observable reality, like things in the sky, we can't interact with. So we're only left with imagination to go by. And modern cosmology and all the stories that you've been told about the Earth being one of those things in the sky, that's all just imagination, right? And then there's people that have come along and exploited that belief system. That existed way before there was anything like space exploration, right? So people have come along and exploited that belief system.
Yeah, that water thing.
Found ways to take advantage of it.
You seen the video where somebody's got water? They got this thing where water's going down the drain on one side, and then they go across this little line, and then they have it draining the other way on the other side. And it's this weird parlor trick that they use at the equator to play off of the idea that, toilets flushing in different directions depending on what side of the equator you're on.
Right? Yeah, they're literally scamming like people.
That. Yeah, and it's obvious. Clearly, everyone knows that that's a scam. But when you scale that up, all of a sudden it's not. What the hell's that? It's bullshit.
Right, exactly.
It's like even on the globe thing, there's no freaking way that walking a couple of feet is going to change the direction of the flow of water. It's a damn roadside attraction. Tourist trap.
Yeah, there's nothing productive coming from like astronomy, astrophysics, or anything NASA claims that they're doing, or ESA, any of the other space agencies. There's nothing productive coming from it that's benefiting your life and making your life better in any way or easier. Nothing.
Tempur-Pedic mattresses. Special space pens. And I can't think of anything else.
Yeah.
They do that stuff there, then that's effectively a company that the government uses to hold patents.
Yeah, and they just keep piling on the stories. I mean, so before NASA and all that, right? People believed there was outer space stories in comic books and fiction novels and TV programs, radio programs, right? Like War of the Worlds. Yeah, people didn't need convincing, right? Like, it wasn't like they had to go to space to convince everybody, right? People already believed it, right? And then they added to the story. Now they accept that those people are doing what they say they're doing, going in tin cans up into the sky and floating around and stuff like that, and visiting the moon, right? And sending probes out past the solar system and on all that sort of stuff, right? They keep adding to the story. Now they tell you that it's raining sideways glass on some exoplanet far, far away, and in another solar system, light years away. Like things like this, like it's just getting ridiculous, and people will just keep accepting it to be true, right? This is how silly it's gotten.
Appealing to false authorities. Appealing to a real authority is okay because they actually do know what they're talking about. But when it's like a pseudo authority practicing pseudoscience and they're going out there proclaiming to be scientists. The way I see it, everybody's born a scientist,
Exactly.
and most folks forget how to do it. They forget what it actually is, and they stop doing it. And that's
right. We have
their own knowledge ceases.
Exactly. Yeah, we have a natural curiosity to want to understand our reality, right?
Everybody begins in more of an autodidactic state. They're taught to learn the way that the system teaches us to learn. The prime example is just how babies behave. How they learn. Oh yeah, I had a point that I was going to make about the slavery thing, but I forgot. For one, the origin of that word isn't where people think it comes from. Just look that up. That's interesting. The other is just, it's always been families selling money to cousins of the same family because everybody's related. Anything beyond that ends up being divisive rhetoric. On a fundamental level, it's just brothers selling brother to slavery or cousins selling other cousins, same family, all bought by another group of cousins.
You're cutting out there, Ethergrass, or something's wrong with your mic there, mate.
Is that better?
Yep.
I was just saying that it's basically been a group of cousins being sold into slavery by another group of cousins to be bought by another group of cousins. It's just family dynamics and on a really effed up level. The entire
You got your mic's gone bad again.
doesn't matter. I'll just digress. I'll get chill.
Hey, bro. They won't even let you try and fend for yourself anymore. I mean, you're basically not allowed to. There's some places you're not even allowed to be homeless. It's like against the law and stuff like that, bro. They will not allow you to have a child that is not registered, that is not known about. That's not freedom, bro. That's slavery. A while back, Australia issued a big thing on the front headlines of the newspapers and everything. 700 children unaccounted for in Australia. Like they know that they were born, and they don't know about them since. They never got a birth certificate or anything. 700. Like, they do not want people that aren't accounted for, right, on their systems. You must have a number. You must have a birth certificate. You must be registered. You must be basically, right, the equivalent of, chipped and tagged like a dog.
Actually, considering the nature of some of these demons, unregistered humans probably would be better off for them.
Yeah, there probably is a bunch of them out in the hills, living just like off the land and,
Well, I was just thinking along the lines of Hollywood. That's all.
Oh, Hollywood? Yeah, right. Yeah, I know what you're saying there. Yeah, yes, there's that too. Yeah, I know. There's a certain amount of, safety is being part of society, right? Like, at least there is a level of protection, so to speak.
From their side, with the unregistered persons or childbirths, that would be quite convenient for them.
Oh, right. Yeah. Well, yeah. If they find them, then they say, yeah, we're not actually going to tell the world we've found you. Is that what you say?
Yeah. So we can do whatever we like. Isn't there something like about 700 kids that go missing a year, anyways? Minimum? It's actually higher than that, but there's some crazy high number.
Yeah.
So 700 born a year that aren't registered. Yeah, I could actually fully understand why someone would not want to have their kid born into the system.
Yeah, and there's like even just people in general. I mean, like it's hundreds of thousands a year. It might even be in the millions now. I don't know. That just go missing, and a large percentage of them, there's no. The person didn't show any signs of like mental illness or anything like that. They're just gone. They're just gone. Like nobody knows where they went. They're just gone.
Hello. Is there anyone?
Welcome in.
How are you doing?
The room is empty or someone is there?
Oh, we're here. How are you doing today?
Oh, might come back again another day. Yeah, still not good, mate. Yeah. No. I can just make out what you're saying.
There we go. This should work.
Ah, that's much better.
Take care of some stuff. I'll be around. I'm gonna just idle.
Welcome in, safe, Eldon. How you doing, safe?
I'm good. What's about you?
Awesome. Good. Good. Thanks. Very good.
Where are you from?
I am in the land of Australia.
Nice country.
Thanks. What about you? Where are you from?
I'm from Egypt.
Nice, Egypt. Hey.
Yeah. Sorry, what did you say?
I just saying that's cool. That's good. Yeah. Nice. The land of the pyramids.
Thanks. Yeah. Are you watching football?
Not a big fan of sports. Not so much. Occasionally I'll catch a game. I don't know if Matrix might be more of a footy fan than I am. Not sure. And it depends too. Are you talking about rugby league or gridiron or soccer? You're probably talking about soccer, right?
What team do you support? That might make it easier.
Yeah. What's your favorite team?
Sorry, my internet is so bad. My favorite team is Liverpool. Mo Salah. If you want, if you know,
Soccer.
Yep, we're talking about soccer. Yeah, yeah.
Soccer.
Nice. And I've got some soccer cards. That's about it. I don't have any good soccer cards yet. I haven't come across a 1 of 1 or anything like that. None. No. What's his name? Who's the famous one at the moment? Everyone loves. Can't remember his name now. Yeah. Well, yeah. Anyway. Messi. That's it.
Why
Messi. Yeah.
is
Yeah.
ball of
Sorry. Go on.
Messi? Yes. Why is a ball of football sphere not flat? Do you know?
Because then it'd probably be called frisbee instead of football.
No, because the Earth also is sphere not flat.
Well, I don't know about that. I think that the shape of a ball is just easier to kick around, right? I don't think it has much to do with the shape of the
I'm
earth.
kidding.
'Cause-
I'm kidding.
Yeah, I know. You'll notice that the fields are pretty flat. There might be a little bit of a grade to them, so that they've got water runoff and things like that. But typically, you don't want too much slope happening on the field, do you? Oh, and he's gone. Wow. Okay. We know that Earth isn't a globe or isn't a ball, because if it was, all the cricket players would be constantly rubbing their crutch on it. That's my bad Australian cricket joke. Sorry. Well, if something doesn't start happening here soon, I might have to go and check out some other channels. What we got happening? Oh, Pino dead. Yep. Oh, jeez. Looks like Heretic might have something going on over in. Yes, he just scared. I was watching. He got muted.
The red flag's a giveaway.
Yeah, it wasn't there a second ago. So something must be happening. Oh, he's unmuted. I gotta go check this out, man. I gotta go check this out.
Hello? Is there anyone who can teach me what is the flat earth? Okay.
Hi. You're breaking up, bro.
Good morning, my friend. How are you doing?
Yeah, not
All
too
good,
bad,
Barrington.
Joe. Yourself?
Has there been anything going on in here this morning, or has it just been quiet?
Oh, Heretic got to kick one melt around earlier, but yeah, he was just drunk, being a clown.
Yeah, the drunk courting is interesting.
I was just talking to Eggshells about the 69 degree per mile drop and interferometry, mechanical gyroscopes. I forgot how weaselly that character is.
He's a slime, isn't he?
You can like he tried to call me out on something, so I provided direct evidence. Then he lied and said he never said. Basically, we were talking about how the 1.22 in the Rayleigh criterion can give you a 3959 radius in your grid of vision. And he said that no, that's not true. So I provided him the math for the Rayleigh criterion where you can clearly see that gives you a radius of 3959. And he's like, I never said that. I never said that. I was like, you worm. Then he started asking me about the math, intricate questions about the math of the Rayleigh criterion. I'm like, this is not the point. The point is, you denied it. I've proven it. Now we move on. But he's a weasel.
Isn't it interesting if you get to talk to him? Every time he asks you a question, you have to be within point, fuck all, of being spot on perfect with your answer. But yet, when he gives an answer, it's that vague you could park a freaking truck sideways in it. It does my head.
Yeah.
Like, talking about gyroscopes. I hit him up one day about it. When you're talking about gyroscopes, be specific which one you're talking about. Oh, yeah, okay. And then the next day, comes back in. Oh, gyroscopes prove this. Which one? Oh, the one that's within the requirements to suit my needs. Well, fuck me. They're all going to do that, mate.
Yeah, it's like he was claiming, afterwards he was claiming we could find the north using Polaris. And I said, well, no, there's about 150 mile area around that you can highlight, but you can't accurately get to or directly identify the exact north. That's a big area, 150 miles. And he kept trying to talk through me so I couldn't say it, trying to reinforce the fact that you could find exactly where north is. And I just thought the way he debates is just so slimy. I just thought, you know what, I can't be asked with this guy. I've got work to do.
100%. Yeah, you can't waste precious moments of life on, because he's not here to actually learn and discuss a topic. You know, we're here to learn, and I think there are some of these around that are here to learn, but the ones that are not they need to go away.
He's just an attention seeker. He likes to try and be center of attention and center of the convo. And if he can't handle the convo, or if he's losing control, changes the subject. He's an actual narcissist. Is he banned from here?
Yeah.
'Cause I've noticed he doesn't come around here anymore.
He might have been booted out for being a pain in the ass.
For being a snivelling, slimy cunt, yeah. Can imagine that.
In some ways, he's actually interesting to listen to. He's written a book, so it's all about linguistics, and yeah, he is a sophist. And oh man, like some days you listen to him, you think, oh yeah, I can get along with this, and other days it's like, for fuck's sake, somebody just put a sock in it. Do us a favour, will ya? So yeah, if you get him on the wrong day, it'll make your skin crawl.
He just wants to drag you into all the minutiae. If he can't answer the question and he's made a mistake or he's made a false claim, he'll deflect by dragging you into the math and dragging you into all the technical details that don't prove anything around a globe. He's just trying to demonstrate his knowledge. And I'm like, listen, dude, I proved you wrong in the first instance. This isn't about me. This is about your false claim and the fact you can't back it up. So now you want to quiz me. You're an absolute arsehole.
Yeah, you know, as you guys have heard me say ad nauseum, that being a twin parent was probably, or has been probably, the best way for me to understand these clowns here on Discord. And what I noticed for the first several years of the boys' life, after, you know, they were old enough to start wiggling around and such, is they were in what's called the parallel play stage, where each of them want to have the same exact toy, better have the same exact scratch in the same exact spot, or whatever, or ding, or whatever. And then they want to do the same exact thing in the presence of each other, but they don't really want to acknowledge each other. That's what's called parallel play. All kids go through it, and so eventually kids start growing out of that, and that's here, you play with my toy for a while, or whatever. And so I just notice over and over and over again, that's where the Globies are, is they're in that parallel play stage. Like, they're going to come in here, and then they're going to get really angry because we're not just letting them show what they got. You know, that they got the check mark on their paper for the day, or they got the blue ribbon for the day, or got some sort of star sticker that the teacher put on their forehead. And every time I'm around these Globies, that's the exact behavior that I see over and over again.
They're all going through the stages of grief. Usually you get the newbies come in and they go through the denial and the anger. And then people like Eggshells have moved into like the bargaining side of it, where they're just trying to negotiate a way through the arguments that basically leaves them feeling like they haven't given ground. So I think it's all part of the same system.
It's kind of they're the stages of development, and so it slightly adapts for whether it's trauma based or whether it's just developing in life, or think of careers. Careers are the same way. I take my career and the newer people, the people who don't really know, they don't want to talk about the thing, the things and the procedures and things of that nature. But then you take the experts, that's all they want to talk about. They want to talk about, like, how does your company do this? How does my company do this? Hey, I had a customer leave me for you all. Why do you think you might have left? And then I'll say, okay, well, then I had one leave us to go to you, so why do you think he left? And so it's all the same repeated through life, but they come here over and over again for an extended period of years, stuck in that same developmental stage. And it just makes me wonder, like, are they truly narcissists, or are they just, like, truly cognitively delayed somehow?
I think it's all going through the stages of grief. I think when you get a narcissist or an egomaniac, though, that comes across as a lot more aggressive. So it doesn't seem like it's bargaining, but actually it is. They're actually open to lie. They're open to be wrong as long as they can control the energy of the room. So I think that's bargaining. I think that's negotiation. I think he doesn't care about proving his globe anymore. He just cares about proving that flat earthers, I don't know, they don't know the intricate math, or they don't know, exactly every argument of the globe, and that's his angle. And I think it's just part of negotiation. It's bargaining. It's one of the stages of grief. If you were really invested in this, you'd care about the truth a lot more, and you'd be trying to prove your belief, which he's given up on, I think. He likes the endless debate, the endless negotiation, the endless, when it's in debate mode, it's still on the table. That's why he doesn't want to talk about motion. He doesn't want to talk about direct evidence. He wants to talk about the sky and the fact that there's a lot of unanswered questions.
And I just want how many people here that come in that are the Globies, how many of them are actually lonely and disabled? I've gotten a small glimpse into that from a few comments that a few Flat Earth people have made and a few Globe Earth people have made. And so I wonder, like, some of these Globies who come around, they spend hour after hour after hour after hour after hour with people that they think is retarded. So it begins to make me wonder if, like, they just don't have anybody else, so they can come in here and kind of feel like they're holding us hostage.
Well, if that's what they're going for, then they're pretty unsuccessful at holding us hostage. That's very rare. Can a Glober actually have the stamina to hold a flat earther hostage? I think with Eggshells, he's a very determined individual who likes to use his mind and ChatGPT, because that's what he does. He sits on ChatGPT to try and prove that you are wrong about one thing or something, or you don't know the math. And then as soon as he can get that, he'll try and focus in on that. The problem is most flat earthers don't fall for it. So there's not many globers that can hold a flat earther hostage.
But you know, I hypothesize that one moment they're in here arguing with us, then they leave here and they go into another room and they start arguing with them, and then they go into another room and they start arguing with them, and so as soon as they hit the brick wall, so to speak, they just go off to somewhere else. I mean, how many Discord servers must there be? I mean, Politics and PNR and the English Hub, they're obviously not the only ones, but how many thousands upon thousands are out there where you've got hundreds, if not thousands, of people in them, and you can go terrorize them a little bit for some enjoyment? There was one guy who was around here last year, and he was from Portugal, and he would come in, and then he would leave, and he'd come back a few hours later, unaware of what he said before. And then one day when he came back, I confronted him about something he said, and he started laughing and said, "I don't remember saying that," but he said, "But that just shows I am really funny." And then I got him pissed off, and he finally admitted to me that he had spent all day going into all these other rooms, so of course he's not going to remember what he said here. And so I do wonder how many of these other globies around here are just channel surfing, looking for the latest gaffe, hoping they'll catch somebody they can push around a little bit, make them feel better about their situation of being stuck in their parents' basement.
Well, if you want to channel surf, I've got no issue with that. Some people just want to listen to a good conversation. Sometimes the conversation isn't great in every room, so I can understand that. But I get what you're saying. I think a lot of them are looking for the opportunity to just chant, really, just chant and repeat. It's like a preacher, a street preacher, just shouting and hoping somebody will listen.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, like the one guy, I forget what all kind of rooms he said he was going to, but like he would leave, go argue in some Christian room, and then he'd go leave there and go argue somewhere else. And so
was his name Dogs Are Gods?
I don't think so. I can't remember what the hell his name was. So he's from Portugal, and he was, I'm guessing, early 20s.
Oh, that's not him. But Dogs Are Gods used to do that. He used to get banned from every room in PNR. Work through the rooms one by one, upset everybody. Some people are just assholes, you know what I mean? Like, there's no way about it. Some people just have shit personalities.
Well, they, grew up listening to those shock jocks on the radio where the callers call in and then they get insulted by the radio host. And I think that's what they like, because they pretend that they're a shock jock.
Well, in that case, then, that would make a lot of sense, especially some of the Aussie ones that live in Sydney, Melbourne, because there's a, Kyle and Jackie O. There's, Kyle Sanderlands. He is an absolute drop kick. Like, fair income. You wouldn't feed it. And, yeah, if they're, that's their, idols, then that says a lot. That would explain quite a lot with some of them. I don't know about US fellas, but yeah, with a lot of these younger Aussie ones, I could see that.
Oh yeah. You know, I remember in college on Saturday night, I forget when else, there was this shock jock that was on. I'll never forget his disclaimer at the beginning of it. Started off with, I'm such and such, and this show here, if you're not just belly laughing from what you hear, tune to another station and come back after this show's off the air. And there was just caller after caller after caller, and they were just willingly signing up for the insulting, kind of like Quantum Eraser going around insulting his followers. Just over and over again. And yeah, the guy had a huge following, obviously. And I think it's sad and pathetic, but hey, you know, that's, I think, what they like. And so I didn't realize there was one on the air in Melbourne.
Had a few people join. What's up, Lion? The flat earthers don't bite, trust me.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey, John. What's up, bro?
Same stuff, different day. Doing better today than yesterday. So, doing good.
Are you home?
Nah, not yet.
Oh, shit. You've been in for a while, bro.
Yeah. I'll update you on some stuff later.
Okay, yeah. Yeah. Think you'll be home soon?
Probably not for a couple days. There's more to be done. But as I said, I'll update you on things later, man. It's no worries. It's not that big of a deal.
Yes, sir. Yep.
Keep me posted, brother.
Yeah, man. I was just going to say, any good conversations with Globers happened today? We still waiting.
Well, let's find out. Welcome, Pot.
Oh. Yo.
Hey, welcome to the channel.
Thank you. What you doing?
We were just talking about how some of the Globers come in here and melt down and go through stages of grief and just scamper as soon as the kitchen gets a bit hot.
Yeah.
Just shooting the shit, really.
So what brings you here, man?
Yeah, what brings you to the 24/7 Flat Earth room? Is this your first time?
No, this is my third time.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. Okay.
Back for the third time.
I'm not a Glober and I'm not a Flat Earther. I'm not religious. And
I hate religion too.
No. Like I'm not anything. You know what I mean? Like.
Well, I certainly hope that you are yourself.
So where's your head at on the whole geometry argument? Shape of the surface.
It's it's a sandwich.
It's a what? A sandwich?
It's conversation. This is a meme. It's not a troll, and it's not a shape conversation. Flat is not a shape. It's an adjective. The shape would be a noun. The adjective is more about describing something. It's a property the noun might have.
Stop trolling.
Not trolling at all. The horizon is observably horizontal. And it's immeasurably so. The Earth measures to be flat and level.
Well, you're a troll.
No, he's not. How is he trolling?
But he called me a troll.